Hello and welcome to the beautiful Golfo Aranci, Italy. My name is Will Rollo and this is Stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. You've just seen then some of our incredible athletes set to take part in today's men's 10 kilometers. Now we are welcoming out, starting with Thomas Raymond. Today I'm joined by none other than the 2020 Tokyo Olympian, Alice Deering. Alice, we've got a great race lined up today.
Yes, hey, thanks for having me. And yeah, it's going to be amazing. There's a lot of great athletes out there, and it being the final World Cup leading into the Olympics, there's going to be a lot on the line.
Yeah, a lot of pressure for many of these athletes out there today. As an Olympian yourself, talk us through what they would be going through. There's not long, as you mentioned, till we head over to Paris. There'd be a lot of nerves on that start line today.
Yes, there's about just over 2 months to go until the race in Paris. There's going to be a lot of preparation that's gone into this, a lot of testing and trialing. However, not too much at this stage, just because you want to make sure everything's solid, everything's good, and then have like a final run of it. There will be some people who are moving through to Europeans in a few weeks' time, but for those who are competing on like an international stage like this, out of their continent, it's going to be one of the last times where they get to compete against each other before the Olympic Games. So it's going to be very competitive and very fierce.
Absolutely. And of course, it is a World Cup stop, so there's still plenty on the line with some of the big names of the sport that won't be heading across the Olympics. Having already walked out, we've seen the likes of Thomas Raymond, Bailey Armstrong, even just going through there was Dario Varani. These athletes are out to prove a point today.
Yes, definitely. As is the nature with marathon swimming, with the Olympic Games, only a certain number of people can go through, and it ends up being that the World Cups and the World Championships are very, very competitive, because you get nations like Italy, for example, where you only get two per nation at the Olympics, but there are so many amazing athletes who have that capability to qualify but don't get that opportunity. So places like this, World Cups like this, really give them a chance to shine and show what they can do.
Yeah, that's right. And you talk to us about that. Italy have had a very strong representation, especially at this World Cup, once again hosting many athletes, which we are seeing introduced through the starting buoys now. Why do you think Italy's been so successful in the open water realm, and why do you think there's so many Italians out there racing today?
So I suppose I'll start with the second question first. I think it being in Italy, it being such a beautiful venue, it gives them that opportunity that you don't have to travel far, you don't have to put in too much money or too much funding into it to be able to race at a very competitive competition against the best in the world. And with marathon swimming, the nature of it means that you need to race the best in the world to prove that you're the best as well. You can't just get into a 10K anywhere around the world and race it and then say that you've won it, because it doesn't have the same weight as racing, the likes of Rosowski and Palcineri. So that helps the reason that there are lots of Italians in this field, but also historically, Italy has been so competitive in marathon swimming, in open water swimming. And I honestly think that's because they have so many beautiful places to be able to swim. We saw a European Aquatics World Cup just last week in Piombino. Again, that's just another amazing venue that the Italians have to use to race, but to also practice as well.
That's right. And I'm sure they're going to be putting Golfo Aranci on show once again. So just a reminder for those tuning in, this is Golfo Aranci. This is stop 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. My name is Will Rollo, joined today by none other than Tokyo 2020 Olympian in Alice Deering, calling all the action today. We're seeing some of our athletes being introduced. We'll introduce our top 10 athletes very shortly. A late withdrawal though today. Alice, could you talk us through that?
Yes, unfortunately, Akrenza, the winner in Soma Bay, is out with an injury, so he won't be competing in this race. So that's unfortunate. He was also currently third in the sprint ranking from the 2024 World Cup legs. So it's really unfortunate, really, really sad. I hope he recovers soon. But there's still so many amazing competitors that we're going to be watching today.
Absolutely. One of their on the screen, we had Dario Varani up next, none other than Hector Pardo, one of your favorites, Alice.
Yes, yeah, I got a lot of love for Hector. Trained with him back in Loughborough. I've just announced my retirement, so but trained with him back in Loughborough. We were on the 2016 GB team to the World Junior Championships. I won, and Hector came third in the 5K actually. So he has good history in swimming, and he, of course, also just came third in the 2024 World Championships in Doha. So he's having a very good season, and it's exciting to see where he's going to go.
Yeah, that's right. A true champion of the sport, as was Mario Sanzullo. Now we see Marc-Antoine Olivier, another one of those favorites. We move to the pocket rocket, the man himself from Hungary, David Bethlehem, looking very strong, very comfortable in this situation, Alice.
Yes, yeah, he's currently first in the sprint ranking, which is going to be exciting to see whether he wants to push that through and utilize that a bit more. But also came sixth at the World Championships in Doha just gone, so he's in good contention to, obviously he's qualified for the Olympics, but also probably looking for a medal there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes out with here.
Ready to race. Marcelo Guidi as well. Here is Nick Sloman traveling all the way from Australia to race in Italy. Up next, Logan Fontaine. He was fantastic at the recent World Championships, really strong in both the 10 and the 5 kilometers. Krzysztof Rozowski, the man of the season so far. He was just off the pace in Soma Bay, but should be ready to fight today, don't you think, Alice?
Yeah, he just keeps going strength to strength. He just builds every year, and Paris is looking very, very exciting for him.
And there is our series leader so far, Gregorio Paltrineri, very strong in stage 1 of this year's World Cup Series. All athletes now making their way out to the starting pontoon, and you can hear the cheers the Italian stallion gets as he walks onto the pontoon. Alice, the nerves starting to set in for these athletes. Talk us through the starting procedure.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you walk out, you're all lined up on the pontoon. Honestly, we'll sit down, we'll splash ourselves, get ready for the race, and honestly, this is this moment where all goes quiet. It's very tense, and it's just the concentration of when's the starting gun gonna go. And honestly, when the gun goes, all the nerves are kind of released, and it's just excitement to get in and start racing.
Yeah, and those athletes, a lot of training goes into this, so you can see they're now in the hands of our starting officials on the line. A big field of 60 taking to the water. Who will be crowned champion? We'll find out in 2 hours' time, as we are now underway. This is stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Golfo Aranci. The second year in a row we have been racing in Italy. A chaotic start, a lot of splash, but this is where it gets interesting.
Yes, yeah, I mean, here it's just, normally I would try and find some fast feet and just make sure you try and stay out of trouble as much as possible. It can get really physical, can get really difficult, and unfortunately it can make or break the race sometimes.
Yeah, there's a good saying that you can't win the race off the start, but you can certainly lose it. What's the key to having a good start here?
I think it's knowing who you're starting with in your area, like who's around you, who should you watch out for. Are there people who traditionally like to go off the front, who are next to you, who you can just be like, okay, and maybe let's just grab on their feet and stay there as long as possible and get as high up in the pack as possible. Of course, there's always the strategy of those people who do like to go off the front and just go for it and, put in a really strong, 200-300 meters to create a gap like we're seeing now.
Yeah, you see this strategy sort of always coming to fruition at the World Cup stage with a little bit less on the line, but Be interesting to get a spot on who that athlete is. It's hard to pick it up from the stroke, but there is a little bit of a gap forming.
Yeah, it's good substantial, like then this is a difficult one because you've got the majority of people sat in this pack who probably have no idea that this is happening.
Yeah.
And, you're kind of fighting against each other, trying to, get space for yourself. But who is it?
It's
a Chinese. Chinese. Oh, I think he's quite young. He's about 18 years old, I believe.
Yeah, right. We'll wait to see how this sort of starts off.
Yeah.
I think it's Jinhao Zheng, I believe, starting off the front. So he is young. He's a little bit inexperienced at this level, but we've seen the Chinese put in some good performances previously. Xinjian, of course, comes to mind. I'm sure you've had some great battles with Xinjian throughout your career, of course, but early days for sure.
Yeah. The Chinese always bring talent to open water swimming. Zinzin, fourth in Rio, I believe. She won the qualification race for the Rio selection pool. So yeah, there's a lot of talent happening in China, definitely.
Absolutely. For those just tuning in, this is stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Golfo Aranci. The swimmers today taking to the water for 6 laps, 10 kilometers in total, with the sprint laps on laps 1, 3, and 5. Alice, it's sort of a new initiative introduced, the sprint laps. I know you've only just recently announced your retirement, and congratulations on such an illustrious career, of course, with the Olympics to your name. But talk to us about what that sprint lap adds to these World Cup stops, and does it play on the minds of those in the pack?
So the sprint laps brings, I think, a bit more excitement, a bit more fun. There's more on the line for the swimmers. There's more to race for, more to be engaged for at certain parts. So the opportunity of, financial reward is always going to incentivize so many people. And I think especially for those swimmers who like to swim at the front, who like to be a bit more aggressive with their pacing, it plays perfectly into their hands that you've got like a good excuse to go, give it some more. It's on laps 1, 3, and 5 on this race.
And talk to us now about sort of how the pack is, it's bunched up a little bit. No one's really wanted to go out to the lead outside of Zhao in that first 200 meters. But the big names are near the front. I saw Rozovsky sort of making his move forward. I guess, how do you see it playing out? And almost to put you on the spot, who do you have as the favorite for the race?
Yeah, I always think Rozovsky is just such a fierce competitor. He's gonna turn up. He's gonna put down what he needs to, and especially this close to Paris, I think a lot of people will be really trying to make sure that everything's as tight as it can be. So, and the interesting thing with the pack at the moment, it is just so spread out. Everyone's kind of trying to take their own best line. You saw some people go around the left of the directional buoy. You saw the majority of people go around the right of it. So it's going to come to a bottleneck very soon when they get to the turning buoy, which is normally the most difficult part of a race in terms of physicality, because the amount of bodies that bunch up, and it can really cost you time if you're in an unfortunate position.
Yeah, that's right. It's where you really have to be attentive to the moves that sort of shoot forward. We can see, I believe that is none other than our young Hungarian leading the way. David Bethlehem looking really strong. He's very high stroke rate out in front. I think Krzysztof Rozovsky tucking in just behind him in second position at the moment. Very familiar position for both Bethlehem and Rozovsky, and a couple of the big names in the mix as well. Of course, last year we saw a breakaway pack of 6 with Ollie Clement actually swimming back from the chase pack into that top 6 to make it a top 7. One of the most remarkable feats I've seen in open water swimming was Clement's effort that day.
Agreed.
And finished off in third. Do you think we could see a split happening today?
Oh, I'd love to see. I'd love to be able to commentate on something like that. I was watching it from home, and I just remember seeing him climb up and up, and I was like, "Wow, that's probably one of the best performances in open water that I've seen in like a very long time." You know, this sport has so many people wanting to be the best at it, and there are so many like strong and amazing athletes, but that as an individual performance was truly remarkable.
Yeah, that's right, and really made a splash going on to get into the medals at World Champs, and of course earning his spot for the Olympic Games. Both Ollie Clement and of course none other than Florian Wellbrock not racing in today's race, getting ready for their Olympic campaign, but I'm sure they'll be watching at home, watching closely and seeing how these athletes play out, and I guess seeing if there's anything that they can learn as they head towards Paris.
Yes, definitely. You know, whilst we always say experience in open water is key, is the main thing that you need to get out of racing. There can be a lot gained from just sitting back and watching and seeing what your competitors are doing, and you know, not showing your hand, not showing what you're doing. So yeah, they'll definitely have eyes on this, and it's I guess it makes sense that Bethlehem is leading at the moment. He's first in the sprint ranking currently, so he's obviously looking to like put down some speed, put down some pace, but also cement that ranking at the top of the sprint list.
That's right. In conditions like today, a little bit of that side shot coming across as we come in now to the second turn buoy on today's course, about 800 meters into today's race. At 8 minutes into the race, it's certainly a cracking speed early on. Talk to us about, I guess, David Bethlehem's style of racing. He likes to go to the front early, control that pace, and see, well, if any athlete are willing to go with him.
Yeah, I always really admire and respect this way of racing. It's a way that, you know, when you get out, you have done everything that you can do. You can't say what if. You take the race and you make everyone deal with your pace. And sometimes, you know, it's very impactful. I believe we saw it at the Tokyo Olympics with Rosowski and Wellbrock, where they really took the pace to everybody else and kind of tried to sew up the medals as early as possible, basically, you know, break as many people in the field as they can. So it'll be really interesting to see how this develops and who can keep up with it.
And last year, the conditions here quite cold. I believe they were even racing in wetsuits, if I'm not mistaken. Last year, do you think that plays a factor on the athletes today?
Yes, yeah, I heard it was on the cusp, so it must have just been above 18 degrees today to be non-wetsuit. It is another factor that you just have to think about. You know, it's 18 is not too bad, but it can feel very cold and very fresh when you get in.
Sulla gara attualmente al comando a circa metà di questo primo giro.
You know, you're going to be trying so hard anyway, so your body's going to warm up so much.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess, you know, someone with a slight frame like David Bethlehem has been looking to sort of set that pace nice and quick so he avoids any of potential hypothermia setting in. But this is a serious pace compared to that first straight. They've really put the hammer down, and you can see it stretching out through that diamond formation.
Yes, this is where, when you're sat a little bit further back, about where the camera's level now, that you're really like looking up and just being like, okay, I'm hoping the majority of people can see her, but obviously Rosowski, who's just behind him, can. But the further back it gets, the harder it is to actually spot a single person swimming by themselves. And we saw a good case of it in Rio, the men's race in Rio, where it was an Australian Port.
Yeah,
Jared Port swam off the front, and I believe afterwards that the rest of the pack weren't aware of his effort, that he had gone out for it. So it can be a dangerous place, because you might think that you're in second or third, and then all of a sudden you touch the pad and someone else has finished a bit in front, that you're fourth place or something like that. So but I'm sure you know, it's literally a marathon, so things develop and change so much.
Yes, that's exactly right. It's interesting, though, to see how the race is playing out. David Bethlehem leads the way. Christoph Rosowski currently in second. and then a mass of incredible athletes fighting in the middle of the minor medals. I think Thomas Raymond currently being picked up as third. We see Marc-Antoine Olivier in the mix as well. There's some great shots coming here from World Aquatics. This, of course, is Golfo Aranci for round 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. I guess when you see the pace that's been put into this lap early on, we saw in that shot before where we had David Bethlehem leading the way, Krzysztof Rozowski sitting in second. To see Krzysztof already using his legs this early on in the race, it really goes to show how much effort has been put into this first lap. As we mentioned earlier, the sprint laps are on their minds, but do you think this might be a bigger play here from Bethlehem to try and set a split or even split the lead pack in half?
I think so, yeah. When you're seeing an effort like this is to drop as many people as possible in the nicest way. When you see a formation like this where it's close to being kind of just like a straight line, and I feel like we've seen this a lot more much more frequently in especially in the men's open water swimming over the past couple of years. I think Wellbrock really came through and cemented this kind of race where if you don't have the speed, if you don't have the pace, you just won't be able to compete for medals, let alone top 10.
Yeah, and I guess put yourself in the water at the moment and explain where the athletes would be sitting. A lot of them would have been expecting the pace to be hot early on, but wouldn't want to be going to their legs this quickly. But as an athlete, you don't really have a choice when someone's putting this pace out there, do you?
Yeah, this is the balance of whether you can see what's happening, you know what's happening, and you're like, okay, will it slow down at any point?
Yeah.
You're like questioning, like, how much do I need to conserve? It's one of those things, naturally it normally does slow down, but you have to be in the mix, you have to be in that top pack. And with the speed that Bethlehem's swimming at, it gives the potential of the top pack being maybe 15 to 20 people big, 15 to 20 people deep. So you need to make sure you're in that and in the top bits that you keep moving with the pace.
Yeah, and obviously this race is playing into the hands of David Bethlehem. He wants the fast pace, he wants to sit at the front, but you can see the likes of Marc-Antoine moving forward. I believe I can see Martej Kozubek sitting a bit further back, but there are some big names in this race. Hector Pardo, one of those athletes, recently just came off quite a sizable training camp in altitude. Do you think Hector will take today? He obviously want to win this race. How does this race play into his strengths?
Yes, Hector, I'm speaking from my experience at Loughborough, they put in a lot of hard work, put in a lot of effort, really dedicated towards the sport, both him and Toby Robinson. And they'll be wanting to definitely, place as high as possible, if not win the race. It's a final time you're competing against quite a few of these people. Of course, we've got Europeans coming up in a few weeks, but to be able to win this race moving into Paris with that kind of confidence, standing on the start line, it's the little gains like that, or I should say large gains like that, that can really make a difference for your race, that you mentally and physically are prepared to put yourself on the line for 2 hours, or 1 hour 50, and win the Olympic Games.
Yeah, it's an exciting time to be a fan of marathon swimming, and I'm sure Paris will provide the perfect spotlight that the sport needs to get that next generation of fans as we head not only into the LA 2028 Games, but of course to Singapore in 2025 for the World Aquatics World Championships. One of those athletes that is quite high up on that sprint point score is Marc-Antoine Olivier. He's currently moved past Krzysztof Rozowski into second. Do you think we could see a little bit of a battle here between Bethlehem and Olivier as they come down with about 300 meters until that timing gate that indicates the end of lap 1?
Yes, Marc-Antoine is such a seasoned athlete and racer. I remember 2017, he had an amazing year. came second in 2024 World Championships. He's currently second in the sprint ranking. So again, I suppose there's no shocks at who's leading the race. We have the statistics from Soma Bay. So yeah, he's not going to want to let Bethlehem have his own way in this race at all.
And there's only 3 points separating Marc-Antoine Olivier and David Bethlehem. That is our top two. I believe Thomas Raymond still managing to hold third, just ahead of Krzysztof Rosowski. We'll of course get a better update after lap 1. The Italians well represented as per usual out in that front pack, but we get a nice tight shot there of David Bethlehem. He has a much different open water stroke to many athletes in the field, a lot higher cadence, similar to the likes of Kerry-Anne Payne back in the heyday of the introduction of open water swimming. But a gap opening up here, Alice, as we battle for the sprint points.
Yes, and coming into the feed as well, I guess it'll be interesting to see if the top two feed, because that normally sets the pace for the it sets the pace for the rest of the lap. If these two feed, which it's hard to tell if they're going to or not, but quite often you'll see some people at the front skip the feed, and it really causes havoc towards the middle and back of the pack, because you still have to swim fast, and it normally means that you have to drop the feed as well. So let's see how kind they're feeling.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, because this is where the split did happen last year. Nick Sloman's had a pretty dramatic turn into that timing gate there. All athletes must pass through. Bethlehem gets ahead of Olivier in the end. Raymond still sits in third. Rosowski, Guidi, Dalu, Filadelli, and Casso. We talked about the depth of Italian open water swimming, and there you go. 5th to 8th, well represented. But there's the chaos of that feed pack. But you're correct, both Bethlehem and Olivier coming in for the feed.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a long race in seawater as well.
Yep.
You're going to want to feed as much as possible, even just to get the taste of the salt out of your mouth. Of course, the main reason is to take on the electrolytes and to take on the energy and the fuel. But sometimes just that satisfying, like, okay, it's not salt water, can be really pleasant. Yeah,
you're right. And we see now some more athletes coming through. I think it was Logan Fontaine sitting all the way back around the 30th position in the race. We saw in Soma Bay Gregorio Patronero, Davarani, and of course Domenico Azzarenda were managing to come through the field very late on in the race, similar to the way that Ferry Vertman used to race his races. Do you think that could be the start of the next generation again? The flip-flopping nature of the way that we approach these very quick 10 kilometers now.
Yeah, this is the interesting thing, isn't it? Yeah, the potential of someone who can stick with the pace but conserve as much energy as possible and still like spike through and come through. So yeah, you're right. It might end up just being like a circle of, okay, it ends up being like a sprint for 10k basically, but then someone else will eventually crack being able to sprint it, but also coming through at the end with like more speed and more power. So yeah, it's always the exciting thing with marathon swimming. There's so many tactics and different ways of doing it, and yeah, it's a very exciting sport.
Yeah, and I guess those tactics really do come into play when we see situations like we just saw in the feeding buoy. Talk to us about how that works as an athlete, and when do you start thinking about where you're going to position yourself, and how does it work as an athlete in the race?
Yeah, so you should really be thinking about feeding on like positioning yourself going into the feed, going down, like in this case it will be the long side of the other side, if that makes sense. So I hope that makes sense. Like, straight, the long straight, where honestly everyone wants the same line. We all want the inside line. You have to be physically tough and just kind of assert yourself in a certain position that I'm swimming here, this is my space. And sometimes, you know, you end up taking the outside line just because I don't want to get hit, or I don't want it to be too physical. I don't want to waste energy in that way. So sometimes you have to take a bit of a sacrifice to just conserve a bit of energy. But and already sometimes I was already thinking I'm not going to feed this lap because I need to make up space. So I'm happy to take those sacrifices because I know I'll be able to come past people during the feed. But even positioning yourself into the feed, as in to physically get the bottle, can be so challenging sometimes. And we've heard like many cases of bottles being accidentally knocked out by other swimmers, and that's of course a wasted feed, and you just have to like swim through and hope that you have better luck and better fortune next time.
Yeah, that's right. You have to be very adaptable in open water swimming. Talk to us though, very interesting initiative introduced once again this year by World Aquatics, sustainable drinking bottles on offer today. These athletes will be reused throughout the competition, the water bottles of course, and it's just one of the initiatives introduced to make sure that we keep this beautiful venue as beautiful as it is today.
Yes, it's absolutely great to see this. I think there have been attempts in the past at how this can work, and we've just found that as an athlete we don't want a cup, as in like a polystyrene cup. A bottle is the most preferable way because it's more of a narrow opening. It's easier to control when you're in the water and trying to swim as fast as you can, but equally the beauty of marathon swimming, or one of the beauties of it, is the fact that you get to race in venues like this, and the fact that we would come here sometimes and use plastic bottles which would sink to the bottom and potentially change the ecosystem of the venues that we're racing in it's such a pity. So it's absolutely great to see World Aquatics acknowledging this issue and being adaptable for the athletes, but also for the environment, to make sure it's kept safe but also relevant for the athlete's style of racing.
And these bottles brought to us by vegan bottles made in France, which are produced from 100% bioplastic. They'll be reused, as we said, throughout the competition and throughout the season, of course. And at the end of the season, they'll be recycled and reused, hopefully once again in 2025. So a great initiative once more by World Aquatics. They've continued to develop the way that this sport's been seen on the international scene. Last year, of course, the first time we raced at Golfo Aranci, the Gulf of Oranges, known back in the day. Truly a spectacular place to be racing. And as an athlete, Alice, what does it mean to be able to visit such incredible places, and your pool mates that have to sort of be restricted to racing in that 8-lane, 50-meter pool, they must be quite jealous when you get these opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those like kind of bittersweet things where you're like, okay, yeah, I'm swimming the marathon. It's the longest race. It's the hardest race. It's the hardest race in the aquatic program. I won't have any other arguments on that. But the fact that you get to come to places like this, I went to the Seychelles in 2018, Argentina all the way back in 2014. Some amazing and beautiful venues where you don't get those opportunities in the pool, which of course you still go to really cool places, but you don't get to race in venues like this.
Truly a special place as we get a fantastic shot of our lead group. We can see Christoph Rozovsky has taken over the power at the front of the race. The pace is still hot, not quite as hot, but the big man from Hungary, Christoph Rozovsky, the 2024 world champion, looking very strong in the lead. As we go back through the pack, there's still some big names, but a little bit of a gap opening up, as you can see different athletes starting to pick those separate lines. Much more beneficial to be tucked in though.
Yes, definitely. You can see here where there's a bit of a gap. If you're one of those athletes that is looking up at that gap, you want to close that as fast as possible. And it's always one of those situations where you're looking up and you're putting in effort, and you can put in maybe a little bit more just to close it, and it's always worth doing so, because once you get on someone's feet, the amount of energy that you save and how much easier it is to just stick with that pace when you don't have to be forcing all of your own effort through it makes such a difference. So it's always worth fighting for those extra few meters to get on someone's feet and stick on their draft.
That's right. It's interesting to see how this is playing out here. You can see Christoph Rozovsky leading. I believe that's Nick Sloman on the inside of him. Technically, I'd say that Nick Sloman's probably got the better of the line, but Christoph, a very experienced open water racer, he would be hoping to push Sloman almost underneath that turn buoy. We'll see how it plays out here. If you were at the lead here, how would you play this?
Yeah, it's you just got to be tough and hold your own line around these. You have to take what you want. I mean, obviously the judges are going to be watching, so I don't think you'll get too physical. And as sportsmen, they'll find space for each other. And you know, it's if this was going into the last lap, I think it would be kind of a different context. But we're still fairly early on in the race that you don't have to stress it too much. Oh, but they've definitely broken off a little bit, haven't they? Yeah. Yeah,
that was an interesting turn. All in good faith, I believe, around that turn buoy. But you can see the drastic line that they sort of take around those turn buoys, especially on the wider, thicker side of the pack. And obviously, all those meters add up at the end of the race, but safe and fast is always the key. No lead change though. Rozovsky still maintains that front position. Be interested to see where Bethlehem has moved to. We saw in Summer Bay, he liked to sit at the front of the race for almost the entirety of the race, with only just that final lap getting swum over. So maybe he's taking some learnings. Maybe he is a little bit more tired as he prepares for his first ever Olympic Games. Obviously, plenty to work through for the Hungarians.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, sitting at the front it's risky in a sense, but it's also incredibly safe because you have, like, people have to swim past you, right? So even if someone swims past you, you've got a chance to get on their feet and move with their pace. So there's always that, you know, I'm putting in the effort, I'm driving the pace, people are swimming off the back of me, but they also have to come past me if they want to beat me. So the effort that the Hungarians are putting in right now, it's still driving the pace through. It's fast. I'm sure there's going to be some people behind who are like struggling with this pace a little bit, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
In fact, it might even be David Bethlehem back at the front. Apologies for that. Rozovsky certainly sitting in second position now. The pace isn't quite as hot as that first lap, but still sitting strongly. These athletes, of course, in lap 2 of 6 laps here, 10 kilometers the total distance, and Golfo Aranci putting on a spectacular show once again. Blue skies and blue water. Where else would you want to be? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Is it the Australian?
It is. It's Nick Sloman. Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
So, Sloman, he's really gone from strength to strength. He's won World Cups before, but never with the same strength of field as we see today. Obviously, Nick had a great swim at the 2024 World Championships where he finished in the top 10, booking his position at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. It'll be his first Olympic Games after narrowly missing out to Kai Edwards back in Tokyo in 2020. So Sloman with a bit on the line today. He's also been at altitude. He was actually there at the same time as Tobias and Hector getting in the Ks up in Flagstaff. So be interesting to see. This is a bit of a change of tact. He does like sitting forward, but never necessarily sitting at the front of the race. So we see Gregorio Paltrineri just lose his cap on that turn buoy.
Yes, I do always love to see it when athletes try something new. You know, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Especially in marathon swimming, where you know it's going to be fast in Paris. It's been going that way for years. It happened in Tokyo. Every race since then has basically been, let's see how fast we can make this, lads. And testing yourself like this and seeing what you can do is always so impressive.
Yeah, that is bang on. And I guess, you know, with Florian not racing today, but a lot of the main competitors over racing, and of course Dominica Terenza unfortunately withdrawing late in the piece. Who do you see as your favorite going into Paris? And do you think that could be swayed by a very strong performance today from someone like Golfo Aranci, who did take out the win in Summer Bay, but was unfortunately not as strong. He came second in Summer Bay, but was not as strong as he would have liked at the two recent World Championships.
Yeah, honestly, this event is so hard to call, especially because it's so, like, you need to be adaptive, it's so condition-based, so much can change, it's so dynamic. There's so many, there's like 5 or 6 names that you, like, reasonably could win Paris. It will all come down to, I really think it was going to all come down to speed in Paris. We're seeing it here, we saw it in Tokyo, you see it at the World Championships. It's a pace game, and a lot of the athletes will be aware of this, or I'm sure they're all aware of this, that this is how marathon swimming has moved forward. So I don't want to call anything too soon. I'm definitely interested to see how today goes and how Europeans go, and what kind of shape the athletes are looking like they're in. But of course, we still have a substantial amount of time, but things can change before the Olympics.
That's certainly right, and of course...
What do you think, though? Who would you call?
Oh, the pressure's back on me now. I think it's well, as we can see right now, with the conditions really, really flat, it's a different race. You have the likes of Nick Sloman and David Bethlehem able to go to the front and push the pace because they're unimpeded in their stroke, whereas when we were in Doha, we saw there was quite choppy conditions. You have the stronger athletes like Domenico Azzarenza and, of course, the man of the hour in Krzysztof Rosowski back in February. Those athletes really thrive in those conditions. So given that we'll be racing in the Seine River, which is obviously just such an incredible opportunity for these athletes with none other than the Eiffel Tower as a backdrop, it's going to be interesting to see how those conditions impact the race. We saw in Tokyo with what was, and I mean, I'm talking to somewhat of an expert of racing in Tokyo, but hot and flat conditions which led to really hard racing, and with the men's race in particular, where it was really fast from the start, it played into the hands of none other than Florian Wellbrock. So expecting sort of similar conditions with hopefully not the same heat in the water, I'd say I'm still going to have to back Florian Wellbrock from this far out, but I do like what it could potentially mean for both Marc-Antoine Olivier and Logan Fontaine.
Oh, of course, French at-home games, the potential that has, to win a medal at home games for your life and your career. Of course, winning a gold medal for your life and career is life-changing, but at home games really has that special gold dust on it for the French athletes this year, of course. So, it's going to be so exciting. Of course, it's really exciting what's happening now, but it's just it's a warm-up, it's a precursor to the magic that's going to be happening in a few weeks' time. And then, of course, the 2025 World Championships in Singapore, which, again, will have so much talent competing there.
Yeah, we have truly been blessed as open water swimming fans, and swimming fans in general, unfortunately, hasn't been the same for the staff who've had to roll out event after event. But in terms of spectating, we have been absolutely blessed to really work through some world championships in succession and have great events like today once again on the main stage. We see Nicholas Sloman of Australia still leading the way. Krzysztof Rosowski on almost a better line as they come down. This is towards the end of lap 2 of 6 here in Golfo Aranci. My name is Will Rollo, and I'm joined by none other than Tokyo Olympian Alice Deering, calling the action today and really enjoying what we're seeing so far as we get ready.
His stroke rate is so impressive. It's rare to see that kind of stroke rate in a man, but I guess he's driving the pace, so he wants to move through. It's looking like he wants to create quite a strong break here. we've seen it developing throughout the race, but let's see if it really comes to fruition now.
Yeah. Sloman is he's an interesting case. He's a great case of perseverance, that's for sure. The young Australian training with John Rogers out at the Noosa program, and none other than someone I'm sure you're well aware of in Karina Lee. The Noosa programs, they've produced so many incredible swimmers and triathletes, and Sloman looking to be the continuation here as we finish off lap 2 and come into this feed zone. Talk us through what's about to happen here, Alice.
Yeah, so it's feeding time again. Again, there's a lot of bodies in there, especially just coming through the timing gate now. There's like 20 to 30 people within 5 seconds of each other, probably more. So it's going to be like you lock eyes on your feeding pole, you lock eyes on it and you swim towards it, and you try to hope that there's not too many people in the way of you. Of course, you have to be respectful of your sportsmen and your fellow competitors, but at the same time, it's that balance of I need to get to my drink, and I need to be in the best position as possible.
Yeah, and it certainly plays into the hands of those stronger, bigger athletes as they can move through the field quite easily, but your slighter frame athletes, like we just saw there with David Bethlehem, getting almost manhandled by some of the athletes moving through the field. But that is the open water swimming, and as we've sort of discussed already, you do have to be quite versatile as an athlete to be successful in this field. We can see that lead pack starting to get whittled down. It'd be about 40 to 50 deep at the moment. So some of our more junior athletes with a bit of work to do, they won't obviously feature in the end of the race today, but it's great experience nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely. My first senior competition was 2014 Argentina, and I remember I was with the pace, the 7.5K, and then I absolutely fell off the cliff. And I remember literally crawling back along the final straight. And it is experiences like that that really cement how much you want to do it. You know, it's difficult and it's challenging, but you get out of it and you just think, I want to do better. And it's great to see young athletes, juniors, having these opportunities to race the best in the world, to see how things are done, to see the difference between junior racing, because the difference is stark. You know, in these races, if you make a mistake, it's very, very difficult to come back from it. But from my experience in junior swimming, when I made a mistake, I was always like, it'll be okay. Like, I've got time, I've got space, I've got the speed. Whereas mistakes are punished very heavily in senior open water swimming.
And Alice, talk to us about, we've mentioned how many Italians there are racing today. This is, of course, a home venue, and what a beautiful venue it is. What would it mean to these young Italians, or not so young Italians, veterans of our sport now, such as, of course, Gregorio Palcineri, Marcelo Guidi, and a number of other athletes making up that mix in Dario Varani and Mario Sanzullo. What would it mean to them to have a home opportunity like is on offer today?
Yeah, it's just so cool, isn't it? To not have to travel far, to be able to race at home, to potentially have your friends and family come and watch you with incredible ease. And yes, such a beautiful venue. You can see how clear the water is. The boats just look like they're gliding on like nothing. It's just shadows beneath them. So yeah, it's always special to be able to race at home. I've only been fortunate to do it maybe, I guess once, if we're saying Scotland, at the European Championships in 2018. But it really does make a difference to your comfort as an athlete, but also just the enjoyment of the race as well.
Yeah, that's right. And we heard it before in the introductions, and myself previously having raced at a similar level in Hungary, had the opportunity to be introduced in between Ferry Wertman, who obviously at that point in 2018 was the reigning Olympic champion, and then the athlete introduced after me was none other than Krzysztof Rosowski. So I know exactly how much a big cheer means to some of these athletes, and it's definitely even more so aware of what it means to not get the same cheer as you're introduced. But I'm sure the Italians specifically will be looking to take out the top place today. They haven't yet won this stage, so it would be interesting to see how it plays out when we come to that final lap.
Yeah, definitely. Looking to put down a marker, especially those who haven't qualified for the Olympics. You know, this will be probably one of their season peaks, their season performances. Especially as the next World Cup is in October, so it's the last World Aquatic Championships besides the Olympics that you're going to get to race against each other.
And you mentioned a couple times today, European champs just around the corner. What can we expect for that? Obviously, it's a closed meet. Only the Europeans will be racing at that, so we'll lose the Australians, the Americans, and a couple other big countries that are looking to compete. But still, as we know, the Italians, the French, the Brits, there's still going to be plenty to watch when we get to Europeans this year.
Yeah, Europeans it's a tough competition. You know, obviously every continent will put down incredible talent, incredible athletes, but Europeans really can bring so much confidence towards people, because if you end up beating the likes of Rosowski or Marc-Antoine or Florian Wellbrock, moving into Paris with confidence like that you've competed against the best, will just elevate your performance so much.
Certainly, as we've been saying, and it's sort of a theme that we have discussed over multiple World Cups and World Championships. We are truly lucky to be in what feels like a bit of a golden era of open water swimming. Moving back to the race, it still is Australia's Nick Sloman leading Krzysztof Rosowski at the front. We saw the big names in the mix though, Marc-Antoine Olivier just around there, as well as Marcelo Guidi. Marcelo, of course, taking out the victory in Stubble last year at the World Cup. I'm sure he'll be looking to be close to the top of the podium today. A home victory would mean a lot for Guidi. Of course, is not selected to represent Italy at this year's Olympic Games. Marcelo is an interesting case because, as we've talked about, that depth of Italian swimming is very hard to break into those pinnacle meets in the World Champs, the Olympics, the Europeans. Marcelo Guidi, obviously facing a similar position to yourself with a very strong British swimming ranks. How do you handle that as an athlete, and how critical are events like today for selection?
Competing against your countrymen is for like one or two spaces is always so difficult and so challenging, because you want to see your country succeed, but you also want to be that person that is helping your country succeed. So especially for Italy, I've always said it's the toughest country to qualify for marathon swimming. Oh, have we seen a withdrawal here?
Yeah, unfortunately that is we'll get a number check on that athlete soon, but as we talked about, it is quite cold out there today.
Yeah, if you're I don't remember the last time I raced in water that cold or this cold. Not that I'm there now, but you know, it can be really challenging and really quite a shock. So yeah, I really hope they're okay. And this is the thing, safety is always like number one priority. If you're not safe or you're not well in the water, do get out. It's okay to get out and just save it for another day and make sure you're safe.
Yeah, that's right. Safety, the number one priority, and that is the remark of World Aquatics as well. All of our World Cup series with plenty of support craft out there looking after our athletes as they push themselves with intensity. As we mentioned before, that lead pack is starting to whittle down, and we will see these athletes sort of drop off. At the moment, I think it's about 45 deep, so still plenty of athletes in the mix, but it's going to get shorter and shorter as we get closer to the finish.
Yes, I feel like we've seen the front pack change a little bit. I feel like Palcineri was touching up there. If I got that right, I saw someone without a hat, so I think that's Palcineri. Also saw a Hector Pardo move up there as well, and I think Antoine Olivier and Logan Fontaine as well. So I guess the big hitters that we've been talking about are like moving themselves up through the pack as we come to the halfway stage.
Yeah, that's a great point. At the end of lap 2, just before Hector Pardo and Tobias Robinson sitting in 21 and 23rd position respectively. Obviously, training partners, countrymen, and I believe good mates. Would they have talked about how they want to race, or is this just coincidental that they're sitting so close together?
Yeah, I mean they're roommates, so there's who knows whether there's like some mind games going on there, but I think it's that knowledge that they're both racing well, and it's kind of friendly feet in a way that you end up kind of like being drawn to each other like magnets a little bit. Sometimes whether you mean to or not, you just suddenly realise, oh, I'm next to my countryman, and it's one of those where you're like, okay, I know you're probably not going to try and hit me too much, or you're not going to get too physical with me. We're happy to chill next to each other and then let our tactics play out as they go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting because, as you said, you can be the best mates, but when the push comes to shove and ultimately there's a financial incentive to getting that top position, the friendliness goes out the door. Looks like we've had a lead change with Guidi now taking the front of the race. I would say that with none other than Marcelo Guidi, he does prefer to sort of sit further back in the race and really make that late charge. 27 years of age now. He feels like a veteran of the sport because he's been around for such a long time, but I'm sure he's in control of what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. This wealth of experience that he's had from so many years of racing can always just come to light, and especially as we've been saying with the Italian swimmers, taking this on in your home country, in front of our home crowd, and with I guess another sprint lap on the line currently, can really elevate your performance.
Yeah, we'll be watching that play out as we move through the race. One of the names I wanted to highlight, currently sitting in 8th position at the end of lap 2, is Vincenzo Casso, the 18-year-old from Italy. He is yet to make a really big wave on the international stage, but he's moving through the ranks quite nicely. He recently won a 1500 meter, I believe it was wasn't quite the national championships level, but almost there, and he went 14:51 for that 1500, so quite speedy. And certainly one to watch as we move through not only this Olympic cycle but the next.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the Olympic places being sewn up for Paris, that's one thing. But at 18 years old, looking at LA when you're 22, that's just so exciting for him. And experiences like this, getting in racing like this early in his career, especially sitting high up in the pack, can really be those pivotal moments that when you get to 21, 22, 23 years old, that you have that experience to draw back from.
Yeah, and as we've talked about throughout the first 3 laps here of today's race, the speed that is coming into marathon swimming cannot be understated. So to be able to swim at 14:51, 1500 meters is absolutely essential to today's pace, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think there are maybe 1 or 2 exceptions within the top 10 traditionally at World Champs that don't swim under 15 at the moment, which it just shows how much the sport has moved on. It did used to be a bit of course needs to be fast, but you could kind of get away with not having that speed. But I think since Florian Welbot came through and has demonstrated what can be done, it has just taken the sport to new levels where continually people have been driving the 1500 time to get that speed and that pace, but then also having the engine to be able to cope with putting in hard meters over 10K.
Yeah, so talk to us about that, because it is somewhat of a trend that we've seen in the men's open water space, where there has been such a almost a mirror put from the men's marathon top 10 to the men's 1500 meters. Do you think that's more of a transition from our 1500 meter athletes into open water, or do you believe that our open water athletes have gotten faster?
Oh wow, yeah, it's like chicken and egg, isn't it? Like.
Yeah, sorry to put you on the spot like that.
No, yeah, it's okay. I would say I think it's the marathon getting faster is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I think, okay, naturally as a distance swimmer, you kind of have to start at the 8 and the 15 and then move to the 10K. That's traditionally how it goes for people. So I think Florian Wellbrock, for example, started in open water, wasn't placing very highly initially. Kept building on his speed, kept building on his development as an athlete, and now we see him to be the athlete he is today. So, yeah, it's a difficult one. I think that there will be cases where you get someone like Gregorio Palcineri, who made his base and his name in the pool, and then saw the opportunity in marathon swimming and went to it and has excelled at it. So, yeah, it's a difficult one. There are cases for either side, but I'm going to flip it back on you. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it sort of was led by Florian Wellbrock. I know obviously Gregorio precedes the career of Florian, but if we look back to 2016, when I think 2017 onwards, we saw that change with, of course, at the time, Ferry Bertman as the top dog in men's open water swimming. To see the way that he could control a race, with even that point we had some very fast pool swimmers. Jordan Wilimowski led the charge, who obviously was a world champion himself. But for Florian to come across and just focus primarily on speed and change the way that the race was swum and go to the front and almost swim a 10K like an extended 1500 is sort of led that charge. So in a roundabout way, I think that it's almost marathon swimming has led the impact in the pool, and only just recently with the likes of Daniel Whiffen, who I'm sure you're a big fan of, have we seen that sort of flip back the other way. So I think the men's 1500 this year will be equally as exciting as the marathon swimming, and that's purely because it is creating an opportunity for our marathon swimmers to step up, as well as be pushed by those athletes that focus primarily on swimming in the pool.
I totally agree. Yeah, big distance events in Paris, all of the freestyle events actually. Like I know we're distance fans here,
not too worried about the 50.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like the 100, the 200, before the 8, the 15. Honestly, the amount of talent that has just suddenly bunched up in these events, and you have so many men competing for, you know, like point something of a second. Like the 400 free, I think we saw in Doha, wasn't there like a second separating second to 8th or something over 400 meters, which it just shows how deep we have a lot of male talent around the world at the moment, and this extends all the way up to the 15 and then again all the way to the 10K, where we will see the opportunity for, well, the likes of Daniel Whiffen, not sure if he's going to do it, but the likes of Daniel Whiffen who have the chance to swim the 10K in Paris. Yeah,
that's a big change to the way that this year's Olympics could run. I know Carlos Benito of Spain will be coming across, and he carries a lot of prowess. As we come down now, this is the end of lap 3. Of course, the sprint points back on the line here. We've seen a big move from David Bethlehem. He's moved all the way back up from 6th into the lead.
Okay. I love that. Yeah, that's evidence of the sprint laps working for him again. So he's going to, looks like, probably retain his title at the end of this race, if it's not too early to call it, being first from Soma Bay and then being first on lap 1 and 3 now. It's looking very good for him.
Yeah, big move there for sure, to move all the way from 6th into the lead. Bethlehem, unfortunately for Bethlehem, Guidi sitting very high up on that point rankings, as is Marc-Antoine Olivier, who looks like he's just come in 6th, but still crucial points. But key to note that the way that the points work this year is they are scaled by the lap. So the 5th lap will also be sprint points available, and they will be worth the most amount of points. So I'm sure we'll see Bethlehem start to charge on the back half of the race. So that is halfway through today's 10 kilometers, the men's race here in Golfo Aranci. What a race we have shaping up. The big names still all in touch, and Gregorio Patronari, a big mover in that lap, moving from 18th into what is considered the top 10. So we'll be calling the action here with intent through the second half of today's men's 10 kilometers. This is, of course, stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Golfo Aranci. My name is Will Rollo, joined by Alice Deering, the 2020 Tokyo Olympian. And Alice, as we saw there, Bethlehem moving forward in an incredible momentum change in the race. We have plenty on the line as we have just under 55 minutes of swimming left.
Yes, yeah, it's going so fast. It's still so bunched up, despite the efforts of both Bethlehem and Sloman and the young Chinese swimmer at the start of the race. It's still very bunched up, and it just shows how much everyone wants this. No one's just going to let someone swim off and have their own race and make it easy for themselves. So it's been very competitive, and it's going to come down to the very last lap.
Yeah, it's a completely different way than the race was swum last year. Last year we had Patronari, the first time racing here in Golfo Aranci, and as we see this shot, what a incredible place to be racing in. And we saw Patronari go to the front at the end of lap 2 and decide not to feed and split the pack entirely. There was only 6 swimmers that were able to jump across, and then of course, as we've discussed, Ollie Clement jumped across to be in contention for the medals. But this is a completely different race. There hasn't been any splitting, and whether that is, of course, the upcoming Olympics, so a lot of our stars are in pretty intense training at the moment, or whether that is just the entire field is more aware of these changes. It's certainly interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, actually, yeah. Whether, it's one of those things where you want to put down a good performance, you want to put down a strong performance, but you don't want to put yourself in a hole for a couple of weeks because you've put everything on the line in this race, and that is very doable with a marathon swim. I came back off the back of qualifying for the Olympics, and I got into the pool, and it took me like a good 5 days longer to recover because I think emotionally I was obviously so excited, but also so tired, and physically also so tired as well. So it's really finding that balance in these crucial few weeks that you are happy and confident with how you've swam, but also physically you haven't exerted absolutely every bit of your energy.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously that would be on the minds of all these athletes as we see Bethlehem, who is booked his ticket to Paris this year. He was strong in Summer Bay, as was, of course, Domenico Azzarenza, who took out the overall victory. Not racing today, unfortunately, a late withdrawal due to an injury. I believe he has been struggling with a shoulder injury throughout this season. We've talked earlier in the race around Hector and Tobias and their relationship as training partners and roommates and teammates and all sorts of great friends. And we've seen the likes of Christoph and David Bethlehem dominate most of the race. One of the super squads in the sport, of course, coached by Fabrizio Antonelli, Gregorio Patronari, Leone Beck, Domenico Azzarenza, Dario Varani, just to name a few. Why do you think open water swimming has sort of lent its way to those super squads forming, and how attractive as a former superstar of our sport is it to train with the likes of Fabrizio?
I think it just shows how powerful marathon swimming is in like the ecosystem of it. As in, it is like a community, it's like a family. You travel around the world, you see the same people, you get to know each other. It really is a beautiful sport to compete in, but also in the sense of the super squads that we see. I think it's because there aren't many places in the world that can really accommodate what a marathon swimmer needs. And we're talking 100k weeks plus for some of these swimmers, back to back, the dedication from the coaches, but also the athletes surrounding you. You really need people who are all on the same page. It would be quite challenging to be a marathon swimmer competing and swimming 100k weeks back to back when you're training alongside a 50 swimmer who maybe trains 5 or 6 times a week and does a load in the gym and has a very different lifestyle to you. So I think the formation of these squads just shows that there's a strength in numbers and a unity amongst athletes across different nationalities.
Yeah, absolutely, and I guess elaborate on that point of how community-based this sport really is, because the reality of race days, it's quite exciting when you get to come to these incredible venues, but for the majority of the preparation in the darkness and almost in the isolation of some of the kilometers, it is greatly beneficial to have some of your best mates and teammates training next to you, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, swimming can be a very isolated sport because you can't talk, or you can't chat, or you can't have like the only time you can talk to each other whilst you're actually swimming is social kick, and you might be lucky and get 100 meters of that at the end of the session. So
it's a treat.
Yeah, exactly. It's when your coach is like, oh, okay, you've done well this week. Here's some social kick. Here, have 5 minutes to be able to talk. But so when you're at the wall for those few seconds that you do get at the wall, you probably don't want to talk to people either, but everyone knows and respects that traditionally in certain environments. Sometimes you get some people who are a bit more like peppy, a bit more energetic, who like to talk or somehow find the breath to talk, but majority of the time it really is an isolation, but you're in isolation with other people, if that makes sense. So it's like a alone together kind of environment. And after doing the sport for so many years, it can get difficult, it can get challenging, and that's when you really can turn to the people next to you and take inspiration from them.
Yeah, well and truly in the trenches together. I'm sure many open water swimmer around the world knows what that feels like. We have here David Bethlehem, our current leader of the men's 10 kilometers. He's just ahead of his teammate Krzysztof Rozowski, fitting time to call on teammates. Now, David opening up a little bit of a gap here. Do you think that's something sustainable or just the way that the pack's moving?
Gosh, yes, it is so difficult to call. I mean, I think he's probably trying to put down another effort, which is really good to see that he's still got energy and power to move through.
Going into
yeah,
the turn
I guess
as well.
It's one of those where, I guess that's it. Trying to find space throughout the turn. And you can really put down some strong efforts around the buoy whilst everyone else bunches up, and you have clear water. That psychology of knowing that you have space to move with when everyone else behind you is fighting for positions can be really impactful.
Yeah, that's right. And it puts the back of the pack under quite a bit of pressure. So I expect us to whittle down the back of that pack even more so as the pressure's well and truly applied here by David Bethlehem. You can see it really starting to string out at the front of the race, having an impact. So those athletes are going to have to jump across. It's very hard to split the pack in the middle of a lap. So we see some of our female athletes are about to take to the water. But yeah, I guess it is a completely different strategy trying to break the pack in the middle of a lap as opposed to around a turn buoy or, of course, into the feeding pontoon.
Yes, definitely. It requires a lot of speed, a lot of hopefully clear water, so you can just like skim across the top of it. And we're seeing obviously it's quite like nice flat conditions. I was told it was a little bit wavy or a bit choppy the other day, so it's nice to see it's leveled out. I always preferred that personally. I'm sure there are some swimmers in there who would have actually liked the chop because they can work with it better. Yeah. But we really see like a good effort coming down from Bethlehem here.
Yeah, it's almost a glass off at this point, which obviously doesn't play into the strength of Krzysztof Rozowski, currently sitting in second position. But for David Bethlehem, This is what he wants to see. He wants to push it hard, and you can see almost single file until about the 10th in that pack. So there would be a lot of men in this race starting to hit the panic button, needing to move forward. You wouldn't want to be sitting too far deep. Of course, there's still plenty of swimming to take place, but you don't want to be in the wrong position when this split happens.
No, exactly. And you can see here that maybe about 2 to 3 meters has opened up. It really doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're fighting against, well, not fighting, but you're swimming against each other, competing, those gaps are really crucial and can be that part of the race that you look back and you know, okay, that's when I lost it.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you can't tell when you've won it, but sometimes you know when you've lost it, and it really is those crucial moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure when they review the tape and they hear us talking along, and they would be like, oh, of course, why didn't I notice that gap when it's spotted? But it's much easier to say that when you have these incredible drone shots than when you're swimming at water level.
Yes, that's the thing. Like, so I think I can spot a yellow cap of Hector there. I think it's either Hector or Toby, potentially. It's not too far, and it probably doesn't feel far, but when we look at it from the drone and you see that you could definitely fit another body in that gap, that means that you need to be further up as much as possible. And it is so much easier said than done, because they're probably very aware of this. They will be wanting to be as close to the person's feet in front without touching them too much and annoying them or pulling them back or anything like that. So yeah, it's always that challenge of, okay, I need to push myself, but also make sure I don't kill myself trying to bridge this gap.
Yeah, and I'm sure that would be playing front of mind for them. Before, we just saw Iris Mincini of Italy getting ready for her race, which is of course going to take place just after the conclusion of our men's race today. Plenty of action for swimming fans around the world. These conditions, though, obviously have an impact on the way that our men race, but I would say arguably more so impactful for our women's race. We know Sharon van Ruwendaal, the 2024 world champion, she loves a bit of a choppy race, whereas Leonie Beck would absolutely kill for these conditions.
Yeah, they are two such amazing competitors and athletes. I remember seeing Leonie win the 2013 European Junior Championships in the 800 and just thinking, oh my god, I hope she never does open water. So yeah, literally to see her doing open water maybe about 4 or 5 years later, I was like, oh damn. But of course Sharon, I think she even went to London 2012 in the 200 back. So, and she was also the 2016 European champion in 400 free, I believe.
Yeah. So
is it 2016? Sorry, maybe even 2018. Or
no,
sorry, 2014. It was 2014. Sorry, my bad. 2014 in the 400 free, I think.
She also was in the medals in Rio for the 400 freestyle and in the 100 backstroke, in fact. So what a career.
Oh wow. Yeah, this is exactly another great example of the versatility of open water swimmers and marathon swimming, is that you need speed. You need everything from 50 meter speed to 10k speed. You need to be able to sprint 15 meters very quickly, but you also need to be able to have that engine and have that power to to swim a 10k at the pace that is being required of you. So I always found it very, very funny when people were surprised that I could swim like 5,700 meters free, which is not quick, but they were always really surprised that I had that kind of speed in me. And I was like, guys, you obviously haven't looked at marathon swimming and open water swimming to realize that the races in many cases come down to point something of a second between first and second place or first and third place or something like that. So you need to have that speed to finish and to finish fast.
Yeah, the versatility of these athletes is truly something spectacular. They're usually pretty good at all freestyle strokes, sometimes good at backstroke and often good at butterfly, but always terrible at breaststroke. You can almost guarantee a marathon swimmer cannot swim breaststroke, but
oh, absolutely
a little bit of a interesting play out here. Looks like we've got a little bit of a gap in these packs?
Oh, as a competitor, I don't know about you, Will, I always found this one of the most stressful parts of the race, because if you're one of the people who are kind of sat at the bottom of the V, where you have a decision of which line you take, I always never knew which one to take. You know, you start second guessing yourself, and then you end up literally swimming down the middle because you don't know you can't commit either way, and that can be like devastating. I don't know how you found that.
No, bang on. And you always don't think you've made the right decision. You've always made the wrong decision, because you can see the other pack sort of swimming faster, slower. You're not really quite sure. So it is certainly a stressful time for these athletes, and certainly one of many times where I feel much more comfortable watching than actually doing. But if they did have the foresight of seeing David Bethlehem leading their arm of the breakaway, I would be jumping in behind David Bethlehem, because he isn't going to let Christoph get out of this position before him.
Yes, this is the thing. It's a lot of trust of who's at the front, like who's in front of me, who's leading it, who's in the other one. You don't have much of this information, if any, available to you, so you kind of have to make a gut call, and it's like picking a bad lane in traffic sometimes. Sometimes it happens to you and you're like, oh, I should have stayed where I was, or I should have jumped lane when I had that little gap to open. So it can be really mentally, it takes a lot of energy from you, and it's just talking about mental energy is something that in the race you really need to try and conserve as much as possible, because you do have to stay switched on for 2 hours, but also you can't beat yourself up and judge yourself for every decision and mistake you've made.
That is, though, the perfect analogy for what these athletes would be going through right now. There are a lot of big names sitting in behind Krzysztof Rosowski, and then there are a lot of younger athletes, very much youthful exuberance, chasing down David Bethlehem, who leads the other sort of line into the end of lap 4 here. Krzysztof, as you can see in that shot, does have the better line, but one of the key things that we're going to watch here, Alice, is when these two packs meet together, are they able to maintain that connection to David Bethlehem? And is this the opportunity that David Bethlehem needs to pull away and potentially break from the field? This is going to be a very important part to the race here.
Yes, this is interesting, because I always see this as like two doors closing, and they kind of they kind of slam into each other, they merge into each other, and sometimes you actually end up behind swimmers who might have the pace now, but might not have the pace in the next 200 or 300 meters, or let's say 1K. So it's always a bit daunting when it's closed and you suddenly realize, okay, who am I behind? Might not know who they are, and there's nothing wrong with that. We always need fresh talent, new talent coming through it, but when you know you're behind a name that has competed very highly, got medals, consistently top 10, there's more confidence in that. So it'll be interesting to see who's coming through now. Rosowski in 4th.
Bethlehem clearly had the better of the lines there, and people that were tucked in behind him. We see Roditi, who we haven't really seen at the front of the race so far, making a move into 3rd position. He is a class athlete, often in that top 10 that we were talking about. So, but no one brave enough to skip a feed there.
I guess most likely probably not going to feed into the last lap. I never did. I thought the cost gain just wasn't worth it, especially for a lap that's only 1.6k. Once you've taken it on, it probably won't actually hit your system. So that's just my technique. I'm sure there'll be some athletes who disagree with me, but so I guess it's kind of like the final feed before moving into the finish. So it's one that you don't want to skip.
So do you think some of these athletes don't come in at the end of the lap number 5?
I would predict that, yeah. That's normally the tactic that I had, just because you want as much time swimming as possible, and it's always one of those things where my adrenaline personally would be that thing that would carry me through to make up that energy, and that it doesn't feel as bad as it is or anything like that. And especially with the laps being 1.6k, I don't think it's needed as much. If we were talking about a 2.5k lap, that's a different scenario where you've still got a quarter of the race left to go without having a feed. So that's probably where you would try and feed, but it's just whether your body and your metabolism can actually take on the substance in time for it to be worth it.
Yeah, that's a great point there. But despite David not skipping that feed there, the pace has still stayed on, and you can see just behind him, I believe, is Marc-Antoine Olivier.
Yeah.
He's right in single file as they come down. This is turn buoy number 1 as they head out now for lap 5. Of course, once again, we'll see the sprint points on offer at the end of this lap, and our top 2 athletes in the overall ranking sitting currently first and second. I wonder how this plays out here, and of course, what sort of energy would David Bethlehem be looking at as he moves from potentially leading into lap 5 into the final lap of the race?
Yeah, he's really been putting in like strong efforts here. I think it's only lap 2 that he wasn't leading for going into the timing gate. It's great to see Marc-Antoine up there. You know, the great thing about open water is you always get fresh talent through, but there's always those names that have been there for like a few years that have the talent that kind of give the legitimacy to an effort like Bethlehem. I know he's been really coming up for the past few years, but to be swimming this well in front and above, you know, the likes of Rosowski, Marc-Antoine, Palcineri, it showcases the effort that he's putting in.
Yeah, that is another incredible point. And I guess when you look at someone like David Bethlehem, who leads the way at the moment, he has had such an illustrious career for the age that he is. I remember when he won his first World Junior Champs back in 2022, he won that by 4 minutes. So truly a sensational athlete. He was in a league of his own that day, and certainly in the junior ranks he has forever been in a league of his own. The only real competitor that he has faced is the young Frenchman and Sachavelli, so looking forward to the future battles that they have. But to date, David Bethlehem is yet to win a gold medal at the World Cup stops. He's won a few minor medals. He won bronze in Eilat in 2022, and then bronze once again last year in Setúbal, Portugal. But yet he did a similar thing in Solma Bay where he led for the majority of the race, but then when push came to shove, you saw the big Italians, Dario Varani, Gregorio Palcineri, Domenico Azzarenza, make their massive surges. That's the difference between Bethlehem, who is, don't get me wrong, an incredible swimmer, an incredible pool swimmer, but Bethlehem, I believe, only about a 1450, 1500, and when you see Gregorio Palcineri, who is, of course, the second fastest 1500 meter swimmer of all time, that is the separating and differentiating factor. So like I do like his attempt to control the pace, but I would like to see him sort of maybe save his energy over the next kilometer, and then when it comes down to that final K, do that final surge and see where he's able to end up in regards to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's always such a brave and strong way of swimming, and he's really dragging the pack out now. You know, you can see some substantial gaps opening up between the single file. So he's really driving it through, and it might end up being one of those cases where there's like 6 people, you know, in a line swimming into the finish, and then it's kind of like, who has the speed in these final 100-200 meters to swim past one another. So but yeah, Bethlehem, really great to see this kind of talent and passion and effort coming through, that he's putting himself on the line like this. He's dragging the race through, he's making everyone work, and exciting for him coming up in Paris. It'll be great to see him win here. I think that would definitely put the cat among the pigeons, as a very British phrase. It'll really get people like questioning, being like, okay, you know, like nothing is sewn up in Paris at all. You know, there's a lot of competition, and to have another name that you can say, you know, really put down an amazing performance just a few weeks ago is going to be exciting.
Well, especially, you know, at an Olympic Games where there is an element of the athletes really questioning their own ability to step up on that big stage. I'm sure that would be the plan for Bethlehem. I mean, as we all know, everyone goes to the Olympics with the hope of potentially taking home an Olympic gold medal, and I'm sure David Bethlehem joins his countryman and Krzysztof Rosowski, his teammate, his very good friend, in one of those gold medal hopefuls. And I'm sure we'll see Bethlehem race in a similar fashion. The only fashion that I've ever seen him race in, to be fair, is go to the front and hold on for as long as he can. And in the likes of the World Junior Championships, he wins by 4 minutes. But for so far at the World Champs and World Cup meets, he has unfortunately just finished in the minor medals. I'm sure that won't be the case for his entire career.
No, yeah, absolutely not. And it's just more and more experience. And yeah, as I was saying earlier with junior swimming, the jump is just, it is massive. You know, you go from World Juniors, European Juniors, where you're competing against the best in your age group around the world, but no one's really got that experience. No one's had like loads of racing hours that they kind of know what's happening. So when you get someone like Bethlehem who can go off the front and swim, like obviously swam very hard for a very long time, and win by 4 minutes, it's just an example of what can be done at junior swimming, then transferring to senior swimming, still putting in great effort, but they're not letting him have it his own way at all.
That's right. If we look to second, though, Logan Fontaine currently sitting behind our leader in David Bethlehem. Logan Fontaine, almost the forgotten Frenchman. Sorry, Logan sitting in third currently, Marc-Antoine in second. But Logan Fontaine, for most of his career, has almost lived in the shadow, and for no good reason. You know, you look through his illustrious career. He won gold in 2016 at the World Junior Open Water Swimming Championships, but more notably, of course, winning gold in this year's 5 kilometers men's World Championship titles, and silver back in 2019 in Guangzhou in the 5 kilometers as well. Logan, he's certainly a very strong favorite as we go towards Paris and as we move towards the end of this race.
Yeah, and you know, I actually sometimes think there's a power in being the underdog, or the one who has the less pressure on them. So it's great to see him up here at the front. The fact that he's so prevalent and so dominant in the 5K races displays his relentlessness, because the 5K I always actually found more difficult, because it really was just you swim at threshold for harder than threshold, whatever's harder than threshold, that swim at harder than threshold for like an hour, or just under an hour for the women. And so many people would always say like it's actually like harder in a sense, because it just requires so much of you at once, whereas the 10K you at least know you have more time to play with. So seeing this from Logan Fontaine being able to be up there really can it's leading towards a very good 10K is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, so on that, do you think that in today's, I guess, modern era of open water swimming, you can still have those 5 and 10K and potentially even 25K specialists?
Yeah, the way I've seen open water swimming change, I suppose, is that it got to a point where the big names like Sharon and Anna Marcella, they were all swimming the 5, the 10, the 25, and dominating all 3 of these events. So to see this still happening, I think is really nice. I think the 25 has unfortunately been dropped from the World Championships. I think it's still on the European Championships program, I think.
Yep, yeah, it is.
But it's an event that I think a lot of the 10K swimmers like to do, because it just gives you perspective for a 10K. Like for me, 10K was the furthest that I ever swam. So every time I get in to do a 10K, I'm like, okay, well, I'm swimming the furthest I've ever swam again.
Yeah.
Whereas if you've done a 25K, you have that perspective of, oh, it's like I can't do the math. It's less than half of what I've ever swam the furthest. So how bad can it be? And of course, the 5K, I think, just builds up speed and relentlessness of those really hard meters that you face in a 10K.
Yeah. So did you have a preference as an athlete? Was it always the 10 kilometers, or was there certain times in your career where you preferred the 5 or wanted to potentially have a dip at the 10? 25.
25, honestly, I could never personally. It wasn't for me personally. Not for me. Yeah, just too far. I think, especially, the men. There's been a few swimmers who have actually like swam like 25K, like as they would swim a 10. Like they go for it, they commit to it. It's not just survival swimming for 22 kilometers and then like let's see who's left and then sprint at the end. So for me it was always the 10, and well, as a junior it was definitely the 5, the 7.5, and then I've developed into the 10. But the 5s that I did at senior level were always some of the most like difficult and challenging races, because it just felt like a rat race of chaos.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think especially with the way that some courses are designed, it's very, very difficult to manage those turn buoys, especially if they're within the first 200 meters of the starting platform, which we have seen recently at the World Championship level. And we did see again this morning as we had our athletes dive off and really sprint pretty quickly into that first 200 meters of racing. And you know, when you remove the barriers of completing a marathon or completing a 2-hour race, it is a drastic difference to when it's only an hour. And even in the marshalling area, you know that everyone's a little bit more relaxed because they don't have to worry about pushing themselves for that 2-hour race.
Yes, yeah, that's the thing. It's knowing that you have time to play with, and I mean, a big thing for me when I was going through my career was I would always put so much pressure on the start. So I was always very stressed about the start. I was like, okay, I need to have a good start. And it wasn't until like maybe a year or two later that I spoke to the open water marathon lead at the time, Bernie Dotzek, and I said, I need to stop stressing about the start. What can I do? And he was like, why don't you just try getting in later and just take all of the pressure off of the start and then work through that. And I did that, and it just completely changed the race for me. It challenged how I viewed the race, and in such a positive way that I was like, okay, I don't know why I was putting so much pressure on the start. It's literally a 10K swim. Like, why am I stressing about the first 50 meters? And there can be techniques like that where you just go completely the drastic opposite end of what you expect to bring yourself to a neutral ground of understanding. And there aren't many sports besides marathon swimming that can offer that range for an athlete to explore. How can I improve my swimming? There are so many parts of this race that can be picked apart and dissected. So many parts that swimmers will unfortunately forget because, you know, it's a 2-hour race. You have so much going on. You have so much to think about, so much to remember, that there are so many gains to be made, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So many gains to be made. So many, I guess, opportunities to either fail or succeed. And I guess that's the battle that these athletes have to go through mentally. As we see here with this great shot of the scenery in Golfo Aranci, our athletes currently well inside the middle of the course, those red buoys that you would have seen on your screen just before, the directional buoys, the straightest line between the two turning cans. And at the moment we still have David Bethlehem out in front, in control, still swimming quite strongly. And I believe that is... Oh, no, sorry, it is Logan Fontaine currently sitting... in the white cap.
And then Brzozowski just behind as well with Marc-Antoine.
That's right. So starting to see those big names that we mentioned as they got introduced. The top 10 athletes, of course, sitting within that top 4. I still would like to see where Gregorio Paltrinieri's sitting, and I do believe Nick Sloman and Hector Pardo are going to have a big say in the back end of the race. Alice, I asked you in the very first lap who you thought would win today's race. As we see some of our big names moving forward, who have you got now?
I said Rosowski, right? I think I'm still Rosowski.
You still got Rosowski?
Marc-Antoine, yeah, I think so. I just can't count him out. Like there he is. You know, he looks in control. Like it's obvious, it's a hard effort. They're all going through hard efforts at the moment, but it's kind of keeping that cool and just knitting yourself in there, conserving as much energy as possible, and then when the time comes, when it's down to that last 100-200 meters, pulling out and really putting the work down.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that for sure. It is, I believe, a very hard job to call the back end of a World Cup race, especially a day like today where there's going to, I believe, be about 5 Italians in the top 10. You got to get the name right, that's for sure, and hopefully we do today, as we see one of our back end swimmers about to get lapped in what is of course a formidable sight. Alice, once again, this is a sprint lap. We've seen David Bethlehem take out lap 1, lap 3. He leads in lap 5. Can he get the sweep here?
It's looking likely. I think it's hard to tell from this angle, isn't it? Whether I think there's still a little bit of a gap, but I mean, there's a lot of white water. There's a lot of splashing. You know, the arm rate of everyone is really going for it. I think it's just still in front, and it's the shape hasn't changed too much. It's been like kind of like an arrowhead for the majority of the race. So. This is going to be... It'll be interesting if they feed, actually, see if my prediction was right about feeding. But,
You're on the mark here. Will they come in for the feed? We'll watch with intent. But for now, it is David Bethlehem of Hungary leading the way. He's going to go lap 1, 3, and 5, take home the sprint title for today and continue his position on top as we see them now just swim over one of the directional buoys. They come in. Will they take a feed? It's going to play an impact here on the rest of the pack, but that, as we've said, that's what you have to deal with.
You're at the mercy of the person. Oh, okay, yeah, he's fed. There are a few. There's a few who didn't feed there, I think. Logan Fontaine and maybe Marc-Antoine didn't. I feel like I saw a French cap go out further, but they might have already fed.
Yeah, I think you're right. Logan missing that feed there.
Yes. Yeah, you can still see quite a few swimmers battling to grab their feed. It's really a tough scenario, especially when you're at the back. Like it's really that gamble, and we can see. Okay, yeah.
This is going to be a very hectic last lap. This is the business end of the race. This is where, as we said, all those hours of training, all those dark days in the trenches, putting in the work, come to fruition over this last 1.6 kilometers. It has been a lightning fast race thus far. 1 hour and 32 minutes to swim through the first 5 laps. I'd say we'll be going around the hour and 48 to, well, it'll be definitely be around sub 1 hour 50. So this is a lightning fast race, and I'm sure they'll be feeling it at this point as David Bethlehem pulls up alongside Logan Fontaine and Marc-Antoine Olivier. We have an absolute race on our hands.
Oh yeah, this is when you can feel that fire in your stomach, like burning, of like the adrenaline, the excitement, especially when you're leading a race like this. You know, you're looking around your competitors. You've got basically 3 in a line at the moment. This is when everything starts to light up, and yes, you're in pain, it's difficult, but there's something fighting inside of you that is putting all of that aside and just focusing on swimming as fast as you can.
So Alice, you know how important it is to be swimming very quickly in the lead-in to an Olympic Games, finishing 4th yourself back in the 2021 Olympic qualifier. How important for their confidence? I know we've talked about it extensively, but how important was that race for your confidence?
Oh, massively. You know, to be competing there, to firstly qualify for the Olympics, but also finish in like a decent position. Just took me into the Olympic Games, like feeling very confident and very excited for the games, to be honest. I didn't have the performance I wanted to, and honestly, such a sport and such is marathon swimming, where things didn't happen for me on the day. I was very disappointed with my performance, but I honestly felt like I'd done everything right moving into the games, and it was because of those moments where, you know, you're competing against some of the best in the world and you're placing highly and everything feels like it's going well. So we're going to see it happen here today, where people get out, they'll have their discussions with their coaches, with their support staff, and look at, okay, what went right, importantly, what went wrong, and what adjustments can we make either in training or in racing between now and Paris to have the most optimal and best performance that I can put out on the day.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of athletes having that own internal battle. Looks like we've got a lap swimmer there just getting passed by David Bethlehem, and you can see just there, I'm sure that athlete, if they were in any normal circumstance, would be, if not the fastest swimmer in their nation, one of the very best. So if you're watching along at home thinking, oh, they don't look like they're swimming that fast, I guarantee you the athlete of the pace of these athletes is absolutely rapid.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, isn't it, just doing the maths on it real quick, I think it's 112 per 100 equals 2 hours for the 10. Is that right? So I can't do the maths quick enough for what 150 is. I don't know. Do you know? So I'm putting you on the spot.
Not entirely.
But example to show that they're swimming 10 minutes under that time. Yeah. So 112 is very fast, and that's typically in a pool with tumble turns. They haven't done a single tumble turn. They've had one dive. I mean, they've been taking feeds. I used to do a breaststroke kick when I found a little bit of space, just to open up my hip flexors, because your whole body is just going through, like, you know, you've had to hold your position in this water for so long, your arms and your legs are going. So it's just displaying that this is a very fast race. They are very seasoned competitors. They are the best in the world, and it's Olympic year. There's so much to play for.
Well, I guess to put it in perspective, an hour 40 flat would be holding a minute for every 100. So these athletes sitting around the 1 minute 5 to 1 minute 6 per 100 pace for 10 kilometers. It's certainly a very, very quick pace. I think the Olympic trials time to qualify in America is around the 15:25 mark. So almost holding that pace for the entirety of 10 kilometers. It's an incredible feat. And unfortunately, as we know, Alice, and as we were about to see, it only gets faster as the race goes on. And David Bethlehem is looking to increase that speed, but the rest of the pack is starting to close that down.
Yes, yeah. I mean, this is always the most exciting point of a race, typically, especially when you have you still have everyone to play for. You know, someone hasn't swam off and has finished the race already, and we're waiting to see who comes second, third, and fourth. There's still so much going on here. You know, the top 10 still very bunched up. I think even to top 15. Paucinari, I believe, came through maybe 15th or 16th place, going through that feeding gate. So to have someone with his caliber at that point of the race shows that there is a lot on the line here.
Well, if you look back to the end of lap 5, and as we see there, it looks like Nick Sloman and Hector Pardo have peeled off just to the side of that main group. But our top 5 at the end of lap number 5 was David Bethlehem, Logan Fontaine, Marc-Antoine Olivier, Christophe Rosicki, and Marcelo Guidi. And we've just seen Nick Sloman and Hector Pardo pull off to the side, and they've got a sensational line. Hector was sitting 11th or just a bit deeper alongside Gregorio Paucinari at the end of that lap number 5. So you can see how quickly it can flip and how important that is. Actually, this is a key moment in the race here. We see Christoph Rozovsky getting across, and David Bethlehem is in a bit of danger here, as is Logan Fontaine and Marc-Antoine Olivier. Lots going on.
This is a very exciting race. Like, this is, you know, again, when I said it's like those doors closing, you've got 3 lines of people here, all converging to one point to have the best line into this buoy. And it's, you know, I think there's 2 more turns as we move around. This is going to be a key moment that can make or break the race for probably the top 5 people. So yeah, we've got Sloman, is that Marc-Antoine, Bethlehem and Hector Pardo all in contention here? Is that probably about?
And we can see just behind is Krzysztof Rosowski as well. So there are some big names on the line here. We know Nick Sloman, a long way from home, travelling over from Noosa to race in this race. It would mean oh so much to the Australian. And Alice, you said very early on that we were going to see 6 across. We're not quite there yet. We're just 4 across, but certainly doesn't make our jobs any easier.
No, yeah, no, absolutely not. I mean, this... Wow.
Oh, there you go. There is the 6 across.
In a while. Yeah, this is... Yeah, honestly... This turning boy, let's see who comes out in front. It's tough. It's always tough going around there. And, you know, having the outside line is going to be challenging, but it's all about that speed at this point now. I can just see Hector. Is that Hector's gone around there? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
hopefully it cuts to a wider shot in a second.
I believe Hector and Nick just getting squeezed out on the outside there. And this is where... You know, we talk about those tactics. You can see Hector now on the bottom of your screen, sitting behind, I believe that's David Bethlehem, making another move. So Hector's jumped all the way across on that turn buoy, and I believe Hector's one of the smartest racers in the field. He is very much like a junkyard dog. You don't want to get into a fight with Hector Pardo because he is a very cunning and witty racer. And he has got himself in a fantastic position, being on the inside of that turn can and also tucked in behind David Bethlehem.
Yes, Hector is one of those few racers that I was talking about who doesn't swim sub 15. I think his PB is maybe 15:25. I'm sorry if I've got that wrong, Hector. But the one thing that you will always find with him is that he knows where to be at the right time. He knows how to keep himself safe, keep him out of trouble as much as possible. We'll ignore Tokyo, we'll ignore what happened in Tokyo, keep him out of trouble as much as possible, conserve that energy, and then punch through at points like this where he had a great performance in Doha, really broke out onto the scene there, getting his first senior medal, championship medal, sorry, and now looking at another great performance here, but it's still so volatile. There's still so, you know, you've got Krzysztof Rosowski, Sloman, Logan Fontaine, Marc-Antoine, David Bethlehem. Like, it's really stacked. It's going to really come down to the wire and who's got the touch.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be hard to call, but it's very, very exciting for those tuning in around the world. This is, of course, stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Golfo Aranci, Italy. My name is Will Rollo, joined today by Alice Deering, calling some of the best athletes as they begin to finalize their preparation for the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. And Alice, I believe we have a new leader for the first time, or very much near to the first time of today's race. Krzysztof Rosowski takes the lead.
Yeah, this is the fun thing about open water. It's very like anything can happen, but at the same time, it's normally the same people unless someone really breaks through. But Bethlehem is not letting him Bethlehem is not letting him take it away from him. It's really going to come down to the last few meters. Yeah.
But how good is this for the sport? You can see, like, whilst we had 60 athletes racing today, it really has condensed into what is an elite group of swimmers. Those athletes that are sitting a bit further back in the pack within the 20 to 30 range, that's an incredible effort to sort of hold on this far into a race.
Oh, absolutely, especially the physicality of the race in the middle of the pack at certain points like that. It would have been tough. It would have been really tough, and you have to be very resilient. Very resilient and very strong to stay in with this pace for so long and to really give yourself every opportunity.
But here we go, we're starting to fire up, and I believe that's your man in
Hector.
He's got his own space and he's really putting down the hammer. He's come off some massive Ks. In the middle there, it looks like it's a Marc-Antoine Olivier in the blue cap, but Hector will want them to get into a bit of a fight here and get out into his own sort of water.
Yeah, I love what Hector's doing here. He's taking his own race, and so is everyone, actually. They're all taking their own race here, and I suppose, yeah, this is the issue when sometimes if you don't have that speed that everyone else has, and I think, is that Hector just pulling back in now?
Yeah, he's just jumped on the hips.
Have I got that wrong? Yeah. This is where it's, sometimes you really want to give it and go for it, and I've done this myself, where you want to give it, you go for it, and sometimes they're just faster than you. And this is the tough thing about marathon swimming, about sport, especially when you're dealing with sub 1500 swimmers and, you know, sub 350 400 swimmers. They're getting even faster, so it's, there's going to be a lot happening. We've got the two Frenchmen.
Yeah, we have some big names here. Marc-Antoine Olivier swimming in the blue cap, Logan Fontaine in the white French cap, and then at the top of your screen in the green Hungarian cap is Krzysztof Rozovsky, followed by David Bethlehem. So the big four really controlling the pace here, and you can see as they go against the current, they are swimming at a rate of knots. There are a bunch of incredible athletes currently tucked in behind. As you were saying, Alice, it's certainly not easy to break away from the field here. There's only really one athlete on the scene that I've seen happen, and that is Leonie Beck. So usually a lot easier to sit with the pack, and I think that's the position we're in at the moment. Krzysztof Rozovsky really going to town.
He's taking it to them. Like, this is really impressive swimming. I can't even predict how fast they're going, to be honest. It's so hard to tell. I would predict it's probably at like 61, 62 pace, if not faster. I don't know. Call me out if you think that's a little bit crazy, but just judging by the speed that they were going earlier and what he's doing now, and to make like Marc-Antoine, David Bethlehem, and Logan Fontaine to be like looking like he's dropping them. Really impressive.
Yeah, you're bang on there with the times. About 1:00:101 through this final stage of the race. Krzysztof Rozovsky, he is a absolute sensational swimmer. He is the pinnacle of what you would want to design in a lab if you're looking to create an open water swimmer. Very, very strong, very fast on the pool buoy as well. So great arms, great resilience, and great endurance. And all of that culminates in, of course, the performances that we've seen this year. And we're seeing right now Krzysztof Rozovsky controlling the race as he comes down just over 400 meters to swim, I believe, if not a little bit under. So they would be in a world of pain, but this is what they train for, Alice.
Yeah, and, you know, it hurts, but my God, it's exciting. It's so exciting. Like, the adrenaline that you feel and that kicks in and that's driving you through, it kind of numbs all of the pain, and all you feel is like, just like, get me to the finish, let me win. And it was I think Marc-Antoine is still kind of like up on his hip, just his legs. So you know, there's no backing off of the pace now. You've committed to it. You stay on it, and you're gonna take it to the end.
Yeah, at this point it just becomes fighting off that mental game, fighting off that emotional game. You'll surge forward with energy, you'll drop back as you sort of begin to feel that pain ever so slightly, but there's one thing for sure, you cannot back off the pace. As we see that lead group now split away from the rest of the field, the win will come from this lead pack. Will it be Rozovsky or Marc-Antoine, or is there someone else that has a surge left in there? We can see Logan Fontaine starting to turn.
He's got good draft.
Yeah,
he's got some good draft back there.
Absolutely perfectly.
This is tough. This is really tough, you know, for Rozovsky looking over, seeing Marc-Antoine. Marc-Antoine's not breathing towards his side, but every time he puts his head back in the water, he's going to be looking where Rozovsky is. And there, here we go. He's pulling out now. He's found another gear, wherever that may be. and he's putting it in. Wow. Oh my God.
How's that change of speed there from Marc-Antoine Olivier? He sends Logan Fontaine coming up on the middle. He's got a bit of a separation here from Krzysztof Rozovsky. How does it line up? Of course, the athletes will finish on the other side of the feeding platform here. There's plenty to swim for. I believe we move back. I think that's Marcello Guidi turning through for Italy. He's a chance, but not as strong as our lead swimmers. In fact, I believe that's Dario Varani pushing through, but Marc-Antoine Olivier looks incredible here, Alice.
Yeah, they're amazing. Just to find that extra gear where Rozovsky really had put down a hammer and was going for it, and Marc-Antoine's finding clear water here. You know, no one's touching his feet. They're just about getting his draft here, and is that Logan Fontaine just behind him?
That is Logan Fontaine. Can't count him out yet. He does have an incredible final surge. If he's able to get up onto that hip, it could be his race.
Yeah, exactly. We're coming into the finish funnel now.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, I think, that's it.
Into the final straight. Marc-Antoine Olivier has timed his run to absolute perfection as he comes down into the finish chute. The side is in line for the finish. Marc-Antoine Olivier is your champion. Krzysztof Rozovsky gets third. It is Logan Fontaine in second. France dominate the podium. Alice steering. There's no way better to prepare for a home Olympics than a 1-2 for Fontaine and Olivier. What a finish here in Golfo Aranci.
Absolutely beautiful swimming. Marc-Antoine to come through like that, and this is what kind of testament to what I was saying earlier about that final speed, where you need to have the 10k speed, you need to have the 1500, the 800 speed, but you need to have that 100, 200 speed as well, where you can really put down an impressive effort at the end like that. And to finish first and second, it's looking very, very good. They're peaking at the right time.
That is for sure. What an incredible finish we just saw by Marc-Antoine Olivier. With 400 meters to go, we thought that was all wrapped up for Krzysztof Rozovsky, but then that final surge, as we've said, Alice, that 100 meters, he had absolutely flown home, is Marc-Antoine Olivier claiming the win. Logan Fontaine coming for the ride in second. Krzysztof Rozovsky fading back to third. But how exciting is that as we head towards the Olympic Games?
Oh, absolutely. And for everyone in that race, it was very tight in the end. It was very bunched up. It's going to be interesting to see the final results, see where people place, and I just hopefully they'll come out of it with a lot that they're proud of, but also one or two things that they would like to work on.
That's right, and work on and look forward to racing again. The next time they'll race, if they don't head to the European Championships, will be in the Seine River. For now, we see more and more athletes coming down that final finish chute. A lot of these athletes worked very hard throughout the race. These positions still incredibly important for the overall season ranking, and they'll battle all the way to the finish line. As we did see, outside of the top three as well, was very tight to call, but we were focused, of course, the man of the moment, Marc-Antoine Olivier, on top of the podium here in Italy. We're still yet to see an Italian winner at their home stop. When will we see one?
Soon, hopefully. I'm sure, inevitable. I think it will happen, especially with the amount of talent that they have and the numbers that they put through into being such serious marathon swimmers.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the burning desire for that local crowd, as well, as we can see. Well supported with the locals down here today, but all the cheers belong with Marc-Antoine Olivier. But what a way to finish off the race as well. What a final lap. We spoke throughout the race how important those final stages are, and all the training sort of leads in to a very strong performance like we just saw. But ultimately, I guess the work that Marc-Antoine has been putting in has paid off, well, at least today.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There'll be a lot of excitement here, you know. Also, financially, it's great, you know, winning prize money, putting yourself in good contention for the rest of the World Cup series. But also, yeah, Paris, you know, looking towards Europeans, looking to hopefully win that as well. And then, I mean, if you come off 2 wins going into the Paris Olympics at home games, a very exciting time, but also, you know, everyone wants this amazing prize. So you have to keep your head on, keep doing what you're doing, and don't stand still, just keep moving forward.
Yeah, can't settle yet. The job is certainly not done, but another I guess mark in the book as we see Krzysztof Rozovsky, a great race by him, clinical once again. He's so measured with the way that he approaches these races, and he is sort of that connection, I believe, between the old school racing and the way that Ferry Wertmann and all the way back to Thomas Lurs used to race, and where he would come through in the final stage of a race, but also that new age race where we've seen from Florian Walbrock and Gregorio Pachineri and once again from David Bethlehem and Marc-Antoine Olivier, of course, where they are very fast and sit forward in the race, but today didn't quite have that turn of speed. Would have been interesting to see if that had adjusted based on the conditions, but it was a pull out there, and hence we had a 1 hour 50-minute race. Truly fast.
Yeah, very, very quick. It's great to see so many athletes like commit to it, and, you know, not be too scared or too sheepish that, oh, it's Olympic year, that, you know, I need to conserve myself. You know, this is high level racing, and it's very telling of how much this matters moving into the Olympic year, that so many people are putting themselves on the line to get good racing out of it.
And it's also so incredible to see how many good athletes were out there racing today. We will, of course, have our results ratified as soon as we get them, and we'll share that with you. We do know, or we do sort of think that the top 3 went Marc-Antoine Olivier, Logan Fontaine, Krzysztof Rozovsky. But of course, there were some big names in that top 10 with David Bethlehem, Marcelo Guidi, Martin Roditi, Dario Varani, Hector Pardo, and Nicholas Sloman. The list goes on and on, and it's sort of why it's such a great time to be supporting these athletes. And it only gets better from here, Alice. We have, of course, our women's 10 kilometers just around the corner.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I think it starts in about half an hour, so they'll be watching their teammates get out of the water, congratulating them, learning from them. I would always be like, what's the water conditions? Is there anything I need to look out for? And Toby, big shout out to Toby Robinson and Hector as well, but Toby would always come back and like tell me some like key bits of information about the race. So they'll all be sharing those with each other and making sure that their teammates are ready for what's to come.
Yeah, and well, you can see them not only interacting with the fans, but of course sharing that crucial information. It must be nervous as a female athlete, seeing the men sort of go through and fight the conditions. Obviously, it would be building the nerves. We've talked about some of the big names racing today. Doesn't get much bigger than the big 3 in Anna Marcella, Leonie Beck, Sharon Van Rooyendaal, all set to race today.
Yes, absolutely. You know, those 3 names have dominated the sport for, collectively, probably 12 years. Obviously, yeah. Like it's been such, especially from Anna Marcella Cunha, such an amazing and both a career of longevity, but also success, which is just so fantastic to see in women's sport, but also in, of course, marathon swimming, that it has that potential to shape and change your life and give you the most amazing opportunities, but to also have a long time in it as well, because sometimes we see certain sporting careers be very, very short-lived. It might only be 4 or 5 years, but the years that Van Rooyendaal and Cunha have put in, and that Beck is also putting in at the moment, is just it's great athleticism.
Well, Anna Marcella Cunha, of course, racing at the very first Olympic Games, the open water featured that back in 2008. So to see her go from the inception of the sport at the Olympic level all the way through to what will be the Paris Olympic Games this year, it's truly a spectacular sight. And and testament to the work that she's put in throughout her career. There's not even a comparison that I can share across this sport or others. Really, she is truly, unquestionably the GOAT of marathon swimming.
Yeah, and she's always, like, I've always found so friendly and nice. You know, she's got a nice energy to her. She's got a wealth of experience. She's been doing this for so long, and she's really that name that you look at and you're like, okay, this is a serious race. If Anna Marcella's here, like, we're racing.
Yeah, but and also like a very friendly individual, but also a very fierce competitor, and someone that if you see it heading into a finish line, you know it's not going to be an easy victory by any stretch. Not only for her prowess, but just for her tenacity to push beyond what most consider achievable. And I guess that's where it leads to a career like hers, where it has stretched since beyond 2008. So very excited to call her today and get your thoughts again on the women's race, as we will go through a similar situation, 6 laps of this iconic course, and what is becoming quickly a favorite for competitors and swimmers alike around the world. What a spectacular day we're seeing here in Golfo Aranci. So we are
get the results soon.
Yeah, we are just hoping to get the results shortly. Of course, we still have plenty of athletes out there on the course competing and making their way towards the finish line. It was, as we mentioned, quite a intense field. It wasn't just the top athletes, but going all the way down to, I believe, about 34th, 35th overall in that lead group. So that is a massive lead group. When you consider last year there was only 7 athletes that finished within a minute of the win. It truly, as we've reiterated, is a good time to be a fan of open water swimming.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Olympic year, what a time to be able to showcase that this sport is really continuing to drive on and reach new heights.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I might have some results here. I don't know. Oh no.
We'll hopefully get them shortly as we see some of our Coast Guard coming in to finish. But Alice, David Bethlehem just outside the top 3, finishing in 4th once again. We did sort of mention that throughout the race. A little bit disappointing to see him finishing outside the minor medals, but still a great performance.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's 20 years of age. He's competing against the marks of Marc-Antoine, who's 27, Logan Fontaine, 25, Christophe Rossi, 27. So, you know, he's got time behind him, basically. Not that the others don't, you know, their careers can go on as long as they want to, but to have such experience finishing 4th at only 20 years of age at this level is so impressive. Yeah,
that's right. And I'm sure it's just going to take some time. You don't turn into a world champion overnight. And David Bethlehem, I think the way that he races, where he does sit so far forward, his name has been on that top scene for such a long time. But yeah, we do often forget that he is only 20 years of age. So I'm very excited for the day that we get to call him across the line in first position. I know it will mean just as much to us as it does to all the fans, but I'm sure even more to David Bethlehem, who is quickly becoming one of the champions of our sport.
Absolutely. And just being biased towards the British boys, just huge congratulations to both Hector and Toby. I think they both put in very impressive performances. Toby 10th, Hector 7th. Of course, your fellow countryman, Australian, Nicholas Sloman, coming in 9th. So it was a very competitive race, and it's good to see those efforts coming through.
And it just goes to show how important those positionings are around the turn buoys. We saw Sloman sitting at the front of the race, going into that turn buoy 2 on the far side of the course in first position, and unlucky to get squeezed out as they went 7 across, but ultimately wasn't able to recover back into the medals at that point. Sloman, one of those athletes with an incredible turn of speed, but wasn't able to overcome, I guess, that move early on. A key finisher, Christian Schreiber of Switzerland, finishing back in 11th. Christian narrowly missing out on qualifying as we get the ratified results now. So Marc-Antoine Olivier, Logan Fontaine, Christoph Rozovsky, the top three, as we mentioned. David Bethlehem in 4th. Philadelphia of Italy in 5th. A fantastic breakthrough performance by him. And as you mentioned, Hector in 7th, Alice.
Yeah, absolutely. Great swimming. And I mean, just looking at the time difference between like 1st and 8th, it was close. You know, this just exampling, we're swimming 10K, but it's not like it's 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute apart. It's tight, it's close. And every second, especially in the last lap, is all to play for.
That's right. So as we saw there, all the way down to 30th, only 18 seconds from the lead. That closeness, I guess, continued all the way down to 39 athletes, finishing within a minute of our top athletes. So our medal ceremony will be conducted at the conclusion of the women's 10 kilometers. We will have a short break here as we get ready to call the action in the women's 10 kilometers. My name is Will Rollo, joined today by Alice Deering. It has been our pleasure to call the men's 10 kilometers, and Alice, speak with you very shortly.
Yes, see you soon. Thank you.
Fatevi sentire forte, Golfo Aranci, fatevi sentire! E soprattutto rimanete carichi perché tra qualche istante 50 nuotatrici circa si sfideranno in un'altra 10 chilometri. Altre grandissime campionesse ve le presenteremo tra qualche istante, quindi rimanete pronti qua in tribuna in villaggio di partenza di questa seconda tappa. World Aquatics Open World Swimming World Cup 2024.
Stacca tutto, no? No, la... no. Appoggiamo a terra, appoggiamo a terra, vai, vai, vai. Dobbiamo solo staccare. No, pure questo devo staccare. No, i pesi, i cazzi, a Reggio, fermo. Passate qua, levano avanti direttamente. Vai. No, devo staccare a forza. Via sto capo.
Hello and welcome to Golfo Aranci, Italy. My name is Will Rollo, joined shortly by Alice Deering to call Stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in one of the most picturesque locations for a World Aquatics event around the world. We have been truly lucky to watch the men's race take to the water. We saw Marc-Antoine Olivier back on top of the world. It's now the chance for our female athletes to step up to the plate, and we have some incredible swimmers ready to race today. None other than the 2024 dual world champion Sharon van Ronendaal, who is in absolutely fantastic form, looking to continue that today as she gets ready to race at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Of course, it is truly an exciting time to be a fan of open water swimming. We're just under 8 minutes time till we race our women's 10 kilometers distance. As we said, the headline today sits with Sharon van Ronendaal, but Bettina Fabian lining up as well. She was second at Sommer Bay in our first stop of this year's World Cup Open Water Series. And of course, as we saw in the men's race, we have plenty to look forward to, not only for the end of the race, but through our sprint titles and our junior titles. Bettina featuring well across all categories at the first stop in Sommer Bay. Does she have what it takes to continue that form? We'll find out in just under 8 minutes time. So as we have mentioned, Bettina joins the likes of Sharon van Rondel as well as Leonie Beck, defending champion from 2023 here in Golfo Aranci. The conditions today, nice and flat, but they are cool in the water. And we know Leonie loves the flat conditions, but will struggle a little bit with the temperature of the water. Ana Marcela Cunha also ready to race, as is Angelica Andre of Portugal, Caroline Juiz, who's been on a roll, Ana Olaz set to take to the water amongst the big names as well. Leonie Beck, as discussed, Jinjin, the 2017 world champion, 2015 world champion, Mariah Denigan, who continues to really excel on this stage. Much like the men's race, we'll have a lot of Italian racers, a lot of talent coming out of Italy. Mira Sizamak of Hungary set to race as well. So we've just got an update. We will be starting 5 minutes behind. So once again, running unfortunately just 5 minutes late, but the athletes in the marshalling yard getting ready to go.
Dio, vado, attacco, attacco motore,
So as we see now, this is our start list of the women's 10 kilometers here in Golfo Aranci. As we mentioned, a lot of Italians set to race. Genoveva Taducci, the spearhead for Italy. I'm sure she'll feature at the front of the race. Bianca Cripps in the cap 128. And Olaz 131, an esteemed career. Mariah Denigan, Leonie Beck, as some big names, Maria Sizamak, and rounding out our field, 153, Susola of Italy. As we mentioned today, joined by Tokyo Olympian in Alice Deering to call through the action. Alice, it is truly special to share the commentary roles today with you, and I'm sure you're very excited to see how the race unfolds today.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. Signore e signori, siamo pronti a riprendere il programma gara.
We'll start introducing some of our athletes here. As we mentioned, the start time pushed back 5 minutes, unfortunately. We just had to work through some of our requirements. Very excited to get these athletes underway. Leading them out will be Barbara Pozzebon of Italy, 30-year-old. Has had an illustrious career. Multiple World Cup stops, multiple World Champs medals, and a couple golds along the way in what is a formidable relay representing Italy. Barbara, of course, an incredible ultra marathon swimmer as well. She's got some speed and she's got the endurance, and I'm sure will feature throughout today's race. We're yet to see, as we saw in the men's race, an Italian win at the Golfo Aranci stop. So our first athlete out as we get ready to welcome our top 10 athletes last was cap number 103, Silvia DeSantis. You can see a lot of these athletes very, very young, for the first time racing on this stage. Silvia, our first athlete out, just 15 years of age, so certainly an athlete that will continue to watch as she developed. Valerie Buffa of Italy introduced there. Rochelle Bruni, 33 years of age, a veteran of our sport, introduced just before and ready to race quickly today. As you can see, more and more athletes from Italy being introduced.
Number 119 representing Italy, Elena Tortona. Number 120
Up next we have Jeanette Spearworks of Germany. The Germans have had some good races in this venue. Leonie Beck, of course, leading the way last year. And Jeanette racing in a very similar fashion to Leonie. I think we'll see her race strongly today. As we mentioned, 53 athletes set to race today in the women's 10 kilometers. We saw 60 in the men's. Bianca Chris introduced now for Australia. A long way to travel for this race. Joining her Noosa teammates and Nick Sloman racing in the race prior. Anna Olaz, another veteran of our sport, walking through the introduction area. Up next, 135, that is Aria Ibina of Japan. We saw her at the World Championships really take it to the front of the race, ready for the fight. Leah Crisp as well introduced Ocean Casagnol, ready to swim and looking very confident as she moves her way down to the starting line. Be sure Jinjin on screen there, the former world champion. Here is Mafalda Rosa of Portugal. And up next, Amira Sizamak of Hungary. Mira, of course, currently swimming over at college in America, so a bit of a change to her normal procedure. We'll see.
Number 153, representing Italy, Maria Vittoria Squisola. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our...
And now we move to our top 10 athletes. Here we go. Kicking us off, none other than Mariah Denigan. As we said, one of the athletes to watch in today's race and someone that has continued to step up a level every time she races on the international stage. Up next, Bettina Fabian. Very good young athlete, very similar to David Bethlehem, and continuing to be strong on the international stage. Raced really well in Summer Bay, and we'll look forward to racing strongly today. There is Ginevra Taducci, the spearhead of the Italian contingent, as we mentioned, joined today by Alice Deering. And Alice, some incredible athletes being introduced here. Caroline Juis in the starting pontoon now.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just kind of taking in the fact that there are quite a few names who I probably would have put in the top 10 to have it at the end, that they hadn't put in the top 10 to have at the end. So it's just, yeah, it just shows how impressive the depth here is today.
Yeah, that's right. But when you look at the names that are in the top 10, look at the confidence of Anna Marcela Cunha. She is the champion, and for a good reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, just go. And then, of course, behind her, Leonie Beck. Yeah, just the caliber of women that we have at the moment, it really could go anyway. It's very similar to the men, and it's a very exciting time, as we've been saying.
It puts a massive smile on my face to see these athletes walk out with the swagger that they've got on there. Angelica Andre into Sharon Van Rondel. The champions continue to roll out.
Absolutely. I mean, Sharon, just an absolute legend in herself. And Alika Andre, I feel like she's really came into her own these past couple of years. So it's been really exciting to see her career continue to take off.
That's right. As the athletes move down to the starting platform now, you can see the excitement on their faces, the sense of enjoyment to be finally back racing here in Golfo Aranci. Of course, this is stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. We are moments away from starting. My name is Will Rollo, joined today by Alice Deering, getting to call the best athletes in the world as they take on the 10 kilometers here in Italy. 200 meters to the first turning buoy, and I'm sure we're going to see a rapid start as we did in the men's race. Alice, the nerves would be certainly kicking in now.
Yeah. This is always that moment where you just there's so many people around you, but you feel so alone at the same time. But you're still so aware of the fact whistle and the gun's going to come very shortly.
Yeah, in the hands of the starters and underway. We are here in Golfo Aranci. The chaos, the beauty, and the passion that we will see over 10 kilometers of swimming as we get ready to race. For many of these athletes, the final time as they begin their preparation for the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. We have some superstars in the water. We have some superstars on the microphone. Alice Deering, what a pleasure to call these incredible athletes over the next 2 hours.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I really enjoyed commentating on the men's. It goes so much quicker than you anticipate, and I'm sure we're going to have the same case for the women as well. It's already looking very dynamic.
Yeah, certainly the easiest job in the world is talking about these incredible athletes. As you well know, it isn't as easy as just rocking up on race day and swimming for 2 hours. There's a fair bit of training, and when they get to put that on show, they do a good job of it. But looks like the start, as we saw in the men's race, there's a little bit of a gap opening up in that first 100.
Yeah, and this can be so chaotic. You know, it's already taken a very different shape from the men's. And one thing I always say about the men's and the women's race, they are just completely different. They just end up being different dynamics. I think the women's, you quite often get different names at the front. I would say, definitely from my experience, because speaking quite generally, you still have very fast swimmers in this field, but I think you can get away with not being as fast as the caliber of the men's field, if that makes sense. But please correct me if I'm wrong. For example, you have Leonie Beck, who swims sub 8:30, but there won't be many of the women who swim sub 8:30. Whereas in the men's, you have basically the majority of people swimming sub 15 at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's the evolution of the sport as well. As we get through the first 200 meters, and it looks like it's Bettina Fabian leading it, who is one of those next generation athletes. She is a true superstar, much like David Bethlehem, both of the same age as well. So genuinely the leaders of the next generation of female open water swimmers. But you are correct, of course. In the men's race, we see a lot more of a comparison between the final and the 1500 to what we see in the men's 10 kilometers. We're not quite there in terms of the women's 800 meters or 1500 meters at a world stage to being replicated in marathon swimming. But I would also say that is a benefit to the true characteristics that are involved with women's open water swimming, in the fact that it is a much more tactical race, and you have to be a lot stronger and a lot fiercer to really be competitive. And I guess that's a testament to the way that these athletes race.
Yes, I totally agree. It's so different from the pool, and of course it's different for the men, but you see a lot of the same swimmers translating over, and we very rarely see that in open water. I think there's one of the American girls, sorry, she's not here today.
Katie Grimes.
Katie Grimes, of course. How did her name slip my mind? Apologies. Katie Grimes, yeah. She's probably the one example at the moment that we see the speed, like a very strong pool swimmer, even in 400 IM, translating over to the 10K. But there aren't many other examples. I think there might be one of the French girls. She was Russian. She's now changed to be French. Yeah. Again, her name's slipping my mind. I'm sure. That's it. Yeah. Thank you. She is also very fast in the pool, and also an incredible open water swimmer as well. But it's the opposite case, where we have a few cases to show for the women, but many cases to show for the men.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I'm sure we'll continue to sort of see that battle as we go on. I think if you look back to the, I guess, older school days of open water racing, it was almost the flip, where there was a lot of women pool swimmers that were doubling across both disciplines, and in the men's it was much more traditional slogfest in the race. And I'm sure as the men's race becomes more tactical, the women's race will also get faster, and ultimately the only people that benefit are the spectators and you and I, as we get to call the way that the evolution plays out. But for now, it's Mariah Denigan of the US leading the way, and she moved past Bettina Fabian there at a rate of knots. It's quite a really interesting way to start off the race for Mariah. I haven't seen her approach this style of race before.
Yeah, we're seeing this, I think, increasingly from the women. It is getting faster. It is going the way of the way the men have been swimming. And traditionally, when I was swimming, especially before COVID, it wasn't really like this. You know, it would kind of be quite a flat front of the pack, like quite a few people swimming in a line, chopping and changing quite a lot. But now the pace is really being driven on by a few swimmers who want to take the race out. And you know, maybe this is potentially because of the sprint laps which have been introduced as well.
Yeah, that's right. Mariah, we haven't really seen her sort of step up at a World Cup level. She doesn't race that many international races, mainly racing at the US Nationals, and a big shout out to our US competitors and fans around the world watching at home. But it's interesting to see Mariah really put her cards on the table and say, if you want to race, come with me. But we saw in the men's race, of course, it was David Bethlehem that went after all of those sprint points, ultimately finishing in 4th position. But in the women's, Paulo Fernandez was their point score leader coming into today. She is not racing here today, so I believe we'll see a lead change, because currently sitting in 2nd in those series ranks is Ginevra Taducci and Bettina Fabian in 3rd. So a bit more, I guess, of a concerted effort from Mariah to put the pace on, and you can see that having an effect on the pack already.
Gosh, yeah. I mean, there's a little gap opening up after the third competitor, which this early on could be, if this pace keeps going and the gap keeps opening, that's a big deal. You know, it's very hard to close these gaps in the middle of the race when you might end up swimming the same pace as these athletes in front, but if they have 1 or 2 minutes on you, you're not going to catch it up. It's a really, really difficult sport to make time up in like that.
Yeah, that's so true. And I guess especially as you're watching along at home, when you see 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters opening between swimmers, you think, oh, it's not that far, quickly jump across. But to move forward, you're not only moving as fast as the athlete in front of you, you're actually trying to swim as fast as the athlete that's leading the race. So it's certainly not as easy as it looks. Otherwise, I'm sure there'd be a lot more people giving it a crack. But for now, Mariah Denigan looking absolutely fantastic out in front.
Yeah, she's looking really smooth. You know, she'll be driving that pace, but she's got a very nice stroke, cutting through the water beautifully. I feel like the chops picked up a little bit compared to the men. It looks a little bit more wavy. So, but yeah, it might end up being like slightly different conditions for the women, as we traditionally see with open water as the day goes on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Bettina Fabian did a similar sort of strategy to what Mariah is doing at the moment in Soma Bay, ultimately finishing in 2nd position, which was a really, really strong result for Bettina. But currently sitting in 2nd, I do like where she's positioned, and you know, the way that the race is shaping out at the moment with the pace hot, it's a good spot to be in, and you wouldn't be worrying as much as the back of the pack is.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. She looks quite comfortable there, just keeping the feet of Mariah, keeping an eye on her, not having to stress herself too much. The pace will obviously be fast, but it is a comfortable position to be sat in. 2nd place, you've got someone's feet who's a very, very good athlete in front of you, very good competitor, knows what she's doing, trying something different probably. Oh, she's just doing back. Oh, okay. She's checking where the pack is. Maybe she doesn't want to do all the work herself. Maybe she's assessing how many people she might have dropped. Like the pack has been strung out quite substantially at this point. There is a little bit of a break, So she's probably looking back, realizing she doesn't want to do all the work, and encouraging other people to go with her on this effort.
Yeah, that's an astute point, and sort of a great indication as to what these athletes would be going through at the moment. I guess when you look at an athlete like Mariah Denigan, who is incredibly fast in both open water and pool, and sort of has continued to make waves at an international level, you think back to the experience, and I guess it is quite a bold assumption, but I guess in the modern era of open water swimming, it has been dominated primarily by Europeans. And then when you see Mariah racing today and compare her to the likes of Bettina Fabian, do you think the experience of being so close in terms of proximity to international racing, it does benefit the likes of the Europeans and Bettina Fabian, as opposed to the Americans and Mariah Denigan, or potentially even the Australians with Bianca Crisp a little bit further back in the field?
Oh, absolutely, and of course we'll throw Karina Lee into that mix as well. Getting to have like international racing beyond your continent is always so powerful, and I suppose for the Americans and the Australians as well, where there might not be as much competition in their respective continents as we have in Europe. Having these World Cups and these opportunities to race each other, because as we've been saying, like, marathon swimming at the elite level is about who you race and who you compete against and who you manage to beat. It's not about time. It's so irrelevant, it's so varied. So having Ashley Twitchell and Hayley Anderson, those two kind of big names in American women's marathon swimming, I think it's helped foster the next generation of talent. Look up something and see these two amazing athletes who have put in so much hard work over the years and want to be the next to take up that challenge.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess when you look at it, and the likes of those champions that you've mentioned, but also the ones coming through like Katie Grimes, I think it does lend itself to racing fast and racing from the front, which is sort of what we're seeing transpire here. But it where they do get tested is in those final laps, where it can get more bunched up and athletes really have to make some tough decisions that I guess they wouldn't be used to. But that's the purpose of World Cup events like today, and why we do have the likes of Mariah Denigan racing so strongly out in front. So we'll see how it transpires and see if that early effort plays an effect. Talk to us about some of these GB athletes that we've just seen pop up on screen. I believe Leah Crisp racing today.
Yes, yeah, Leah. She's, I think, maybe a couple of years, maybe 4 or 5 years younger than me. Absolutely fantastic athlete, and honestly a lovely person as well. It was her and Amber Keegan who went up for the places for the Olympics. Leah qualified, unfortunately Amber didn't, but Leah's just gone strength to strength, and she was a competitor at the 2016 World Juniors, which was, I believe she did the 5K there, so a long time ago when she was much younger. Went away, did some pool swimming for a bit, and now she's came back on the scene for open water and just gone strength to strength, improving her skill, her craft, and putting in an amazing performance to qualify for the Olympics. So I'm really excited to see where her career goes, but also, of course, looking towards her first Olympic Games in Paris. Yeah,
it's certainly a very exciting time for Leah and for GB swimming to have, I guess, representation across so many levels. Leah raced back in 2016, as you mentioned, at the World Junior Championships. She was part of the GB team that claimed bronze in the mixed team relay. She joined none other than Hector Pardo in order to do so. So,
yeah.
How much do those sort of juniors inspire? Because obviously you would have been that generation, or not so much generation, that the older age group just above Leah to sort of be competing against her. What does that do for athletes such as yourself driving your performance forward?
I think it really helps. So I was very fortunate that I had my junior career, and I also got given opportunities to do senior racing very early on, and getting to race with and against, Kerry-Ann Payne, Danielle Huskisson, getting to be on a team with Jack Bennell, and to be able to learn from these athletes like Dan Fogg as well, it just added to the fact that yes, I want to do this, I want to throw myself into the sport, but also my knowledge and experience of open water swimming, which ultimately got me to the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about, it's obviously it's a very intense sport. Comes down to milliseconds at the end of these races, and we talked through what it's like to have that, I guess, competition between your country, but also between your continent. Back in 2016, you took out the World Junior title in the 10K, just ahead of the Hungarian in, I believe, Nicoletta Kiss. How, was that a learned skill? Did you know that you were good at finishes before that race, or did you just sort of sense the moment?
Yeah. Very fortunately I had the video of me winning that race, and it really was a moment where I was swimming and I knew I had moved into second position, and I was like, okay, I need to try for first. Like I'm not settling for this. I need to at least try. So I really, dug in, put myself down. I was like, it's a 15-meter sprint, and this is exactly what I've been saying. These sprints can be so key to getting your fingers on that touchpad first, and creating opportunity and chance for yourself to win a gold medal.
And in that race, you took on Jeanette Sparlux, who is racing again today. You're comfortably in front of Jeanette back in 2016. Do you have much experience racing with Jeanette?
Yeah, I remember seeing her name around a lot. And yeah, she's another amazing German athlete that I think, did she just miss out on qualification for the Olympics? Was that Jeanette or was that Leah? I know one of the...
Yeah.
Was that Jeanette? Yeah, so a really tough. The policy can be so ruthless in so many regards. So hopefully it clearly hasn't deterred her. She's still racing this year. That's really exciting. I love to think that LA is on her cards. It's the beauty of marathon swimming is that it can create longevity for time, because it's varied, and also naturally as humans, I think your endurance capabilities get better with age, obviously up to a certain point, but I mean we see it with marathon runners where some of the best in the world are into their 30s. So I'd really love to see more and more marathon swimmers, especially women, pushing it into their 30s and just throwing themselves into the sport as much and as long as they want to do it for.
Yeah, and I'm sure that will come with the professionalisation of the sport, and a lot of the initiatives introduced by World Aquatics over the last couple of years, and Ignacy Vendrell leading the way. It's an exciting time, as we've mentioned throughout today's broadcast, to be an open water swimming fan. Looking at our top three, there it is Bettina Fabian leading Ginevra Taducci, and Bianca Crisp of Australia sitting really comfortably currently in third position. As you see there, Alice, three very different stroke styles in our top three athletes. Explain to us, I guess, the difference between them and how open water swimming can lead in such different styles of swimming.
Yeah, so we see Taducci here with a much higher stroke rate, much higher turnover. This will be, truthfully, she'll be slipping water underwater, and I don't say that in terms that she's doing something wrong, but it's just so she has her turnover, so she's not putting too much effort through her shoulders in terms of strength and power, but she's able to have a high turnover rate and just keep moving with it. Just wait. And then Bettina Fabian at the front has got a stroke, I'd say more similar to some of the men that race. It's much longer, kind of nearly like a 3/4 catch-up kind of. She'll be putting a lot of power through her stroke in the water to keep her moving forward, meaning she doesn't have to have such a high stroke rate. And so who's the Australian behind?
Bianca Crisp. Yeah.
Bianca Crisp. Oh, okay. Bianca. Oh gosh, I can't see her stroke now. Yeah, Bianca looks like she's got a very high elbow, so she kind of gets over the water, and yeah, especially I suppose with the waves, that's going to be very helpful because it looks a lot calmer now, but I think further out it looked a little bit more choppy.
Yeah, well, obviously the Australians primarily having a lot of surf swimming background really leans into these sort of conditions. Bianca, I know, a Queensland local, and definitely benefiting from that surf experience. It'll be exciting to see her sit forward this far. She usually sits a bit further back and tries to come into the race a little bit later on. So it is Fabian, though, getting those points through the first lap. Taduchi, Chris, Abina, who we haven't yet touched on from Japan, sitting really comfortably up in that top 4.
It's exciting to see, yeah, from Japan. There was a very good swimmer a couple of years ago. I think she may have since retired. But it's great to see some more talent coming through from Japan, especially because it's a big swimming nation. Got so many incredible swimmers in the pool.
That's right. That is absolutely bang on. And Abina, she sort of came onto the scene at this year's World Championships, or really made a mark. She spent a lot of the time at the front of the race, trying to, I guess, control the way that things were being swum. And once again today, swimming in similar fashion, she has an absolutely beautiful stroke. If we get a close-up of Abina, I'm sure she'll move closer near the front as the race goes on. Playing out much differently as expected to the men's race, but there are pockets of, I guess, openings happening throughout this leading pack, and a lot of these swimmers have to be careful not to let it slip open too far.
Yes, this is often the case. You can see gaps opening, and I've been in the position before where I really want to close that gap, and you end up moving to the front of your pack, putting yourself on the line, and just hoping that people either come with you and help you, or people drop away and you catch up. So we're seeing it get drawn out quite a lot now. There's it's in danger, especially at just maybe about 12 places back, of being like quite a hard break there that can spread out into like a 20 or 30 second gap potentially by the end of the lap.
Yeah, it can happen very quickly as well. You just got to make sure that you're keeping an eye on those around you. Interesting to note, way back in 22nd position at the moment, 19 seconds off the lead is Leonie Beck. As we know, Leonie can make those moves forward very, very quickly, but that's energy that she'd be hoping to save. So potentially Bettina Fabian really making some waves here through. This is the start of lap 2, of course. Second currently Bianca Crisp. So it was a good feed by Bianca, the Australian, sitting much higher than she usually does in this race, and looking really comfortable in doing so. Our early leader, Mariah Denigan, just ever so slightly falling off that pace at the front. But as we mentioned at the start of the men's race, at the end of the men's race, Alice, that of course these athletes in the water now, the women, would have talked to some of their teammates and countrymen to sort of understand what the conditions were doing out there today.
Yes, absolutely. And in training, they hopefully would have tried to have got in the water at a similar time to what they're racing now. That's always what we try to do. Sometimes it's just not possible, especially with such a beautiful bit of water. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people wanting to use it, and so training might be closed off in certain times of the day. But it's definitely getting as much knowledge and as much information from everyone around you as possible, and that includes between countries as well. There's there will be discussions between countries about how things are going and what's going on. The staff on the feeding pontoon normally have very good and nice relationships with each other. So again, it's just testament to how beautiful this sport is in many aspects.
Yeah, we talked about it previously, but I guess if you want to elaborate on the community that sort of comes across in this open water realm, often a lot of the athletes that are on tour together, similar to many other sports like the WSL and the surfing, or even to a lesser, more dramatic extent in the F1, where there's only 20 athletes on the circuit. A lot of these athletes would travel the world together, be that at a World Cup, World Champs, Europeans, of course, or even at the Olympic Games.
Yes, absolutely. And it's this great thing as well when you get to the Olympics, you're like, oh my God, it's the Olympics. But you're racing the same people that you've raced for the past like 4 or 5 years. And you know each other, you know what people's tactics are, normally what they're going to do. I mean, what we're seeing here from Bettina Fabian, she's going to be trying something out here. You know, we saw it with David Bethlehem as well. You know, that's how he traditionally races. But it's a great time to test things out, see how it goes, and then at least you know for Paris and for the Olympics if something's different. But yeah, sorry, moving back to the community aspect of it, it's little things like you're getting ready and you need scissors to put the transponders on, the timing chips around your wrist. You need scissors for the tape, and for whatever reason you might not have scissors, and you know you can go to the country next to you and they will lend you their scissors. And whilst it sounds like something very little and small, it's just the nature of the sport that we're all in this together. It's a tough sport. Everyone appreciates the effort that all of the athletes go through, and we all have a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah, and I guess that comes down to not the most dramatic thing you've said, because I fully believe in it, but certainly one of the most inflammatory comments in saying that open water swimming is the hardest swimming sport that we have. So I'm sure there's a fair bit of bonding in the pain and suffering that it takes to get to this level. But I guess
absolutely there's
sorry.
Oh no, you go. No, it's right. I was just going to say there's so much that happens with us. Like there are so many like highs and lows of it, and we all want to see each other at our best, but also we want to be our best as well and be those ones winning. Yeah,
that's right. Everyone's friends before the race starts, but as soon as the race is underway, there is no friends anymore. And I mean, especially in the women's race, and this is an interesting sort of point for those listening at home. The women's race in particular is very, very physical. Often these athletes It's always an interesting one because you think, oh, it'll be okay, it'll be fine, but sometimes it just gets so rough, so physical. As you can hear the whistle going now. I think we had the whistle once or twice in the men's, and that was towards the end. So, you know, it can get quite catty, but you stick to your own. And to be honest, you know when someone's hit you on purpose or when someone's doing something on purpose. You know, there have been many times I've been knocked accidentally, and you know it's just someone's stroke and you've just caught them at the wrong time, or they've caught you at the wrong time. And normally there'll be like a little separation where you're just kind of like, okay, I see you, I respect you, I'm giving you some space. However, there are some occasions where some people like to think it is a sport, like to think that it is a contact sport and that is a big part of it. And I always advise against taking that approach to open water. It drains you, and another factor is the fact that people know that you do that, and it can be quite embarrassing, like having like either yourself or your coach approach telling you that, like, by the way, this is like you need to pack it in, or like you need to stop, this isn't how we do things. So that's always a consideration for a lot of the athletes. Yeah, I guess that definitely plays into why we have so many support staff out there, and we have some incredible referees and officials sort of adjudicating the process of racing today. And I'm sure they'll be keeping a very close eye on our athletes to make sure that they all stay safe within the rules. We still have out in front, in fact, a bit of a change now in Ginevra Ducci holding the front of the race. Swimming very strongly. So had a little bit of a drop out there. Apologies.
Yes. We're back. We're good.
We're good.
Yeah, just going around this buoy here, as you can see, there's still so many swimmers bunched up. I think there's a bit of a gap in front, but it is normally absolute chaos going around the buoys, as you arms. It can be really hard to spot people out, but it's looking very competitive at the front.
Yeah, and this goes to your point earlier, Alice, around the physicality. The turning boys are certainly one of those areas where it comes to fruition.
Oh yeah, the turning boys. The stress and the fear that you can feel going into them sometimes of like knowing what's going to happen and kind of being powerless in a way to do anything besides like swim. And there's quite a gap there. I can see Leah Crisp and an Italian swimmer who I can't identify at the moment. I think trying to bridge that ever so slightly. It's probably not as big as it looks, but it can grow quite quickly, so they're putting in some good effort there. And we just saw a German back there. I'm not sure if that was the only Beck or not.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully get an update shortly as these athletes. Now on the far side of the course, this is lap 2 of 6 here in Golfo Aranci. This is stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. It certainly is an interesting point in the race as they start to battle their way through the chop. The conditions have changed quite dramatically over the last hour or so. The women absolutely battling through some of these waves, but a good top 3 in Taducci, Fabian and Crisp continuing to hold that pace over the rest of the field.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, being able to move through the water still at this pace with these waves just shows the amount of effort that they're putting in, and it's still strung out in like a single file line, which shows that the pace is high, it's fast. You got a Brazilian there. Is that Ana Marcela Cunha maybe? I'm not sure. So it can be so hard to pick them out sometimes.
Yeah.
But the speed is definitely there, and it's being driven. And there will be quite a few big names who are not in the front 5 or 6 at the moment, which will be looking to make their moves through in the next lap or 2.
Yeah, and I guess that does provide some level of comfort for those athletes sitting within that 8 to 12 range in this pack. They know that if they sit far enough forward, and if there is a break that happens around that 6-7 position mark, that they know the likes of Leonie Beck or Ana Marcela Cunha or even Sharon van Rondaal can really jump forward and bridge that gap. I think the challenge today that we're going to see is the likes of Bettina Fabian, who does like sitting forward. Is she going to be able to get some space and potentially swim away from the rest of the field? Because I would say, and almost every time we've been in this position, if Leonie Beck is able to get some free water away from the likes of Ana Marcela and Sharon van Rondaal, she does go on to swim to victory. So we'll be watching that carefully, as will, I'm sure, Sharon van Rondaal. But Alice, I don't think I've asked you yet, who is your pick to win today's race?
Ooh. Okay, so Beck is, I think, obviously in good form, coming off of Soma Bay winning that. Bettina Fabian, I think she's putting an amazing effort here. Is she still leading? Is that an Italian leading now? Is that Taducci leading now? Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, so I've just named all 3 of the podium from Soma Bay.
Yeah.
So, but then you've got Sharon van Rondaal and Ana Marcela Cunha in this mix as well. It's just, I'm just like taking in how like stacked this sport is. Like Paris really can go anyway. So can this race. It's really so competitive, and they all have different styles and types of racing as well. You know, we see Taducci taking it out from the front right now, but you know that Sharon and Cunha and Leonie Beck are sat in the pack somewhere not too far back, having things under control and ready to start to punch through. I was very fortunate one time. I was trying the kind of negative split race where you sit further back and come through, and I managed to find the feet of Sharon van Rondaal. It was like 2018 or something, and I sat on her feet, and it was like a masterclass of how she would like move around the pack, find gaps, and before you know it, you're in 25th place, but before you know it, you're into 11th place and then 8th place. And she really just has this amazing skill of being able to skip through the pack in such a beautiful way and end up at the front.
That is such an incredible point, because a lot of athletes, when they look at the results, they just see Sharon move from 36th to 30th to 24th to 1st. They don't understand that throughout that entire process, it's not just the speed that's increasing, but she's technically equipped to know which way to move, and that is the skill that is Sharon Van Rondaal.
Absolutely. Being able to read that, I think Hector Pardo does as well, but also I feel like Marc-Antoine as well. It's a wealth of experience and just knowledge of the race, and there are quite a few swimmers who read races like that and are able to skip through, and it's always such a joy to watch them, because yeah, they'll be in 30th place at some point, but you know, come the last lap, they'll be into the top 10 and punching for the medals.
We go back to the front of the race here. It is Ginevra Taducci, the Italian, leading the way. We broke down her stroke just prior, and you mentioned obviously she does have that very high cadence, almost slipping through the front of her stroke. Talk to us about, on a day like today where there is that cross chop that's coming across her stroke and she's breathing into that. How does a high stroke rate really enable her to stay at the front of the race?
I always think a high stroke rate for races like this are really helpful, because you are able to just keep moving kind of with and against the water at the same time. You always want to move with the water, you don't want to be fighting waves. But by having a high stroke rate, it means you have more chance of finding water compared to someone who has a much longer stroke rate, and if one of their strokes slips or gets taken out by a wave, they'll have to recover in a slower way. Whereas if you've got that high turnover, okay, that stroke got pushed by a wave, but it just keeps the pace moving in a way that's comfortable, and that the water, and as in the conditions of the water, don't affect you too much.
Yeah, that's such a key point. Like we've seen again and again today, you have to be resilient, not only in your emotional and mental state, but also in your physical state. And I think the high turnover that Taducci does have is key to that. Unfortunately for many athletes, it is quite a taxing way to swim the race, but I guess this is where Taducci trains, and this is why she's conditioned her body to really push through the pain barrier throughout the entire 10Ks. We talked throughout the men's race, and we were discussing the difference between the 5, the 10, and the 25K swimmer. When you look at someone like Ginevra, she naturally lends herself to those longer distances.
Yes, absolutely. The meters that all of these athletes will be putting in will be intense and hard. There's a lot of pull paddle work that goes into marathon swimming, like big pull paddle sets, getting used to putting such a load through your shoulders all at once. It's a really tough and resilient sport that requires a lot from you physically and mentally.
That's right. And we see those athletes get tested on a daily basis. I tell you what, there are a couple of Instagram follows throughout the open water world that I can highly recommend, and Leonie Beck is certainly one of those, training in the super squad under Fabrizio. So not sure if you follow Leonie, Alice, but definitely recommend it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've seen some of her posts on socials, and one of my favorite ones actually was a couple years ago now, I think. She compared her swimming, like videos of her swimming at like 27 seconds per 50, like 33 seconds per 50, and then maybe 36 seconds per 50, something like in that kind of range, like 3 videos against each other, and just seeing her technique, her speed, the length that she can stretch to in the water is really, really impressive. She's a good ambassador for the sport of swimming, but more specifically marathon swimming as well. Absolutely,
and uses her sort of platform for the right causes as well, which is what we love to see. As well, a good follow that I'd recommend, Florian Wellbrock, of course, the reigning Olympic champion from Tokyo. He has a video of himself in the swimming flume, basically swimming against a head wave of water and breaking down his stroke, and that he almost looks like an alien with how incredible his technique looks there.
Yeah, we really are in quite a lovely age of swimming where you can have athletes showcase what they are doing in training without giving too much away, but also showcase their talent, their strength, their resilience. So yeah, it's really special. And we're just coming into the second feed now.
Yeah, that's right. This is a critical feed at this point. You want to be making sure that you get in the nutrients.
Definitely, absolutely, yeah. There will be some swimmers who missed the first one because the pace might have been fast and that they wanted to catch up. But this is one of those where if you've missed the first one, you need to get this one in, because otherwise it can start to become detrimental towards the back end of the race.
So Taducci leads Crisp, Denigan, Fabian and Abina. Not a lot of change in our top five. Jungblut leads in 6th. Santoni, Totoro, Cunha. And we'll round out our top 10 with Leah Boy. So some big names in there, but also some big names just outside. We'll see how they fare as we make our way through that lead pack. Looks like we may just get a lead change. No, Taducci still holds the way, and Alice, as she rolls onto her back, she looks fantastic, and Denigan now pulling up next to her.
Yeah, I don't want to compare between the men's and the women's too much, but I always just find it so interesting. You do see this much more with the women, checking back to see where people are, and just being conscious of what's going on in the race, knowing what's happening. I think it's because the women's race is typically more, I think more changes. I feel like there are more changes. You get more people punching through towards the end. So you just want to be aware as much as possible, if you're leading, what's happening behind you, that no one's splitting off doing their own thing or something like that.
And we saw Leah Cripps just sitting there, looks about in around the 15 to 20 mark into the pack.
Yes,
how do you think Leah is feeling about this position at the moment?
I think she should feel confident. It looks like a good position to be in. The gap it's kind of all bunched back up now. It's slowed down a little bit. It looks like it's a little bit more comfortable. So she can, anyone in those positions really can start to think, okay, I'll take maybe this straight to try and bring my energy levels back, calm myself down. The manic part's over for now. Enjoy the moment of peace, in a sense, relative peace in terms of the race, and then start planning your next move to start punching through, because we're very quickly approaching halfway, and those last 2 laps are so crucial in positioning.
Yeah, it almost...
And we see Mariah Denigan taking the front again.
Yeah, absolutely. It almost feels like, although we're not even halfway into the race, it is crucial to get your positioning right at this point. And Mariah Denigan taking that opportunity to solidify herself at the front of the race. We've seen Bianca Crisp move up into 2nd position. Bettina Fabian and Abina of Japan holding on for 3rd and 4th respectively. So there is a fair bit of movement going on here, but as you've sort of mentioned throughout, Alice, the positioning isn't just into those key moments like the turning buoys and the feeding pontoons in the final laps. You really do need to be thinking about your positioning throughout the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those where we see Mariah doing backstroke now, letting someone else take over. The boys and positioning yourself and into feeding as well. You can quite quickly end up on the outside, and you, as much as possible, want to cut back in, because you can end up swimming another 5 to 10 meters wider each buoy, which adds up to be a lot of swimming over 10 kilometers. So we like traditionally everyone's looking for the inside line, of course, but you need to be thinking about your position on every straight and at every buoy.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like you've had a bit of a lead change as well. You go to the far side in that shot, but as we move back to the leader, it looks like Vivian Junglut of Brazil moving around Bianca Crisp there. We saw Mariah Denigan do some backstroke. She did not want to hold the lead. Bianca Crisp didn't want to hold the lead, and neither did Bettina Fabian. So expect those different lines to sort of bunch up in a second. But what this does is it provides an opportunity not just for those 10th to 15th athletes to take a moment to readjust, but it also gives the opportunity for those athletes that are sitting on the fringe of that front pack around the 30th mark to jump back into that pack and take a breather as well. But what this does do, as we mentioned earlier, Alice, is it puts a lot of pressure on these athletes to make sure that they keep their own room and don't start getting too physical.
Yes, exactly. This would be the kind of race that I love. I would sit into the middle of the pack, try and be as comfortable and as relaxed as possible, and then really start to punch through in the last 2 laps. And when the pace is like a little bit slower, when no one really wants to take hold of it like they did at the start, no one wants to like commit themselves too much to leading the whole race and potentially get touched out at the end. It's totally understandable. So it means it has bunched up a lot at the back, but we are seeing, I guess, again, it's very to and fro. We've got 2 people with a little gap, but I imagine that will be closed quite quickly if they don't want to lead.
Yeah, I can imagine it's going to to and fro ever so slightly as they make their way through these laps here. This is, of course, lap 3, which means, as we know, the sprint points on offer at the end of this lap. We saw Bettina Fabian go out after it with intent in lap 1. And, of course, we saw similar in the men's race with David Bethlehem getting the points. Do you think that will continue to be a factor here, and potentially, with Bettina and training with David and Christoph, this is something that they would have talked about at training?
I think so, yeah. It's clearly influencing some of the race, which is great to see. It keeps it dynamic, it keeps it fresh, it gives the swimmers and the athletes more to want to swim for. Not that there isn't enough on the line already, but it's another thing to excite you. So yeah, it's absolutely great to see this challenge which World Aquatics have put down being answered by the athletes.
Yeah, and I guess that's it's exactly what it's for. It's for the athletes to sort of get more out of their racing, but it's also for the spectators at home to continue to spice things up as the races unfold here. It is certainly something that breaks the race up, and I know something that these athletes cherish, especially when we have that financial incentive associated with that. So we'll keep an eye on that. For now, they are on the far side of the course. Pace has ever so slightly come out in today's race in lap 3, but I expect that to change in a second. The one that I want to note, Aria Abini of Japan hasn't yet had a turn at the front, but in Doha earlier this year sat at the front of the race for the majority of the proceedings. So we'll see how that plays out, but so far Abina looking very comfortable tucked in that top 10.
Yeah, it's great to see like new talent coming through, especially going to the World Championships and just not being intimidated by the other names who are historically there and putting in an amazing effort and racing how she wanted to race. It's always very special to see those calls being made by athletes, and it's a very bright future for the sport.
Yeah, it's something that I'm excited to see take place as we continue to see the sport evolve. Of course, only introduced back in 2008 to the Olympic Games. I'm not sure about yourself, Alice, but myself, I wasn't aware of the history preceding, of course, 2008, of which now I'm a massive, massive fan of, and going back well into the 1900s, but truly provides a spotlight that the sport deserves at the Olympic Games, and really has gone from strength to strength since its inclusion in Beijing.
Oh, I totally agree. I've been growing my knowledge and my experience of open water swimming, marathon swimming, ultra marathon swimming, outside of the elite sphere and the elite arena. But it really just is a fantastic sport because it's kind of how we were meant to swim. Not to disrespect pool swimming, but obviously that is a very man-made, clinical environment, whereas swimming traditionally thousands of years ago would have taken place in lakes, in rivers, in seas, oceans. So to have it represented at the Olympic Games, to give swimmers another chance to have an event to be able to compete for their country for, I am so grateful for this event, because as much as I loved pool swimming, it wasn't what I was best at. I think even if I had put all of my effort into that, I wouldn't have qualified for the Olympics for Great Britain. So to have marathon swimming as that option for me, especially with my height and my build, it worked out for me perfectly, and it's great to see it bearing again.
So as we move back to the front of the race, we see now on screen Bettina Fabian once again alongside Mariah Denigan. The front of the race, I believe, is still Ginevra Taducci. So there has been plenty of lead changes through the opening laps. In fact, Taducci sitting back in third position currently. Bianca Crisp still sitting up in second position, looking absolutely fantastic. And it is Vivian Jungblut, in fact, holding on to that lead, which she established in that long straight on the far side of the course. This is, of course, lap 3 of the 2024 Golfo Aranci stage here, stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series.
Hey, I'm sorry about that. I'm back on now. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm back on. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. We're just saying Vivian Jungblut leading the way for Brazil. Vivian, of course, heading to this year's Paris Olympic Games. 2 Brazilians set to represent the famous nation of Brazil. And I'm sure Vivian has grand plans for how her performance at this year's Olympics will look like.
Absolutely, and I feel like with similar to what we were saying with Marc-Antoine and Logan Fontaine, Vivian she's been on the scene for a while as well. She's got some good years of racing in her. She's a name that I would frequently see on the start list and know that she is a very strong, very fierce competitor. So it's great to see her pushing through in this Olympic year.
Yeah, that's right. And a skilled veteran as well. Vivian racing multiple times at a really high Olympic world level. Vivian finished 14th at this year's Doha World Championships in the women's 10 kilometers. Also finished 9th in the women's 5 kilometers. And I think also interesting to note that the Brazilians finished in 8th in that relay. Alice, I'm not sure if you had the experience of racing for GB or GB at a World or World Cup level or similar in the relay, but certainly an exciting new format that's come into our sport.
Oh, absolutely. I was very fortunate to swim, I think it was one of the first relays in 2017 in Budapest, and we finished 5th there. And this was around the time when we weren't sure, do you put man first, do you put woman first, how do you how do we swim this? I believe we went woman, man, man, woman, and I was the woman at the end. And I remember diving in first, and I had Marc-Antoine coming in second behind me, maybe about 30 seconds back. And I never swam so hard in my life. It was one of the hardest efforts that I put out there, because I knew I had pretty much all men coming behind me and just having to put in this monumental effort. We managed to finish fifth, which was like a great result, of course, but I found it a bit difficult at the end that I was the one who got overtaken.
I guess that's the learning curve that's come across with the relays, and yeah, it's almost trial by fire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, for all of the tactics that have happened and what we've ended up at today, there are stories like that across many countries where it didn't go the way that was expected. So, but it's an absolutely fantastic event, and hopefully, I'm not speaking out of turn here, it'd be absolutely amazing to see it at the Olympics one day if there's room for it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the plan, to continue to grow that sport and continue to grow that event. It certainly provides some excitement, and it's something that I'm excited to talk through tomorrow, as well as we get ready to call the relay. That is something that, I mean, if we look at the start list at the moment, obviously the French are going to have a lot to say, but so are the Italians.
Yes, of course, the Italians and the Germans, Hungarians as well, who've put in some great efforts here, you know, with David Bethlehem, who's clearly got a lot of speed. Krzysztof Rosowski obviously got a lot of speed as well. So it's going to be such an interesting battle, and then we can of course see how the women fare up in that as well once all said and done with this event.
Yeah, so speak to us about that. The Hungarian team, you know, formerly all trained together, and Bettina Fabian, Mira Sizamak, Krzysztof Rosowski and David Bethlehem. Bettina Fabian still training in that group, but Mira Sizamak now training at Washington State University, I believe. And, you know, the move across to swimming in college is not much. We haven't seen it much in open water swimming. We've seen it quite a bit in the pool, but talk to us about that. Why haven't we seen the sort of move over to swim in those short course yards?
I guess, yeah, it's just one of those things where college swimming in its nature and the way it competes just means that marathon swimming, it doesn't have as much potential to grow and to foster. That's not to say it can't be done. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Swimmers have these options and these opportunities to get a world-class education, but also world-class training as well. And as I've said, careers can be long. They can be seriously like looking into your 30s, and that's not a question anymore. That's like, if you want to do it, if you've got the talent, the drive, and of course the finances to be able to keep it into your 30s, you can. So taking 3 or 4 years when you're about 18 to 22 years old to go and do university education, still swim to a very high level, but maybe have a certain event take a back foot for a couple years. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and if there are any swimmers out there that are looking at doing that, do explore your options, because it can be a really beneficial choice for you in life, because, you know, swimming's amazing, it's great, but having something else to call to your name when all's said and done in the pool or in the ocean can be really useful. And it's always nice to see people invest in other parts of their life outside of their swimming careers.
Yeah, you're bang on there, and obviously the great thing that it does provide is an opportunity to make more out of swimming than memories, and if you can get your education paid for, then absolutely seize that opportunity. Hopefully Mira continues to improve in her time at Washington State University and brings that back to the Hungarian national team, and I'm sure they'll be firing in that relay for many, many years to come.
Absolutely.
Moving back to the front of the field, of course, We did see a little bit of chaos coming into that directional buoy. We know, of course, this is lap 3. We will see some points awarded to our sprint leaders. Vivian Jungblut has done a great job in this third lap to position herself at the front. Bianca Crisp still sitting in second, but will we see Bettina Fabian start to move through?
Yeah, I mean, we're coming up to halfway. It's been an interesting race where there've been like three or four different leaders within like 5k, which I suppose we saw with the men, but I feel like with the men there was a bit more intent to try and make this break, whereas right here it just looks like Vivian's swimming at a comfortable pace where she's not killing herself, she's conserving energy, but making the pack work in a sense. And you can see there are some little gaps happening, but as before, I imagine they'll end up bunching up a little bit at some point.
Yeah, I think when you look at the stroke rate of Vivian Jungblut, she's not really exerting herself too much. She certainly, it looks like she's racing this race for the 10-kilometer distance and not necessarily the 5-kilometer mark, which we're about to swim through. That being said, I do expect to see some pressure here as we see now Bettina Fabian move to screen in the green Hungarian cap, trying to move forward as quickly as possible. There's not much time left as we see on the inside of the course. A pretty serious attempt to move forward.
Yeah, for the sprint lap, definitely, yeah. It's like these angles are so interesting because it's just there's so much happening. Like there'll be so many dynamics happening behind that we unfortunately can't get too deep into because there's so many people and then the camera angles and everything. But it's such beautiful water as well, such amazing footage.
Yeah, it certainly makes you jealous to be here commentating as opposed to being out in the water racing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that.
That's so true. I'm happy to leave it to these athletes, and a great job by Jungblut to continue to hold that lead. Crisp having the swim of her career so far, sitting in second. Abina in third. Fabian in fourth. I believe she'll still be our point leader. Taducci in fifth. Andre in sixth. Van Ruendal, a big mover, into seventh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. I mean, I don't remember seeing her name on the last lap. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure we can pull that stat up at some point. She's probably somewhere in maybe 15th to 20th. So she's came through to 7th place. She's only 5 seconds back. She's going to be firing in these next 2 laps.
Yeah, even further back, in fact, was Sharon Van Ruendal sitting almost, I believe, in 30th. So that was
30th.
Yeah, a big lap for Sharon. To move all the way from 36, in fact, into the top 10. So you were saying before, Alice, just how clinical she is. She must have sensed something in that lap where she wanted to sit more forward in the race, or whether that she saw Leonie sitting back there and wanted to put the pressure on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm just imagining, like, if I had the perfect race, I'd be on Sharon's feet. That's how I would aim to race. She just knows what to do when. Very decisive. She knows exactly when to move and why she's moving with intent. There's no like maybe. She knows what she wants to do, and to come from 36th to 7th is just shows her wealth of experience and her strength as a competitor.
That's right. True champion of the sport. We saw there, that was the end of lap 3. We move into lap 4, over the halfway mark of our women's 10 kilometers, the final event on day 1 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here. This is stage 2 in Golfo Aranci. Our athletes are doing a fantastic job out in front. We saw just before the athletes moving through the feeding zone. Interesting to note, today we are back introducing the sustainable drinking bottles, which have been a feature here in Golfo Aranci. The bottles have been reused throughout the competition season this year. And as we talked about, it's just another great initiative that World Aquatics have introduced at this World Cup level.
Oh, absolutely. It's so great to see that it is forefront of mind, having the athletes' well-being and ease of swimming, because at one point it was introduced these polystyrene cups, which are great, better for the environment than plastic bottles, but the cups, you'd find you just can't drink as much. Like, it's obviously a very wide opening, like half of it would like go down your face and just go into the water, so bottles are the preferred use to drink. So to have environmentally friendly ones, where we've seen people, I don't know if anyone's been looking at the background, but there've been people ready to jump in the water once the athletes have been through, collect the bottles, and then have them for reuse for next time. It's just a fantastic initiative.
Yeah, it's just another one of the ways that World Aquatics is trying to drive our sport forward. We've talked about the relays, we've talked about the sprint points, but also of note is our points on offer for our junior athletes. It's something that was introduced last year, and another thing that we're looking to sort of highlight this year. Unfortunately, all of our women's junior rankings that are leading the way at the moment aren't racing today, so we will, I think, we will get a new leader, or equal leader at least, at the end of this race, but it does a great job of highlighting that next generation, doesn't it, Alice?
Oh, absolutely. And it gives them more basis to go back to their national governing bodies and say, look how well I'm doing on the international stage. Yes, I might not be winning senior international medals, but I'm third in the junior ranking, and look at the potential this has. And as the years go on, we'll see people coming from the junior rankings and punching through to the medals, if not being world and Olympic champions and stuff like that. So I think it's an absolute great initiative. I'm very jealous it wasn't back in my time, but amazing to see that the longevity of careers is at the forefront of the organisers' minds.
That's it, and also great help for us as we get to identify the next generation of talent. It looks like we've had a lead change now. Angelica Andre moving forward for Portugal. We spoke about her pre-race. She has had a fantastic start to 2024 and continuing her form here.
Yes, absolutely. She's been around for a while, I believe. Like, she's a very well seasoned athlete, but I feel like the past 3 years or so, she's really started to grow through her career. And I'm not sure if there's been any kind of like coaching changes or anything like that, or sometimes it's just like the peak of an athlete. It comes at certain points and different points for everyone. So it's absolutely amazing to see her representing her country as she does, and doing it with finesse.
Yeah, and Angelica is one of those athletes that we talked about pre-race as well, that does have that versatility within herself. She races incredibly well in the open water, but also has a really quick 800, a really good medley swim as well. So certainly showing off the versatility as the Portuguese star in the marathon swimming world. Finished third in this year's World Championships over the 10 kilometers. What a result that was, and of course what a race that was, with Sharon ultimately taking the win, but certainly didn't have it on her own terms.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. What a way to stamp yourself as a serious competitor by getting a medal at the World Championships in Olympic year. And I think this is what's going to be quite interesting for the next few years. Definitely in swimming, but maybe other sports as well, as we see normal programming resume, where, we've had 3 World Championships in 3 years. So 22, 23 and 24 have all had a World Championships. We're going to have another World Championships in 25, but then the next one won't be until 2027, I believe. I think it's going back to normal after everything's settled from COVID. So it's just going to be, how do we see the athletes adapt to that, where there's going to be less opportunities to be world champion? How will that shape up? It's shaped up in a certain way because we've had so many opportunities, but how will it be going back to normal? Yeah,
I think that's been the benefit as we've seen. Not so much our aging athletes, but our veteran athletes of the sport, the ones that have been around that world-class level for such a long time, how they adjust, because whilst it's obviously very tough on on the competitors, the coaches, the officials, and of course the organizing committees to have to turn around events so quickly. What it does do is it keeps that inspiration to continue to pursue, I guess, excellence on that world level. If there is a benchmark meet within, you know, a year's gap of each other. So I'm excited to see, I guess, those athletes continue to push, but also what that means for the next generation is we have bigger gaps, and it puts more importance on events such as today, with the World Cups becoming all of a sudden the top level of competition that year. As someone that has raced at World Champs levels, we do talk about how important the Olympic Games are for athletes, but I guess, Alice, you know, we can't dismiss the legacy piece that Angelica Andre achieved this year by getting her first individual 10 kilometers medal at in Doha. So I guess what would that mean in the grand scheme of things for Angelica?
Oh, I think that would have been absolutely massive. I don't know her age, but I do know I remember seeing her around a lot when I was competing, and especially when I was just coming up and a bit younger. So, and she also, in the Olympic qualification event in Setúbal for Tokyo, I know she was obviously a huge favourite with the Portuguese crowd to qualify, and, you know, had a really great swim there to qualify. And I really feel like she's gone strength to strength. You know, she's been putting down some incredible performances. Getting bronze at the World Championships will be a career highlight for her, as it rightfully should be. It's such an amazing achievement, and to see her taking this out here, you know, going into the final 2 laps very soon, putting in some good effort, making everyone work, and putting herself in good contention to continue having a very strong year.
Yeah, that's right. I think as we've been speaking about throughout today's coverage, it's really important not only for your physical preparation but also for your mental preparation to have a strong showing today. This, for many athletes, will be the last time that they race prior to the Olympic Games. And Alice, of course, you finished 4th at the Olympic qualifier leading into the Tokyo Olympic Games. So a good race here is critical to performing on the day.
Yeah, totally. Setting yourself up for confidence, both physically and mentally, knowing that your body's been through what it's going to go through in Paris, but then also mentally, having a good race can really elevate your season and take your confidence to new places, especially for a race like the marathon, where a lot of the competitors and athletes will be doing very similar training programs, swimming very similar times in training, but tactics and mental fortitude and strength are really what can be key in separating yourself from 1, 2, and 3, but also 1st and 10th. There's really so many elements which you can draw upon to get the best out of your performance.
That's such great insight from a true champion of our sport. Going back to the front of the race, it is Angelica Andre leading the way as we move back to the feeding zone for some of our chase athletes. It's a great experience for them to be competing against the best in the world. Sitting in 2nd still, Bianca Crisp, I believe in 3rd, Vivian Jungblut of Brazil. Bianca Crisp of Australia moving to Noosa recently after a coach change from Yeronga Park, where of course Chelsea Gubecka does her training. Bianca having quite possibly the race of her life here. This is a massive swim so far. Still plenty of racing to go, but I guess, Alice, when you break onto this international scene, it is quite a different experience to the races where you're usually sitting a bit further in the pack. What would Bianca be going through at this point in the race?
She's going to be very excited. She's going to be wanting to keep it calm, keep it cool. She would have been through the feelings that her body's going through in training a lot. Mentally, it will be a different place because she's never done this before, and she'll be excited, and it's great to see that. And with marathon swimming, it's really one of those things, you don't know what it's like being in front until you're in front. And then once you're in that position, you know what it takes to get there. So even if, you know, I'm sure she's going to have a fantastic race, but even if it doesn't work out for her in the end, I'm not saying that it won't, but I'm sure she'll be great. But even if this is a great experience at the front, knowing what that sensation's like, knowing what effort she had to put in to get there, knowing where her mind's at, and then that will be able to carry through to other races. So when she's in a similar position again, she knows what it feels like. But I'm sure she's going to have a fantastic race.
Yeah, I'm sure she will. And, you know, we talked in the men's race about the coaching pedigree that they have at Noosa, led by John Rogers, the esteemed coach that has led the Australian open water scene for such a long time and produced incredible athletes in both open water and triathlon, the likes of Karina Lee spring to mind, who is, of course, now coaching at the Noosa Swim Club. Karina raced with you back in Tokyo, and finishing in the podium there, Australia's first ever medal at the Olympic Games. How much of a benefit would it be for Bianca to have a champion of the sport like Karina Lee leading the way?
Oh, I mean, to have that kind of experience coaching you and being able to guide you, or just even having like a DM like, oh, good luck for the race or something like that, you know, like even if it's something very small, and just that, oh, look out for this or look out for that, or when I raced, this is what it was like. Those are bits of experience that you can't really get from racing. Like, I was very fortunate. I had Kerry-Ann Payne, who was a couple years older than me, and she would give me tips and she would help me through it, and she would give me advice, and it was the kind of stuff that the next time I got into race, I would put into practice what she said, and I would notice a visible difference, and I'd be like, okay, I know exactly what she means. And I'm sure Bianca has had situations like that with Karina Lee, and it's absolutely fantastic to see her racing so well.
Yeah, that's right. It's turning into almost not quite the same level, but in terms of depth, but certainly in terms of intensity, the women's Australian team is going from strength to strength. The likes of Moesha Johnson, Chelsea Gubecka, Maddie Goff, and now Bianca Crisp, well and truly putting her name up in the lights. It's only a matter of time for Australia to convert those incredible distance swimmers into open water swimmers, and hopefully we see the delineation here in Bianca Crisp continuing that long list of athletes that really have taken the mantle from Karina Lee and really trying to push at that international level. It certainly won't be easy, especially when you're racing the likes of Angelica Andre, who just looks absolutely powerful driving through that chop. Again, similar to the men's race when we have the likes of Krzysztof Rozowski, who does really excel in these choppy conditions. We can see the strength playing into Angelica Andre's hand. Alice, when you were swimming, what was your preference? The flatter, calmer race, or would you prefer to be racing in the chop like today?
Yeah, I prefer the flat, I think. I suppose so. Some of the best races I've done have actually been quite choppy. So the Olympic qualifier in Setubal was, it's Setubal, so it's going to be choppy. It's going to be a tough swim. But I think I always preferred the flatter water. But then it is really a sport where you just have to be dynamic. Like, everyone's dealing with the same conditions. You've got to get out of yourself what you can get out of yourself, not let anything distract you too much, because every other swimmer is going to be putting it on the line as you are.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can't take it for granted, that's for sure. And I'm sure these athletes wouldn't be willing to give up an inch here. They know that even though that they're sitting at the front of the race, there are some big names following behind as we just get that wide shot that's perfectly timed to understand just how intense this lead pack is.
Yes, absolutely. It'd be really interesting to see the next timing gate, to see how things might have changed. It's still such a big pack. You've still got, I can't even estimate, it's so hard to see. I can see Mariah Denigan in the middle there, spot Leah Crisp, see if French swimmer, we haven't really touched on them too much. If there's a wealth of talent in France, and obviously looking towards their home games as well, it's going to be an interesting time.
Yeah, it's a shame we couldn't have introduced the relay in time for the Paris Olympic Games. I'm sure there's a lot of French open water swimmers that would have loved the opportunity to swim in front of a home crowd in what I believe will be one of the craziest experiences of open water swimming in the Seine River, with the Eiffel Tower as a backdrop. There's going to be some incredible photos, and to miss the opportunity to have the relays, I'm sure one day we will look back fondly, but fondly on an opportunity that may have been missed. But nonetheless, we'll continue to drive the sport forward, and I guess everyone tuning in around the world, wherever you are listening, continue to advocate for the growth of open water swimming. I like to say, if you just get one more friend in to listen and watch, then we are at least one more fan better off, and they can do the same thing and continue to grow the sport.
Definitely, yeah. It's just so pretty. It's such a beautiful sport, and the efforts that the athletes go through as well are truly special. So yeah, the more people talking about this sport, involved with the sport, the better.
Great point. So we are here on lap 4, coming towards the end, about 300 meters to go in lap 4 of 6. This, of course, being stage 2 here in Golfo Aranci of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. We saw the men's race take place earlier today, where we had a thrilling finish. Marc-Antoine Olivier finishing in front of his countrymen in Logan Fontaine, and Hungary's Krzysztof Rozovsky rounding out the top 3. Who will take home the medals today? We will find out in just over 40 minutes time. It has been a pleasure to see the athletes make their way through the course for the first 4 laps, but there is still plenty of action ahead of us. And as we were noticing in the lap 3, Alice, Sharon Van Rondaal is coming, and certainly looks as one of the athletes to keep an eye on.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's 3 names you can never really count out. Is Sharon Van Rondaal, Anna Marcela Cunha, and Leonie Beck. And I feel like I saw Anna Marcela like in that wide shot. I feel like I could see her head popping up to check on the shape of the race and how things are turning out. So no one's out yet. It's looking really competitive, really strong from Portuguese Andre at the front, but we've still got two laps to go, so it's going to be dynamic and powerful.
I'm very excited to see how it all plays out. Angelica Andre sitting at the front, looking almost like Anna Marcela Cunha, very similar strokes, and that goes to show the strength of these athletes. Of course, lap 4, no sprints on the line here, but certainly some bragging rights, and Andre doing a great job as we come into what was one of the most influential feeding pontoon exchanges in the men's race. What will we see here? Do we believe the last feed for a few athletes?
Yes, I think this will be again another key feed to fuel yourself for the next 2 laps, for the next like 3.4k. Most likely a lot of them will skip the last feed. As I said about the men's race, it's a bit dicey trying to feed on the last lap, especially when you're trying to make as much time as possible. Of course, if you're in front and it feels comfortable, you might as well take it. But yeah, this is it looks like there's a bit of a gap on Andre. I didn't catch if she fed. Do you know if she fed?
Yeah, she came in very, very quickly, but so did Bianca Chris. So it
Van
shows.
Rondaal, yeah. I mean, that looked a very good feed from Andre there, and to keep driving the pace forward and making everyone work for it behind. Yeah, she's doing well.
Yeah, could this be a potential move here? We saw last year that the women's pack, they did split a few times, but managed to catch up every time. It looks like there's been a bit of a chain reaction. Bianca Chris currently sitting in behind Angelica Andre, but if you look down to about 8th position, where the pack starts splitting from single file into 3 across, there is a bit of chaos going on there. Looks like Leonie Beck's in the mix.
Yes, yeah, this is where things do get interesting, because it's fully strung out now into like a single file where everyone's going to be converging to want to be in that line, and you end up having like basically a bottleneck of people all competing for the same feat. And the leader as well, it's always difficult to take a completely straight line, so it ends up snaking. So you look up and then all of a sudden the line's actually in front of you and you're on the right line, but then everybody else notices that as well and tries to get back on those feet. So especially going around a turning, boy, it's going to be interesting. She's still driving the pace though.
Yeah, certainly hasn't taken a backward step. Angelica Andre at the front. I know, obviously, you were mentioning about the athletes sitting behind, but as a leading athlete, it's very hard to get a sense of what's going on behind you as well. So she would be managing those emotions and using this turn can that's coming up to try and get a good sense of I guess, any implications. Really, you only know by the touch of your feet, potentially, so I'm sure that's playing a factor.
Yes, this is a good point, actually. I would often use the turn, so when you're at this right angle, to look either back or forwards to see how far in front or behind people are, like relative to you. So you kind of like look back at the buoy and you can see at a right angle where's like the line turning. Are there still people turning around whilst I'm quite far in front, or vice versa? It's actually a really good way of checking your position in the pack and making sure you're where you want to be at the right time.
That's a great point. And again, another one of those tactics that plays into what's going on in today's race. It's sometimes, as you said, very beneficial to know that, but sometimes when you're already, I guess, a bit spent from 6, 7, 8 kilometers of racing, to look up and see that you are 50 meters off the lead can be quite detrimental to your mental well-being as the race sort of transpires. But that is the battle that these athletes have to go through, and I guess the battle of endurance that sits across both physical and mental.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like I've been in those situations where you look up and you know you're off the pace, and you know you try as hard as you can, but there's very little you can do about it. It's very hard to come back from that, and the like kind of demons that sit on your shoulder being like, oh, just get out, just stop, and you're just like, no, come on, let's persevere, let's keep going with this. It's all experience. I'll get out next time, or I'll get out this time and reflect on what went wrong, which part went wrong, and then make the corrections for next time.
That's a great point. And I guess, again, why it has been so great for World Aquatics to increase their broadcast capacity so that these athletes can not only review their races emotionally and mentally, but also look back at the footage and see where they went right, where they went wrong, and potentially look at things like what Angelica Andre is currently going through, where she is pushing the pace really intensely and understanding, if I just made that move earlier, or if I was a bit smarter around those turn cans, I would have been able to maintain connection. So ultimately, it's not just bringing this great coverage into homes around the world, but also providing an opportunity for these athletes to learn from it. I guess, Alice, earlier we were talking about the sport, where it's heading, and the differences between the women's and the men's race. But I guess if we were to look at the women's pool distance swimming, is there any athlete that you'd love to see come across to the open water realm?
Oh, there's always that daydream about whether Katie Ledecky would do it. I mean, she's like, yeah, absolute legend. Always that daydream of like, oh my god, actually, whilst I was competing, I was like, I really hope she doesn't do it. Yeah. Now that I'm not a competitor, I would absolutely love to see her do it. She's obviously made the decision not to. I don't think there's ever been any indication that she would do it. But she is just such an impressive athlete. You know, hearing some of the stuff that she does in training, the incredible talent that she is. It'd be interesting to see how she fares in the open water environment and whether it's for her or not, because sometimes it's just not for that individual and that person.
It would be so interesting to watch Katie Ledecky race open water, to see if she did back herself to go to the front of the race and lead from start to finish, and to see if she'd be able to do that.
Yeah, then she could even just sit in 4th or 5th position and have that confidence of knowing, yeah, I'm Katie Ledecky. I can punch through at the end here, and I'm pretty confident that there will be few, if any, people who can keep up with me.
Yeah.
But what about you? Who do you think would be? Who would you love to see in open water?
Well, to be fair, my answer would be very similar in Katie Ledecky. I think I'd love to see her take it to the likes of Leonie Beck and Sharon Van Ronda, Anna Marcela Cunha, and even throw Chelsea Gubecka in there, as well as those athletes that are just so good at predicting when a race is going to come, and almost using the speed of Katie Ledecky against her to work a lot harder than she would need to. But to be fair, and not to be a homer pick by any means, but I'd love to see the likes of Ariane Titmus come across to this realm, knowing that, of course, proud Australian, now Queensland local, what that could potentially look like. And I know she's a fierce competitor, and I think that would show out in a realm of open water swimming, and makes for some great viewing as she races our champions of the sport.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think any of those like big three that are at Worlds and at the Olympics competing for those medals, and you know, we see little to no crossover amongst the women in the pool in Olympic finals and the marathon swimming, whereas the men, you see maybe like 3 or 4 names who will pop up in the marathon and have like legitimate chances of top 10 and medals. So yeah, it's interesting to see that none of them have tried their hand at it yet, as far as we know, but it's obviously a considered approach that they've chosen not to do it.
Yeah, I think the good way that the Olympic qualification is now structured is it does encourage those athletes that do race in the pool to give it a crack, and especially at the Olympic Games, where this year we'll be racing on the 8th and 9th of August, which is after the pool competition is completed. Gives them a free shot of really having a crack at what the Olympic campaign could look like. So potentially, as we continue to develop as a sport, that more and more of those superstars will try their hand. I know obviously it's happened in the men's race, but you know, you could ask the same question. I'd love to see, you know, Dan Whiffen have a crack. I know you're a big fan of Dan, and there are a lot of people that are big fans of Dan, especially with what he's achieved over the last year.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few names. Don't want to call any of them out just because, you know, it's not my business, but there's so many names that I would love to see give it a go. And you're so right. The fact that we've got the swimming program, which will conclude, I feel like there's like a good week or 10 days in between the two. It might be a bit dramatic with that timing, but you have a good amount of time from when the swimming program in the pool finishes to the open water races on the 8th and the 9th, and there will be a lot of people who just think, why not? You know, I've qualified in the 8, I've qualified in the 15. It's a great opportunity. Yes, it's a 10K. Yes, it's tough, but I've even seen the jokes of people being able to call themselves multi-sports athletes because it's marathon swimming and then swimming. So it's just another flex, another feather to your cap, in a sense.
Yeah, that would be a special time for sure, and obviously for the athletes, you know, if you get to stay at the Olympic Games for a little bit longer, why wouldn't you consider that? Back to the race, a little bit of a change here around that turning can. There's been a bit of a mix-up. We'll get a closer look on who leads the race, but as you mentioned before, Alice, we haven't talked that much about our French athletes. Caroline Jouisse. Is it Sharon?
It looks like an NED. Is it? Oh no. It looked like NED, like Netherlands. Yeah. Hopefully it cuts back close again. But yes, you're so right about the French athletes. Always had, even especially in the women's side as well, such a wealth of experience and talent through France in open water swimming.
Yeah, and I think this year it's sort of been re-established, the likes of Ocean Castagnol and Caroline Jouisse. Caroline last year really, really strong, and one of those athletes we touched on, of course, the 25 kilometers that is no longer at a world championships level. Caroline was previously an athlete that really excelled over that distance, and So for her to transition from the 25 kilometers to be one of the best 10 kilometer swimmers in the world has been absolutely extraordinary, and a credit to her ability to do so. I think Caroline, the way that she finished last year, instead of to take the win, was sensational. To turn her speed was something that I hadn't seen ever before in a 25k swimmer like that. But I'm sure she'll be fighting very intently at the end of this race. But for now, looks like Ginevra Taducci back in charge.
Yeah, she's still taking it out, still working at it. It's great, absolutely great to see. I hope it cuts to a close shot. But yeah, I do think that's Sharon in second. I think.
Sure, we'll get a closer look in a second as they come around this turn can. This is lap 5, so we have just over 2Ks to swim here in the race that is stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. There's sprint points on the line at the end of this lap, and the athletes are churning their way through the water as the conditions continue to deteriorate ever so slightly.
Yeah, I can really hear that the wind's picked up, the water looks very rough. Actually, before in the race, I feel like this part was a little bit flatter, a little bit calmer, but the conditions have really picked up now. So it's going to... this is where breaks are much more dangerous, when the waves are choppy, it's cutting over. If a little gap happens in front of you, quite quickly a wave can come over it. You get a little bit disorientated, and then you look up again, and then that gap that was 1 or 2 meters is suddenly 3, and it can just keep snowballing like that very quickly.
And well done to you,
Sharon,
Alice. Yeah, you spotted it. So it is
racing. So I just coming from 36th to second is just so impressive.
Yeah, I'm sure there's many open water swimmers tuning in, and fans of open water swimming tuning in around the world that are just absolutely in awe of Sharon van Rouwendael's ability to move through a pack, and really there's only a couple swimmers in the world that have ever had that ability. So a lot of us are sitting here wishing this was us.
Yeah, I wish I wish I had the skill and talent, but also just the dedication that Sharon has put towards the sport, because this is years and years of practice and of honing and of just trial and error and ability, and it's great to see it in action. It's great to be able to commentate on it too.
Absolutely, much easier to commentate than compete against, I can imagine.
Definitely.
For now, Ginevra Taducci still holds the lead. Of course, Ginevra led the majority of lap 2 and 3. Took a bit of a break from the lead in lap 4, but now back in charge as they come down to finish off lap 5. 1 lap to go. As we were saying at the start of the race, we're yet to see an Italian win here in Golfo Aranci. Could we potentially see Taducci hold on to the win? She's going to need that gap that we were talking about if she wants to hold off the fast finishes of Beck, Denigan, Van Rouwendael, Cunha. The names are endless.
Yeah, there was a lot of people in that pack there. You could see Mariah Denigan in the middle, Anna Marcella closest to us in the black cap next to the white cap at the moment. It's very competitive in there, and of course you've got, I think, Bianca Crisp is still stuck in there having a great swim. So it's going to be very volatile in this last lap. There's going to be a lot of position changes.
Yeah, and Ginevra was actually second last year to Leonie Beck, almost in similar fashion. Leonie really didn't make a big move until that final straight, where she was able to get a bit of space. Taducci and Gabrielewski finished in second and third to Beck on that day. Leah Boy in fourth, and Caroline Juis in fifth. So many of those big names that raced last year racing here again today. Interesting to note that Sharon van Rouwendael finished 8th on that day, just 15 seconds back from the win. So it's going to be an exciting final lap, And obviously Taducci, Gabrielski, well aware of the sort of inspiration behind Beck training in that super squad. So excited to call the back end of this race, Alice.
Oh yeah, it's going to be so good. It's great to see Vivian Youngblood still in third position, still up there. So I guess the front people haven't changed too much, apart from Sharon punching through. And yes, this is an exciting last lap. It's going to be good. There's a lot of names in this pack that are going to be looking for clear water to be able to come through. And I think Kuna's moved up again. She's just moved up another line, I think, so she's coming through as well.
This is what it's all about. How hard they can race, how fast they can push each other, and I guess what this can potentially mean as we head towards the Paris Olympic Games. For now, we continue to focus on Ginevra Taducci, our current race leader, ahead of Sharon Van Ruendel, looking very strong.
It's just the hard line behind Vivian of like 4 people just trying to get into that space. It's yeah, wow.
And of course, who has the best line? It's Ana Marcela Cunha.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task to move Ana Marcela off the right line.
Yeah. Honestly, if I think that might be Bianca, I think I probably would drop onto her feet. Yeah, she's doing now. Yeah, just like get on her feet. You take a little bit of a loss, but if you're dominant about your position, about being behind her, you know she's not going to be going anywhere backwards in the next lap. You stick on her feet as much as possible, and then try and punch past her at the end.
Another great call there by Alice Deering, jumping on the commentary today, doing a great job calling some of the big moves, and obviously calling the fact that Sharon Van Ruendel had moved all the way up into second position. So a bit of a move here by Sharon, moving off the feet of Ginevra, looking like she almost wants to take some of these sprint points.
Yeah, she's moving up onto her hip. Oh, okay. And Vivian's getting in on the action too. And Ana Marcela's fully cemented her place here. Okay, yeah, this is going to be fierce, like fully. I'd be really interested to see if anyone feeds. I doubt it. It just looks way too volatile. You can tell they all want it so much that I don't think there's any point in feeding. But it'll be let's see what they do.
And obviously the athletes coming closer to the bay. This will be the final time they go through that timing board. You can see now on the right of screen the yellow finish pad that the athletes will come through. But interesting to note here, Alice, obviously closer into the bay, it's much more protected, and you can see the change in conditions. As an athlete,
yes.
What effect does that play on your stroke?
Honestly, in the moment, you don't notice it too much. It's only in retrospect where you're like, okay, that was bumpier. So once you've came out of the bumpier part and into the flatter part, you're like, okay, this is flatter, this is easier. Like, as in, I can really give it some now. And I think that's maybe why Sharon's decided to move up. Has Taducci taken it? Sharon dropped back, I think, yeah. I think that might have been maybe why Sharon felt more comfortable at giving it some then, because the conditions were much flatter, so it prevents athletes more opportunities to move through.
Yeah, that's a great point, great insight as well as to the way that these athletes will be thinking. As you can see there though, Alice, once again, bang on, these athletes, most of them avoiding that feeding opportunity. They know that they cannot afford to even take half a second off to take this feed in, and Taducci has skipped it immediately.
Yeah, as well, it's that the line, as long as these poles are, there's still a better racing line which doesn't involve feeding. So if you basically swim at the buoy, get around it, you're going to save quite a lot of time, and it's all to play for now. Everything's happening. This is what the race comes down to.
Yeah, you're not wrong, and all the big names in there as well. Tadaducci leads to Sharon Van Roonel. We saw Cunha sitting forward, Zwis in there, Leonie Beck in the top 10. The big names are coming to fight. Mariah Denigan as well. Oh, Alice, this is it's getting really exciting once again. This is going to be close.
So brilliant. Yeah, it's going to be really close. I can't call it right now. It's one of those where like it will come down to like the last 100 meters, and even then it's like, oh, it's going to be a close touch out. So, but Tadaducci's put in such an amazing effort. You know, leading earlier on in the race, dropping back a bit, but now coming through, driving the pace forward. You can see Mariah Denigan still in there, Leah Kristoff to the right of the screen, and still so many people from like a range of different countries back there. So even into the more like, I suppose, minor positions, there's still a lot to play for into like the 10th, 12th, 15th place positions.
Absolutely. And that all those positions, one, help for obviously the overall series point score, but of course a lot of these countries will use the World Cup series for selection and then financial implications around supporting athletes. So at all points these athletes will be really fighting ferociously to move forward, even if it is just one position, and we'll see that play out. But I tell you what is so interesting about this final lap is the way that it's structured. That far side of the course, we've seen the wind really start to blow in, so that would suit an athlete like Anna Marcella and Sharon Van Roendel. But as we get closer to the finish line, it does get quite protected, which is going to favor Bettina Fabian and Leonie Beck. So I'm going to be interested to see how these athletes play it out. Usually Leonie would prefer that 500-meter stretch into the finish line to really establish herself as the leader of the race. But Sharon is much better over that final 200 meters.
Okay, yeah, this is, oh wow, Sharon. Okay, and Tadaducci's just letting her go and she's going to grab on her feet. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I'd probably do the same.
Yeah, everyone's going to know that spot.
Yeah, Sharon's really looking to drive this through, and it's, again, like I said, it's the kind of feat you want to get on. I mean, what a great position for Tadaducci, and especially if she can sit back, potentially conserve some energy, let Sharon do the work, and then have another go at the end and try and come past her, because no one wants to settle for second. Everyone wants to win, and let's not pretend that she doesn't want to win. So while she's sitting back right now, she'll have every intention of driving through as much as she can at the end.
Yeah, and I think what this does do as well is it puts Leonie Beck at a little bit of risk, because now she not only has to swim past all the way to Sharon, but she knows that, of course, every swimmer that Leonie swims past is going to be wanting to either stay on the swimmer in front of her feet or jump across to Leonie. So there's a fair bit of work ahead of the German, but we know she's in good form after the win in Soma Bay.
Did you catch where she was through the last timing gate?
Yeah, she was currently sitting in 10th position, so
okay. Oh, very doable.
Yeah, it is doable, and especially the way that she races, but to get forward, she's going to have to go through Anna Marcella Cunha as well.
Oh gosh, yeah. There's a lot of names who won't want to give up their spaces there at all. Not that anyone would, but yeah, there's a, like, in these situations, you can't just take your own line and swim. You need to find feet, get onto them, and then start building up past their hip, and then find the next person's feet, start building up past their hip, and keep taking it person by person. As fast as people are, it's very difficult to just take your own line and swim. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she moves up through it now, especially as they're moving through choppier waters.
Yeah, and I think that's almost intentional here by Sharon, is to not give Leonie an opportunity to move forward when the water was flat. Now that they're into the chop, it's going to be much harder to make those gains, but also depending on which side of the pack that Leonie's coming through, there's going to be an opportunity to really use that pack to her advantage and see if that is able to, I guess, stop a bit of that crosswind.
Yes, exactly. This is where having a little bunch of maybe 3 or 4 people who can cut through the water for you, and you can kind of like skip around, can be really useful, and just get onto the feet of Tadaducci and then hopefully Sharon, and see what the last 200 meters are saying.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting, and I think at the moment playing into Sharon Van Ruendaal's hands, but similarly, someone that loves that all-out chaos sprint at the end of the race is Ana Marcela Cunha. So a couple of athletes that will be liking the way it's playing out, and I wouldn't say anyone's 100% confident in their current position.
No, but yeah, definitely not. I mean, it really will come down to the touch. I can't see this being like a clear win for anyone. We'll obviously have the winner, but the next person behind will be a second or 2 seconds at most behind. It's going to be very close, unless we see a massive break from Sharon here. But it's so difficult to do by yourself in choppy waters, but she's really putting in a good effort.
Yeah, she just knows if she keeps the pace on, there's not going to be an opportunity for everyone to bunch up and really make a concerted attack against her. So it's a very classy swim here by Sharon, who hasn't seen a real stroke at the front of the race since we've started.
No, yeah, she looks fantastic, just skimming through the water. But just before, she had quite a few strokes where she looked up. You know, sighting is absolutely key for these crucial moments in this race where pretty much everyone wants to follow you. They will be following you. But if you take a bad line and someone decides, actually, your line's slower than following you, if that makes sense, I'm going to go off and do my own thing. It can be very dangerous for the person in front, where you have to suddenly cut back in, and then you're level with the person that was behind you, and the panic is on your side. The ego and the adrenaline is on the other person's side, and you're the one panicking. So Sharon just making sure she's sighting correctly, but it's all looking good because everyone's following her.
You hear there the chaos in the back of the pack as the referee blows that whistle. You know it's getting chaotic towards the end of the race. So we see just on the bottom of your screen just before was Bettina Fabian of Hungary, looking really confident and within a good striking distance. She, similar to Leonie, does like that 500-meter stretch into the final finish, and something that she's getting much better at as she continues to develop as an athlete. We saw in Soma Bay that Leonie only just narrowly held off Bettina Fabian on that finish straight. So it could come down to Bettina Fabian potentially claiming her first ever World Cup victory, and what a moment that would be for her.
Oh, absolutely massive as well, after the effort of Rosowski and David Bethlehem. Hungary's clearly having a good meet here. They've came in with intention, within purpose, wanting to get down solid racing and put themselves amongst the best, if not being the best, and just make sure that they're confident going into Paris.
That's exactly right. There's a lot of these athletes building that confidence, and of course we continue the World Cup series later on in the year, I believe in October, which is just as exciting for swimming fans around the world as we continue to bring you this coverage live and free through the YouTube platform. Interesting to note, Alice, today taking out the sprint title was Ginevra Taducci, just 2 points ahead of Bettina Fabian. So clearly the work that Taducci's done at the front of the race paying off.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's fantastic for her. I'm sure. I don't know what the sprint ranking was for Soma Bay, but I'm sure it was probably quite a similar story with Fabian and Taducci, and I'm sure somebody else. Well, of course, somebody else in the mix for first, second, and third. But absolutely fantastic, and great that she's putting herself in those positions to get that experience and compete with the best, if not being the best.
And it looks like a little bit of a gap opening up there to Maria Denigan. I believe that's Ocean Casagnol. It's only half a body, so it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility to shut down, but that would be something that sends out panic.
Yes, that's where you're redlining it. You're really putting in every effort, and it's one of those where I don't know how close these girls are swimming to each other. They're obviously competing for the same draft, but sometimes you just have to back off your competitor and maybe let them get the better line to give you all the chance of getting back into the pack and getting back on their feet. And it looks like they're closing it, I think. But yeah, it can it can extrapolate and it can spread very quickly to being something quite substantial, especially when we're seeing the water being as choppy as it is.
Yeah, that's right. And the other danger zone, of course, Anna Marcela Cunha and Leonie Beck sitting forward of that break point. So you know you're not going to get the assistance of the big guns to really try and bridge that gap. That is something that Anna Marcela could almost write a book on, how to shut down a gap in the field. But it looks like they've done a good job of just gaining those feeds. Yeah.
Sharon looks like she's created a gap for herself though, a little bit, like.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Oh wow, that's like a meter or two, I think.
Yeah.
And this is the thing; it doesn't help. They're kind of competing against each other for her feet, which like it's totally get. Like you need to hold your own and you want to have the best position, but you end up kind of pulling each other back. So it gets so competitive in these final few moments. Yeah,
that's right. And you almost, some of these athletes, as you said, most of them going for gold, but some of them really just wanting to make sure that they don't finish 10th or below. So they'd be happy to concede the win to make sure that they lock in second or third. But you can see now Taducci and that is Caroline Juis, I believe, battling in for the feet for second position there, but they have shut down that gap.
Yeah, they're back on it now, yeah. And it looks like pretty much everyone's got draft and got feet. There's no substantial gaps where there's no white water. There's no blue water, sorry, it's all like white water amongst the swimmers, which means there's draft happening. They're all within touching distance of each other.
That's incredibly good insight there for fans across the world. You don't want to see... as an athlete, all you want to see is those bubbles in front of you. As soon as you stop seeing bubbles, it's game over.
No, it's so true. Yeah, if you're not in front and you're seeing blue in front of you, yeah, you need to put your shift in.
The good news for swimming fans is we are on the final straight. Everyone was around that final turn buoy comfortably and safely. We are on for an absolutely doozy of a sprint. This is going to be a cracking end to the women's race and a cracking end to day one action here in Golfo Aranci. This is stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series. Alice, I've asked you at the start and I'll ask you again, who's winning this race as we see Leonie Beck move forward?
Oh my god, Leonie, okay. It's going to be between Sharon and Leonie, isn't it, I think? And but of course, Cunha's there, Juis is there, Vivian Youngblood, Bettina Faber. Yeah, I think right now it's probably going to be between Sharon and Leonie. Leonie's in a beautiful position where she's chasing. I think it's much easier to chase. I think Sharon's clocked her, that she's coming up on her right, or she's coming up on her side, and it's going to be a very interesting finish funnel.
This is what we were hoping for at the start of the race. The big 3, but here comes the big 2. Sharon van Rooyendaal breathing directly to Leonie Beck with just over 500 meters to swim. This is going to be a cracker because usually when we see Leonie and Sharon racing against each other, there's potentially a couple athletes sitting in between them. We very rarely get to see them go stroke to stroke down that final straight.
This is really special. I mean, Leonie's got such like a long, she's so tall, she's so long, she's just kind of like glides through the water, incredibly powerful stroke. And you've got Sharon next to her, who's like obviously one of the best competitors in the world, as is Leonie. This is really a special race to be able to see them like literally go head to head into the finish funnel. It's going to be down to the touch in these final few meters.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see here is what we're seeing right now on screen. Leonie wants to get away from Sharon. She does not want that physicality. So Sharon's going to have to be really decisive here when Leonie keeps moving away into that own water, which she's got right now. She needs to jump across. She needs to get on that hip. She needs to make it hard.
Yeah.
Because Sharon on a flat water race, I wouldn't say is as fast as Leonie Beck, but if she is able to give Leonie her own water, she's going to struggle to win this race. And even if they keep racing the way they are, they're going to give Ana Marcela Cunha an opportunity to jump in between them.
Yeah, Sharon. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, Sharon's moving over now. And yeah, it kind of closed the door for Ana Marcela, who was looking just like 2 seconds ago in a really, really strong position, but now she's back to battling between Tadaducci, I believe that is. So yeah, and then you're absolutely right. Sharon's on Leonie's hip. She's not going to make it easy for her. She's not just going to give this win over to her. So yeah, this is fantastic racing from both of these women.
Well, we saw them last year race all the way throughout the season, all the way down to an absolute fingernail. 0.01 was the difference on that final race in Fengshu, and that ultimately decided who was going to win the series, with Leonie Beck taking home the series points last year. So there is history here. They are obviously fierce competitors, and today we'll see another race of that. We've talked throughout the race, Alice, about staying true to your line, but that goes completely out the door in this final straight. What these athletes need to do is swim next to each other as we see them once again separate on those two lines.
Oh my god. I don't know who's got the better line. It's complete. That's like a good 10-meter gap. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
Leonie is genuinely swimming into the next bay, but what she's trying to do is she's trying to get Sharon to move directly off. You've seen, this is on the right of the left of your screen here, that red directional buoy. They've been on the inside of that course throughout the race, but now Leonie is desperately trying to get Sharon away from her, so she's taken her well outside the course, and now Sharon's racing across to get that better line. But what this has enabled is Leonie the opportunity to get her own water.
Yeah. Gosh, really smart. Yeah. It's that thing of, and then they're back together, there's two doors closing. It's just, which one is faster? Do you take the shorter line, or do you stick on the hip of the faster swimmer? And gosh, yeah, it's actually impossible to call who's going to take this at the moment. It's really a game of cat and mouse.
Well, I think what is another thing that we haven't even thought of is the one that's moving through now, Ana Marcela Cunha. This is the big three that we talked about at the start of the race are all in a line. What more could you want as an open water fan?
Oh, this is absolutely textbook. If you're going to watch marathon swimming, this is where you should start. These are the three names for the women's race that you need to look at and start with. Like legends, spanning, but I mean, Cunha, that's a 16-year career. Like, if she competed in 08, a 16-year career. Leonie Beck a little bit younger. Sharon Van Rovedaal sits in the middle of the two. Like, just a fantastic display of athleticism and competitive spirit.
Well, right now you see the 2016 Olympic champion, the 2020 Olympic champion, and potentially the 2024 Olympic champion coming out of this top three, as we now look to have a top four, I believe. I can't pick who that is, but Ana Marcela Cunha now looks like the dominant swimmer, really putting a big surge in here.
Jeez, yeah, she's really opened up a gap for herself. Like, it's only half body that it could end up closing, but it's just, I think it's getting bigger. She's really putting in her last burners to tie this up.
That's right, and as they come down, it looks like just over 10 meters to go until they enter the finish arch. Ana Marcela Cunha, the GOAT of open water swimming, has well and truly established herself as the leader. We have on the top of the screen a battle, Leonie Beck and Sharon Van Ruwendaal. They're pushing very hard into the final arch, but here it comes with 10 meters to swim. Ana Marcela, Leonie Beck, and Sharon Van Ruwendaal. Who gets the touch? It's Ana Marcela Cunha.
Yeah. As that Tadaducci finished quite close behind, I think.
Oh my goodness,
Absolute
what
legend.
a finish.
Absolute legend.
Oh, the GOAT extends her resume. And Alice, it's very hard not to contain that excitement. That was an incredible finish to an incredible race.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Like you really couldn't call that throughout the whole way, even down to when the camera drew level. It wasn't until she got her hand on the pad that you knew she'd definitely won, because Sharon and Leonie on the other side were really were close. You know, but as I said, it came down to like 1 second or 2 seconds between them all.
And I know we don't need to go on about the GOAT's resume, but 79th world level medal and her 29th gold at an open water swimming World Cup. What an incredible
79.
finish.
Nah, that it's examples like that where that is longevity, experience, and just pure competitive spirit within her. That is so impressive to have had a career spanning that long, and like long may it continue as well. She's absolutely fantastic to watch.
And to put it in to context, her first ever win came back in June 2008 in Portugal at Setúbal. Now here we are, almost 16 years later, and she's still dominating on a world stage. And we talked with 500 meters to go. We thought it was the big two in Leonie Beck and Sharon van Rooyendaal, and she proved us wrong.
Classic.
Once again.
Oh, absolutely. This is the thing. You can never count her out. You can never count any three of those women out. You know, they weren't at the front for the majority of the race. You know, I think Kuna only led until she won. Sharon only led until she was like winning, basically. Same with Leonie. All three of them had their race plans strategically set out. And I guess, again, I shouldn't compare too much between the two, but you can just see the difference between the men's and the women's race, how the women's race really has that tactical element of more people sitting back and then coming through in the last lap or two.
And what a special race as well to sort of see it play out that way. We saw the likes of Ginevra Taducci do a lot of the work and really put herself in the best possible position to compete for the medals. And really, it was hard to pick if it was Taducci or Jongbloed that pushed into those medals there. But we talked about what this meant for Paris after the men's race, and we talk now again. I'm more confused than ever as to who could potentially take out gold when it comes to Paris.
I mean, is Kuna? She's been world champion, right? I imagine the Olympics will be her like, I want this gold. Of course, everyone wants this gold medal, but can you correct me? Has she won? She hasn't won Olympic gold, has she?
No, she won in Tokyo.
She won in Tokyo?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, my bad. My inexperience. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so she's reigning champion. So There we go. You know, and of course Leonie Beck and Sharon van Rooyendaal. Sharon looking to be back on the Olympic podium again, and of course Leonie Beck is as well. So
yeah, well, Leonie
see those three.
The one of the three that is yet to win that Olympic gold medal. So I wonder how much of a burning desire that is.
Oh, massively, yeah. Honestly, it's been so fantastic to watch these three race against each other. Like, this wealth of experience and talent and dedication. I really want to know who that is behind. I can't tell if it's Taducci or not.
Yeah, it's very hard to pick.
Oh, it was so close.
I think she's got in third there as well.
I think she did, yeah.
Here we go, the slow-mo shot. Oh, it was Jongbloed.
Oh, it is, yeah. Oh, so we got... Okay, here we go.
Oh, how incredible is that? And the depth as well, as we see Abina, come into, I believe, 5th or 6th position there, the Japanese swimmer we're talking.
Oh, fantastic.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. Look, you'd love to see performances like that where she put herself on the line from the start and it came to fruition. It's absolutely brilliant.
That's bang on, and you can see how much it means to, I guess, some of the fans. Obviously, a lot of open water fans around the world would know just how cool it is to see a victory for Ana Marcela Cunha. As you said, she's been on top of the sport for such a long time now, and I guess to see her continue to win these medals win these golds, you got to take those opportunities whilst you've got them, because there's only one GOAT in every sport, and we are absolutely privileged to be watching our GOAT at the tail end of what has been an illustrious career.
Oh, absolutely. And to see her competing at this level for so long, to being so strong in her movements and in what she's been doing. Oh, here's the results.
Oh, wow. Vivian in second, in fact, just ahead of Leonie.
Gosh, it came down to nothing.
And just goes to show what you said, Alice. When you have the GOAT moving through in front of you, get on their feet.
Yeah. You know you're going to be in good stead. Yeah.
Well, it's
absolutely amazing swimming.
And also, credit to Ana Marcela Cunha, who just over a year ago had shoulder surgery and came back from that, moved coaches, and now training in that Fabrizio incredible squad that he has there. As we see Barbara Pozobon get her post-race address. I guess, what a special moment for Ana Marcela Cunha, who trains in Rome now, and I guess continuing to show that she's built for this moment and she's built for the Olympics. She's ready to go come Paris.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's always really nice to see athletes still making decisions to move when it benefits them, regardless of history or whatever that may be. No matter at what age, something will be right for you at a certain point, and sometimes sentiment can hold people back and stop them from making decisions which are right for themselves. But it's absolutely great for her to see. It's great to see that she's made that decision, came back from her injury so fantastically well, and is looking for a very strong Olympic campaign.
Yeah, and it's something that we're excited to see. You look at, we talked about the depth in the men's race, but I believe the women's race is almost way more exciting than what we're going to see in the men's race. You've got the big three that we've talked about, Sharon, Leonie, and of course, the Ana Marcela Cunha, the GOAT. All three of those athletes winning races this year so far, but add to the mix Angelica Andre, Maria Di Valdez, who were in the medals in the 10K at World Champs, but also Chelsea Gubecka, Katie Grimes, working through the field, Moesha Johnson, who's been very strong in the Len Cups this year. Like, it's a tough pick to potentially call who would be on the podium at the Olympic Games.
It really is. I think I absolutely love this sport for so many reasons, but I think this is one of them, that it really feels like everyone has a chance. Like, it really could go anywhere. Like, Vivian had an absolutely amazing swim there, and I'm sure she'll be looking at this thinking, yes, I have a chance. Just put in an amazing performance, and she might not be a name that we would have suggested beforehand. So having such a wealth and depth of athletes across both the men's and the women's, it's only going to make for a very exciting race in Paris. And then what an incredible venue as well. It's really going to be a special event.
Yeah, and as we look forward to the potential, the future of open water swimming, and I guess continuing to prove that the marathon swimming is equally as exciting as what the marathon can provide at the Olympic Games, and as well as many other sports that have been introduced. Like, when we start to dive in and share the story of these athletes and how tight it can be between these stalwarts of our sport, it truly, I believe, will continue to go from strength to strength. So to have the storylines led by these incredible athletes, led by our incredible fans, is truly something that we can look forward to.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like it's a real golden age to be in, be a fan, to be a competitor, to be watching this. It's been going strength to strength, and that's not to say like 2008 or before that wasn't a strong time, but the sport's finally getting the recognition it deserves. It's just absolutely fantastic to see.
And of course, we're getting these shots here at Golfo Aranci as we see all these fans and supporters supporting the back end of today's racing. We will be doing our medal presentation for both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers very shortly. So if you are tuned in around the world, please do stay tuned as we look to award our medals shortly. For now, Alice, I would love to know, recently launched a podcast called Blackline Fever where we break down the performances at these World Cup stops. In that, we discuss, I guess, the top 5 competitors across both the men's and the women's race. So I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who were the top 5 in both the men's and the women's?
Okay, I'll start with the women's because it's more fresh in my mind. Of course, Cunha. I think absolutely fantastic race coming through. It has to be also Sharon van Rooyendaal and Leonie Beck for their monumental efforts on that back straight. I also really like to shout out Bettina Fabian because such a young talent, putting herself out there early and committing to the race. And I think Vivian Youngblood, I'm going to have to give, this is no specific order by the way, but for the 5th place, I'll give to Vivian Youngblood because she really, it was just savvy swimming, like good, smart swimming, being sensible, and got herself into 2nd place, which is absolutely fantastic to see a Brazilian 1-2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and then I'll do my men's, and then you can do your top 5. Or do you want to do your top 5 women?
No, I'm happy for you to go top 5 men,
okay,
and then I'll jump in.
Oh. Okay. Another shout out to young talent, Hungarian talent again, David Bethlehem. Absolutely love the commitment that he came to the race with, and again taking it out and giving it a lot of effort. I thought Logan Fontaine also put in another really good effort as well, really putting himself amongst the conversation. Marc Antoine, again, of course, winning it, had a great performance. Let me go back to the results. Do you want to jump in with any suggestions?
Yeah, well, as we see here, the verified results now as well, that obviously makes my job a lot easier. So as you have Cunha taking out the win, but I guess working through the field, Bianca Crisp, who did a great job sort of sitting forward, Jin Jin moving through the field, Leah Boy now in 26th position, and Anna Olaz in the mix as well. So there were some great names competing today. Not an easy job, and you've done a great job to sort of break it down. For my women's picks, I think very similar to yours, Ana Marcela Cunha. What a dominant display, and honestly, hard to give the credit because we don't understand quite the holistic picture of the way that she raced that. But to make those first strokes at the front of the race with about 100 meters to go, it doesn't get any better than that. Very clinical racing from Ana Marcela Cunha. Sharon van Rooyendaal as well to move from 20 or 36th in fact at the end of lap 3 to then be leading in the end of lap 5 is a skill that, as we said at the time, only certain athletes around the world have. Really impressed by Ginevra Taducci as well for the work that she did at the front of the race, and obviously awarded the sprint points as well at the end of the race. So well done to Ginevra. A bit of a homer pick, but Bianca Crisp for sitting at the front of the race for the majority of the race. It truly is a really special sort of thing to witness those athletes when they're having those breakout moments, and want to shine a light on what Bianca had achieved there. Similarly, Bettina Fabian, as you said, and Vivian Jongblut, who I know has struggled to sort of hit the podium in such deep races. So to see them go 1-2 as the Frenchmen did was truly special, and a credit to Vivian and Ana Marcela for what I can only imagine is hours upon hours of grinding away and getting a lot of losses along the way. So what a special moment for us to all witness there.
Absolutely, yeah.
From the men's perspective, as we just get an update that I think we'll be about 8 minutes away from the medal presentation of both the men's and the women's race. Similarly to yourself, David Bethlehem, he's just so brave with the way that he approaches this racing, and to not be afraid to sort of sit at the front of the race and really push himself to achieve what is going to be a breakthrough achievement when he does eventually get his first ever victory. Big credit to him. Also, Marc-Antoine Olivier, our overall winner. What a special achievement for him and Logan Fontaine to go 1-2 ahead of the last time they raced before the Olympic Games in a home Olympics. Also wanted to shout out to Martin Roditi, who finished in 6th position, but was really clinical about how he moved through the field to sit forward. And then Nicholas Sloman, again, a bit of a homer pick, but to finish in 9th position, only 11 seconds off the lead. It's obviously a long way for Nick to travel, and he'll be heading back pretty swiftly to get back into training at that Noosa program that we've talked about extensively ahead of his maiden Olympic Games berth. And that's my top 5. It's a little bit away from the medals with Nick and Martin, but credit where credit's due.
No, exactly, and this is the thing. Like, this sport is created by efforts like that people who might not medal or don't medal, but still turn up and are competing, and not just giving it over to the best in the world freely and easily. So those efforts are always deserve their limelight and their time. And yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's going to be an interesting sort of couple of years, as we touched on. We've been very blessed to have the pinnacle meets it hasn't even felt like a year. Between the last 2 World Championships was just a bit over 6 months, and then just a bit over 8 months, and from the last World Championships to the Olympics, as we now move to our medal presentation area. It's what a special time.
Oh, absolutely. We've had so much amazing racing happen over the past few years. The World Series has really came into its own, I feel, over the past few years, where there's been a lot of effort put into it. The quality of races have improved, and it's just fantastic to see.
But as we get ready for our medal presentation, which once again is for both the men's and the women's 10 kilometers here. Let's not forget, as we talked about, Alice, the relay tomorrow. Does the end of that result, the Brazilians going 1-2, does that change any of your predictions around who could potentially be in the medals?
For the relay tomorrow, oh wow, oh my gosh, yeah. I didn't see how the Brazilian men got on, but still, I'm predicting Hungary first. I'm going to call it early. I'm predicting Hungary first.
Oh, I like
it's quite
that.
bold of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, you know what? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll stand by that. But I am predicting Hungary first. I think they put in some amazing sprints, some great talent, great effort there. So yeah, it will definitely be an interesting race to see what happens. Looking forward to it because they're always so much fun and so exciting.
That is bang on, and I'm sure. Obviously, the Italians boosted by that home crowd. I'm gonna have to go. Maybe we're gonna go head to head here in the relays. I'll pick the Italians, and you can have the Hungarians.
I like that. Okay, yeah, let's see. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, it's gonna be tight. And of course we can't count out the French or the Germans. So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Well, the Italians, of course, they're missing their finisher specialists in Domenico Azzarenza. So we know how special he is on that finish line. Only one man in the world able to really outtouch him in the last couple months with Carl Lee. But yeah, I wonder how that will impact their chances.
The one thing about Italy is that there'll definitely be another guy who's fast as well, you know, maybe not as fast, but definitely very, very quick, that will be jumping to get that opportunity to race on that team. So I'm sure there's going to be some discussions around the team tonight amongst the staff, if they haven't put the team in already, and it's going to be a very competitive and hot race.
Well, on that, Andrea Filadelli finished 5th today, the first Italian across the line. Ahead of Dario Verani, Mario Sanzullo finished the 3rd Italian in 12th position. And we start going back to, where was it? It was a bit further down when we saw Gregorio Palcineri finish across the line. So potentially Palcineri not going to feature in that relay tomorrow, but as we know, he does have an incredible 1,500 meters, which is the distance of our relay.
Yes, absolutely. This is like a crazy thing where your team's so fast that you might not need Palcineri on it.
Yeah.
It's just shows the depth that Italy have. So yeah, really excited to see that start list. Hopefully it'll be out later today. Maybe we'll definitely see it in the morning when they're diving in and we're discussing it.
That's right, and of course you can catch all the action live and free across the YouTube platform wherever you're tuning in around the world. I've seen quite a few Brazilian fans up and about in the comments today, so big congrats once again to Brazil taking out the top 2 in the women's race. I'm sure they'll be up and about to feature in the relay tomorrow. Just recapping, of course, today, the winner of the men's race went to Marc-Antoine Olivier, followed by Logan Fontaine. In 3rd was Krzysztof Rozowski. In the women's race, we've just seen taking out the win, the GOAT of open water swimming, Ana Marcela Cunha, ahead of Vivian Jongblut, and in 3rd was Leonie Beck. Just reiterating, this is Stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Golfo Aranci. My name is Will Rollo. I've been joined today by Alice Steering, calling the action and doing an incredible job to share the storylines of our incredible athletes behind the scenes, as we are just moments away from presenting today's medals.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day of racing, like really exciting, really fun, really dynamic. Amazing to see the athletes putting themselves in difficult positions and being brave with their swimming, and what a year to be showcasing what you can do as well.
That's exactly right. And you, as anyone with sort of that Olympic experience can add, is it means a lot to be racing fast when it really does matter, and that every 4th year. Of course, there's plenty of opportunities in between those 4 years, but to be peaking at the moment as we look down the barrel towards the Olympic Games is certainly a very exciting time for these athletes, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of chatter behind the scenes, and everyone sort of comparing where they're currently sitting. So very exciting times, and I'm excited to get through these presentations and have both the French and Brazil national anthem played out.
Yeah, it's a very special moment for the athletes at any podium to be able to hear your national anthem being played, to get your gold medal, and of course also the financial incentives as well. Just like the cherry on top.
And out of interest, Alice, did you ever get to hear your national anthem?
I did at the 2013 European Junior Championships and the 2016 World Junior Championships. Unfortunately, never on a senior stage, but such is sport. You know, when you compete against such amazing athletes, it's always going to be tough to get yourself onto the podium and in first position.
But still, what a special achievement to have heard it, and I guess what a proud moment that you have for the rest of your life to get on top of the dais and sing your national anthem with such pride.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's moments like that that we all daydream about as an athlete, as a competitor, and to be able to have that moment and call it your own is really truly special.
Well, and imagine being Anna Marcela Cunha, and this will be her 40th time on top of the podium. So,
Yeah, she's lost count. Yeah, but oh wow, just speaks to the testament of her career and her dominance throughout so many years and so many competitions. It's truly like I really think this is like once in a lifetime talent that we're seeing across a wealth of sports. Like, yeah.
it is so special, and I guess what even makes it more special, in my opinion, is the fact that Anna has seen the sport, I guess, grow and evolve from a non-Olympic sport to now very proudly an Olympic sport, and to be able to transition like that, as we've discussed throughout today's broadcast, it's not just the fact that it's evolved into an Olympic sport. The race continues to evolve almost on a biannual basis, and to be able to keep up with that and still be winning gold medals almost 16 years after the first World Cup victory is truly remarkable.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, when you really say that out loud, 16 years winning at a senior international stage. This isn't just 16 years like competing, this is 16 years winning. The amount of evolution that she would have gone through as an athlete, as a woman in her life is just so impressive. She's really just really so special.
And well, I mean, to put it in perspective, Alice, what were you doing back in 2008?
2008, I was 11 years old, and I was watching. I was very fond memory of watching Becky Adlington and Joe Jackson on the TV, especially in the 400 meters, win that gold and bronze.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just is the context. I'm sure there might be a 16-year-old in the field that raced today. That so, just honestly, it
Yeah.
was just so impressive.
It is outrageous. There was a couple athletes younger than Anna Marcela's first medal, which is, I guess, a bit bonkers to think of, and a credit to the longevity of her career. I remember, watching back in the 2008 Olympics, the Thomas Lurs show as he charged down the final straight. Wasn't able, unfortunately, to get that gold medal, but watching where the sport was back then, where it was almost confined to a regatta center, to where it is now, where we're racing in these incredible locations, and to know that Anna Marcela has been along for the ride the entire way is truly special. And I hope that it supersedes these Olympic Games into potentially the LA Games and the World Championships that sit between there and now in Singapore in 2025, and then I believe back to Budapest in 2027. And I hope Anna Marcela Cunha's reign does not end as we get ready to present these medals very shortly. So here we go, moments away from the medal presentation. And we have some of the highlights of both the men's and the women's race. The man of the moment at the start line, the hometown hero, Gregorio Paltrineri, out on the starting platform. You know, the nerves there on the start line, Alice, they're certainly not an easy situation.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, fantastic to see them all get in the water, everyone give their best effort, and it's always so difficult stood on the start line when you know what's coming up against you, and you just have to move through it and work with it, deal with the nerves, and make sure you put your best effort out there on the day.
It was so exciting on the start line, the hometown support. The young Chinese swimmer went out really, really fast, but obviously, unfortunately, faded as the race went on. Just is the chaos of the start, I guess.
Oh, as always, it's just it's always a washing machine, as we would call it. You know, like there's arms and legs everywhere. You end up swimming into body by accident, but you know, we're all working towards the same goal. Let's work together and swim this race.
That's right. It is one big community. We've said that throughout the broadcast. You see it throughout both the start, not so much the finish, but certainly after the finish, everyone embracing and supporting. And it was an interesting race how it played out. David Bethlehem, as we've mentioned, sort of liked to sit at the front of the race, controlling that pace, and the support was evident throughout. Feeding platform busy as per usual.
Yes, the feeding platform's always been an interesting place of tactics, like where your country might get stationed, and kind of a look of the draw sometimes. If you're towards the end or the start, you're in the middle. We would always try and aim for the middle. I think this was before it was like set places. I think they're set places now.
Yeah, they are. It comes down to almost a roll of the dice. It is chance. It's auto-generated, and therefore no club or country getting the benefit over another. Interesting to see the different dynamics that played out in the pack. As we know, David Bethlehem did lead for the majority of the race, but there was a fair bit of change that went into those situations, as at this point the conditions relatively delightful.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like very different water from what we saw towards the end of the women's race. But yeah, I guess, I mean, this was about 3-4 hours ago, so things change. Things can change very drastically within open water swimming.
Yeah, that's right. The conditions can certainly deteriorate through the race, but in terms of postcard open water swimming, it doesn't get much better than that. The beautiful blue water with a flurry of white water driving through this incredible bay here, the Gulf of Oranges, as it is known as, Golfo Aranci. We had Nick Sloman go to the front at certain points of the race as well, as we get another masterclass through the feeding platform.
Yes, pictures like this where you can really take in like the chaos of everything happening. It's always quite interesting to try and like focus on one swimmer and just see what they have to go through to feed, and then also to move off as well, because you will see everyone has to go through a battle at some point. It's very rare you'll have a completely smooth feed unless you're at the very front and like the first 3 people where it's strung out a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost a fairy tale to see no one around you in those feeding pontoons, but I guess that also plays into the difficulty that it is racing. This was on the final lap as we started to go 7 across, and you could see the chaos that was ensued by these athletes. Krzysztof Rozowski was the first to the front, and boy did he battle hard.
Yes, just taking this all back in again. Seeing it like that many people wide is just so, it just shows the talent and the depth that we're dealing with at the moment, that there's a lot of people vying for the top, putting themselves in these positions and taking it down to the wire on the day.
Truly a special time to be an open water fan. It almost feels like a broken record saying that, but I really want to drive it home to those people watching around the world that take it in, because it's not always as exciting as having 7 or 8 athletes across, or maybe that is just the new open water swimming, and we are thrilled to be able to call the action along the way. This was on the final straight. This is when we had no idea who was going to win the race, and to be fair,
gosh, yeah,
weren't sure all the way to the
who got their arm on the board first, and that's of course what it's going to come down to. But it was impossible to call this from any point before then.
Yeah, and the French, Logan Fontaine, Marc-Antoine Olivier, made their presence felt. We still backed in Christophe, but that just second, third, fourth, and eventually sixth gear that Marc-Antoine is able to achieve when he gets into free water was on display here. And yeah, Alice, what a way to finish. So they came all the way into the finish arch, and it was Marc-Antoine Olivier on the pad first. What a feeling.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And, you know, as we've said, moving into our home games for both him and Logan Fontaine, they'll be very happy with their performances and just looking to go strength to strength, moving into Europeans, which I imagine they're probably competing at.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. If I was them, if I was Marc-Antoine Olivier, I'd be choosing not to race between now and the Olympics, and hopefully that good juju follows them all the way into the finishing arch in their own home Olympic Games. So once again, we're just moments away from the medal presentation, so please do stay tuned. So here we have our women's highlights. It was Leonie Beck, one of the last athletes introduced. What a way to be introduced as well. Wolfmother, Joachim the Thief. That would get anyone pumped up as they move down to the starting platform. I've never experienced a walkout song like Joachim the Thief before, Alice. I'm not sure about you.
No, yeah, normally it's like a bit of like a dance vibe, you know, like a bit of Avicii or something. So, yeah, no, but it's fun. It's fun. It's different. You know, it might have been in her head while she was swimming, keeping her honest in her efforts.
Yeah, certainly makes them feel like a rock star when you've got the music blaring, and then of course with Leonie training locally here in Rome. You would have felt like an absolute superstar, and that's how we want our athletes to be feeling before the race, and she delivered. But early on it was Bettina Fabian, one of your favorites.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. You know, only 20 years old, young, clearly very passionate, clearly very brave, putting herself in difficult and challenging positions, taking the race on. And I think that's just so exciting to see this young talent really going for it. And it's going to be a bright future for her. First Olympic Games coming up. It's going to be special.
And we talked early on in the race about the physicality that is brought in the women's race that isn't necessarily seen in the men's race, that was on display throughout the feeding platforms and also the turning buoys. But really in lap 2 and 4, we saw Geneviera Taducci move to the front with that iconic high stroke rate. So more of Taducci.
There are a lot of women who have just different ways of swimming. I think, especially with the women, there are different body types, different shapes, different sizes. You have Leonie Beck, who's very long, and then Anna Marcela Cunha, who's a little bit shorter, but like stronger. And I think that's the beauty of open water swimming, of marathon swimming. It really can lead towards every kind of body type. Oh, and we're on the podium.
We are on the podium, and as we've said throughout, it was Krzysztof Rozowski of Hungary getting that bronze medal. In second a big congratulations to Logan Fontaine of France, and on top of the podium and on top of the world, heading in to our home Olympic Games, Marc-Antoine Olivier from France, as we get ready to play the French national anthem. What a proud moment there for Marc-Antoine Olivier. Alice, you mentioned you had that privilege of standing on top of the podium and hearing your national anthem, but clearly meaning a lot to both Marc-Antoine Olivier and Logan Fontaine.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's so special to be able to share the podium with your countrymen. And again, I keep saying French with our home games. This is such an exciting time. You can see that this will mean a lot to them. This win will mean a lot to them. So I'm really excited for the next few weeks of their training and then moving into Paris.
Yeah, that's so true. And can you imagine it right now, obviously, in the Seine River, and then the medal presentation with the Eiffel Tower behind, Logan Fontaine, Marc-Antoine Olivier on top of the podium. What a sight that would be.
Ooh, yeah, that's one of those like story of the games moments where it can really just elevate your career to new heights that you never dreamed were possible. You know, we're seeing that in the pool at the moment with the young Frenchman whose name has totally escaped me. Please help me. He's
Marchand.
Sorry,
Leon Marchand.
Marchand, that's it. Yeah, my brain's it's just so many swimmers, so many names, but yeah, Leon Marchand, his career's just been taken to new heights in this Olympic year, it being
That's
a home
right.
game. So very exciting time for all French athletes.
Yeah, and that is so true. And I mean, as someone that would have been witness to and inspired by the home Olympics in London back in 2012, you know, especially with those events that do have public ticketing, and the fact that, you know, the Brownlee brothers and who they inspired through triathlon, we really have that opportunity with not only Marc-Antoine Logan Fontaine, but also with Caroline Jouis and Ocean Castagnol. Like, what a special opportunity for those athletes.
Oh, massive. Yeah, absolutely huge. Yeah, it's memories that will stick with you for life, being able to compete at our home games, which I sadly can't claim, but you know, even getting to go to Tokyo and experience that experience was absolutely fantastic. But so exciting to see what France are putting down, not only in swimming but in other sports as well.
Yeah, and for everyone around the world, they get to say they got to witness potentially the Olympic champion and medalist in Marc-Antoine and Logan Fontaine in action for potentially the final time before those Olympic Games. So what a race that we did witness, and what a dominant display as well. They let a lot of those younger athletes do the work early, but ultimately they came back in the end. As we now move to the presentation of our women's medals, what a podium we have here. So a reminder, in bronze, in an incredible performance for Germany, once again on the podium. A big round of applause in a time of 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 2 seconds. Leonie Beck.
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance from Leonie Beck coming through at the end there. You know, we kind of wasn't anywhere to be seen for a while, but she knows what she's doing. She's a well experienced swimmer, got a lot of talent, got a lot of speed, and she came through at the end for the bronze medal.
In second position from Brazil, 2 hours, 2 minutes, 2 seconds as well. Back on the podium, Vivian Jongbloot. Vivian, of course, a while between drinks on the podium. Last time she was up in the medals back in 2018, so an incredible effort by her. But of course, it is paling in comparison to her countrywoman in none other than the GOAT. Ana Marcela Cunha owns Golfo Aranci in 2024, taking out the win, 2 hours, 2 minutes flat. And the day belongs to Ana Marcela as we get ready to celebrate with her as they play the national anthem of Brazil.
Absolutely fantastic swimming from both Brazilian swimmers here. And again, getting to celebrate on the podium with your countrywoman. It's just fantastic.
And a credit to the organising committee here in Golfo Aranci for providing a truly special experience to these athletes as well. It's always nice to take home these commemorative items to match their medals, of course.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think some of the fondest memories is when you just get niche little things from the area which display where you've swam, especially when you're dealing with marathon swimming. You can really have very unique prizes.
And here we have the national anthem of Brazil.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem of Brazil.
And what a special occasion to witness. A 1-2 in the men's to France, a 1-2 in the women's to Brazil. Today has truly been an exceptional day. Alice Deering on the commentary alongside myself, William Rollo. What a day it's been, Alice.
Absolutely fantastic. It's I've been so honoured being able to commentate and speculate on how the swimming has been going and what the athletes have been going through. I just want to say a huge thank you for having me, and I'm really looking forward to the relay tomorrow.
That's right, Alice. The action continues tomorrow as we get ready for the 4x1500 mixed freestyle relay, and I'm sure we will see both myself and Alice going head to head as Hungary and Italy look to be crowned champions. Can anyone else knock them off? We'll find out tomorrow. This has been day one of stage 2 of the 2024 World Aquatics Open Water World Cup Series here in Golfo Aranci, and we will see you tomorrow.
E quindi procediamo con i premi speciali, consegneremo i cappelli per il Junior Leader nella classifica maschile e femminile, poi nella classifica Sprint Leader, dopodiché premieremo l'Overall Leader. Quindi rimanete con noi. E allora ci siamo pronti ad accogliere sul palco i World Cup Leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the ceremony for the Open Water Swim World Cup Leaders. Leaders Cup will be presented by i cappelli dei leaders saranno consegnati da the Mayor of Golfo Aranci, il sindaco di Golfo Aranci, Mario Mulas, accompagnato da the President of Health and Sport Commission of Region of Sardinia, Presidente della Commissione Sanità e Sport della Regione Sardegna, Carla Fundoni. Let's start with the current junior leader for the females ranking. The winner is Junior Leader della classifica femminile, representing Italy per l'Italia, Emma Micheletti. For the males ranking, representing Brazil per il settore maschile, per il Brasile, Mateus Velecchi. Let's move to the current sprint leader, premiazione degli sprint leader for the females ranking, representing Italy per il settore femminile per l'Italia, Ginevra Taddeucci. For the males sprint leader ranking per il settore maschile, sprint leader representing Hungary, David Betlem, Ungheria. And now let's move to the current overall leader. Premiazione della classifica overall leader. For the females ranking, representing Germany per il settore femminile per la Germania, Leonie Beck. For the males ranking, per il settore maschile representing France per la Francia, Marc-Antoine Olivier. L'applauso fortissimo per la premiazione dei leader.